All right, and also, of course, at the moment, we got Luxray on their 310 stream streak, saying they're not trying to brag. Between the two of us, we know you are. It's okay. It's okay to brag. With that said, we're going to pick up where we left off with Project Zomboid. As a reminder, this is the internal test build. This is not the unstable build. So I am on version 42, build 42, but I am on, like, the alpha of the test of, like, the fixes and the changes and all that kind of stuff coming. So we do have a lot of stuff that was bugged in build 42 is resolved and fixed and working nicely. And there's entirely new bugs that will most likely be resolved well before this gets out to build 42. Yeah, it's the super unstable or the less stable than unstable build, however you want to do it. We do have permission to do this. IndieStone devs were kind enough to say, hey, as long as you're transparent about it being the internal test build and not unstable, you can show it to you can create videos, you can stream it, you can do all that stuff. Oh, right. I forgot I was here, so it's like, I'm not used to loading in outside, and so I was kind of standing there, I'm like, why am I in the middle of the road? Right, because we're living out of the back of the station wagon for the most part, and I appear to have next to no food here. I do have tons of food in the vehicle, but for those who missed where we left off, let's go ahead and take a quick map tour real fast. And that is, the other day, we started around this area on the highway. We cleared all these buildings. We found ourselves a really good bull driver truck and all that kind of stuff. Got a bunch of loot, cleared all the way up here. Got all that, and then we moved the vehicle up there. The diamonds are the route we're planning on taking. If we look way down here, there's this target. That's a gas station. We already have our generator. We've already read the generator magazine. I've got a working vehicle. It's down to about a third of a tank of gas, so I'm really hoping we make it there. If not, as long as I get just a little bit of gas out of it, if I can run the generator the last little bit, then, you know, I can do the thing where I put like a little bit of gas in, run it back to the car, and just bring the car forward. I don't think we'll need to do that, but we'll see. To that extent, I expect to hit a bunch of zombies right in this area. Well, I should hit some zombies in this area, because I know there's zombies here, and I would just assume that whole area is there. I'm expecting a gap of no zombies here, a little bit of zombies there, probably not many. Basically, no zombies the entire way around that corner. And then we're going to start hitting a little bit of leapfrog of not so many zombies. And then when we get into this area down here, it's going to start getting pretty thick. That's where the real fight's going to be, is that last little leg of the trip. But if I could even clear in there enough to drop down the generator and connect it and all that, then we have, you know, it's not truly infinite gas, but we got enough gas to last us a very long time. But until then, the station wagon is my home. This is where we live. Okay. To that extent, I actually have tons of food. We are losing weight. We're still in, like, the healthy range right now. What is ultimately going to happen in the long run is I've got a bunch of, like, pigs in the area. We are going to end up eating a bunch of those pigs. But my plan... Well, actually, you're really good calories. Let's hold on to you. And the pasta and the peanut butter is good calories. I'll take the sugar cubes. But basically, my plan is, once we get to the point where we're starting to get underweight, I'm intending to go and get our butter, which is very... Oh man, there's a lot of good calorie stuff in here. I totally missed that we've got actually a lot of calories. I might not even need to butcher a pig for a long time. I'm just grabbing a bunch of the junk we can eat real fast. Okay. Was I going to move the car forward? No. We already just had moved the car forward. Let's see, you would live in the house by the pond of the bull driver? Yeah, no, that house is pretty cool. There's a house to the east that there's like this little, it's like a little lake shaped like a kidney bean. But, it's a 2-4 house, but the bottom floor is garage, and it's got like a two vehicle garage down there. So there's like lots of room for you to have, you know, vehicles, do the maintenance on it. Right, Herm, you have a good one. See you when you get back. Bop. But, so it's a cool place that if you want to maintain vehicles and all that and do so safely, like, that bottom floor garage would be a nice, safe, enclosed place where you could do your car maintenance and all that and not have to worry too much about whatever's showing up. So when you get a helicopter, can you use that to help you clear out zombies faster? Sometimes, yes. Right now where we're at, we're a little bit low on our combat skills still. We're still a very early game. This is only the beginning of the 3rd stream we've done this run. Later on, when we start getting some better weapons and better combat skills, I can literally go near where I want to, like, near where I have a population center and just draw the zombies to me and pick them off one by one. Or not one by one, but you get the idea. We'll be able to, like, properly fight our way through them. Alright, let's not push with that. Those tree branches I found to be real terrible when it comes to the exertion. Now, did I have... Okay. So I do not have another axe handy. Now, in the internal test build, there is a targeting issue. You can see I'm hitting the zombies from way farther away than I really should be able to. That is just a bug in this version. There's a second part of that bug, though, where if a zombie gets too close, you'll actually target the zombie behind it. So where I would like to not abuse this bug, unfortunately, it's kind of one of those things where to do so, I have to create danger where another bug could get me killed. And this, I think both these bugs are one issue. They're just two different symptoms of that one issue. So we'll see what happens with all that. Alright. So he killed a bunch of them. That said, I do have a bunch of kind of crummy weapons on me that I want to get rid of. But more than likely, it won't be super long into the stream before I have to take a quick detour for fighting the zombies. And do like we did, where we burn a day just chopping down a ton of trees, making a ton of axes. My hope is to actually start having us making the stone knives. I'm hoping they're not terrible. And the only reason I want to do that is because they'll let me build up my napping skill real fast. Because if I get that high enough, I can make what's called a big stone axe or a large stone axe or something like that. And I don't know if it's any good. I'm assuming it will be far more durable than the crappy ones. Did I loot the building to the north? Oh, the building straight north of me is just a barn. Hey! Cemetery Gaming, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I hope you had yourself a good stream. And what were we playing today and how did it go? Welcome in, Raiders. If I can get a shout out for Cemetery Gaming, I'd appreciate it. Let's see what Twitch says we were playing recently. Project Zomboid. Checks out. Makes sense. So how was your Project Zomboid and how did that run go? Doing good, surviving, having fun. Tell us about it. And also, if you got a raid and run, don't let me hold you. But obviously, you're welcome to say. Build 42 is... Yeah, playing some Build 42. We come here to spy on the test server. Yeah. Test server's got a lot of good stuff going on. They fixed a lot of bugs, like, you now do correctly get, foraging XP when you discard stuff. You get, like... The batteries and all that are no longer draining, and all that kind of good stuff. It does have an issue with the targeting, so like as you can see, I'm able to hit the zombie from way, like here. I can hit the zombie from way farther than I should be. That's just a bug in this version. That'll almost certainly be resolved before it becomes available in the unstable. They also have a weird bug with that I think is related to that, where if a zombie gets way too close, you'll actually hit the zombie behind that zombie. So, like, weirdly, I'm fighting the zombies as if I am closer to them than I really am. Alright. But at the moment, we're just trying to clear here to the west. We are pushing towards Irvington to the southeast, or southwest. Why is it pausing? There we go. We must have loaded in a lot of something. But yeah, so we do have a working vehicle. We've already got our generator. We've already read the generator magazine. All of this on 16 times pop, but this is our third stream with this. Hey, friend. So we have gotten really good luck with our loot and weapon, or not weapon situation, our loot situation so far, is like all that stuff. I do have a working station wagon. It has pretty limited fuel, which is why we're moving towards Irvington. There's a gas station on the north side we saw. And I'm trying to get to that gas station so I can drop the generator, hook it up, and then, you know, I will have long-term vehicle usage. Alright. Oh, I did the thing where I didn't actually attach it to my belt. There we go. Hey, short blade skill. Alright. So let's check our stuff, get our next one ready. Yeah, no, that's it makes up for it. My longest live / highest kill count character is something like 180,000 kills, one character, one life, harder than apocalypse setting, all that. And that character's also been alive for like a year and 6 months or whatever it is, I don't know the amount. And that character got, man, it was like 4 months into the run before I finally found the generator magazine. Like, I found generators galore, but finding the actual generator magazine, it was in Louisville. I cleared out like an entire like massive like neighborhood segment of the map before I finally found like the magazine, the very last house in the neighborhood, or second to last house in the neighborhood. All right, so we've got a bunch of pigs up there. Hopefully between these two they'll be all right. I'm not doing the can opener. Yep, we got like the mini yell thing that happens constantly while you're fighting. Get drinker juice box. Okay. But yeah, I do suspect we'll probably see this version become available. I don't know how soon, because I don't know what stuff they're trying to make sure it gets into it. Hey, whoa, Jess, thank you so much for the raid. Really do appreciate it. I do hope your product Zomboid run is going well, because that's where I was before stream, hanging out, chilling with Jess and all that. But welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know Woe Jess, if I can get a shout out for Woe Jess, please. Another fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Also been playing some Product Zomboid Build 42. Been having good times overcoming her fear of zombies. Hopefully you're still alive. And sans bitey hugs. I'll get a proper look at what's going on in chat here in just a moment once I'm not actively stabbing zombies. Oh, wait, what was that? Cabbage seeds. Give me. Yeah, no, that's, Lamprey did type up all of the notes for the internal test build. The thing to keep in mind with those notes for the internal test build is there is a very real chance not all of those things will go to the unstable branch. Say, for example, we've got this new targeting change and all that for the guns and all that. That's easily one of those things that they might experiment with a little bit and go, you know what, it's not ready. And then we just don't get it yet. Is that the dyslexia font? Yep, this is the dyslexic font. I believe it's Open Dyslexia is the name of the font. I'm not 100%. I haven't like looked into the files of the game, but it looks like Open Dyslexia. But yeah, no, definitely check out Jess. Had been having like a solid time in Project Zomboid over there. Okay. Right, so we can connect these pigs to this barn so they can get water and food themselves. But yeah, it's definitely good times over there. It's one of the channels I spend the most time for before my stream. Is I usually hang in Whoa Jess's channel. Probably the most. I think next would probably be Alanorama. Kildrix would also be up there as well. That's a lot of zombies. Yep, 16 times the normal number. Okay, so what we're going to do is add a zone. We're just going to connect those two real fast. So now it makes that one zone, so hopefully the pigs will find the food and all that over there themselves. Oh, let's go in the barn and make sure all those things are open, because it won't do me any good if there's lots of food in there, but then all the areas that have the food are closed. It's about 16 times too many, if you ask me. Yep. Well, considering in Build 42, the base population isn't 1, it's 0.6. It used to be easy for me... Oh, hi. Okay. I'll admit I was not expecting to have half the neighborhood inside that barn. I was expecting 2. But, you know, that's fair. I'll throw out my empty carton. Oh, I can refill the empty carton. I mean, it makes sense. In real life, I wouldn't want to try and do that. Alright, well, let's get back here for a moment. We'll let them catch up. Yeah, it was just one of those things. I walked, I was like, oh, it's the entire band is here. I'm not going to be using the fence cheese or whatever, not intentionally at least. I mostly just wanted to give myself a little bit of breathing room to hopefully get rid of a little pain. It's like when you fill a glass of something and put it in your backpack. This is true. Or pocket milk. Everyone knows the pocket milk is the best milk. Or where you just take, like, ground beef, and you just put ground beef in your pocket. Yeah, so right there was an example where you notice I'm hitting the zombie behind. That's one of the bugs in the internal test build. I think they're gonna get sorted before it goes out. Okay. I do appreciate that you're feeding in all one by one, so I'm able to execute you. It'd be far less endurance efficient if I had to sit here and poke you with this meat fork till you died, all of you. It's literally random names. I usually never actually set my name and just let the game randomly go with it. It's the reason I have the curse that my character I set the record with was Jeremiah Wiener. So that's just a reality I have to live with. Alright, just you take it easy and have fun on your outside world and have a good lurk and all. Thank you again for the raid, I do appreciate it. Alright, let's go ahead and have a little water out of our sauce pot. Saucepan, where'd you go? There you are. Best name for the record? Yeah, it was definitely like, people were like, haha, trolly name. I'm like, man, this was not intentional. Because usually even have a rule that I don't even acknowledge the character's name at first. I would just start the character And then once they've survived like a week, then we get to recognize them as having a name. Because sometimes you just get cursed starts with 16 times pop. Where just things align in such a way that trying to get to comfort doesn't work out for you. Maybe it's pronounced whiner. Alright. So the whole thing I'm trying to do here and why I'm walking back in here is I don't actually care about the loot or anything in this building. There's just all those gates. I want to make sure the gates are open. So as the pigs need food and water and all that crap, it's right there. Aw, man, I probably need to drag the not full feeding troughs out of here so that they refill with rain. Don't lunge. Okay, so you're empty. So yeah, so you're gonna move these outside. That way when it rains, they fill up. And I don't have to worry about it. That's apparently closed. And most of the rest of these have food in them. Okay. Sure. The pigs can still get around, and that's the part that matters. The gates in here seem a little... Oh, that's fine. They want to bang in that? I don't care about that at all. Okay. I think, unfortunately, that's the only two that don't have stuff. The good news is they're big. But with that, that should be enough that the pigs are able to get water, do what they need to do once it rains. There's enough water in there to tide them over until it rains. And we open all these, so the pigs can get in here. And open all these. Yeah, honestly, that'll be 4 of those out there. That's probably fine for water until winter. And if I'm being honest, realistically, there probably won't still be pigs here in the winter, unrelated to their surviving the elements. Because sooner or later, we're going to get a wee bit peckish and need to get some calorie-rich food. You can probably do the math on how that's going to work out for the pigs. Alright. We got another group of pigs over here. So, I did see that there was one more pig zone, so I think there's another whole field to the west here. I'm not going to go and put a huge amount of effort into making sure everything's lined up well and yada yada. I mostly just want it so they can handle that. Pigs are friends, not food. counter argument, have you heard of this thing called bacon? Exactly. There, now we just open the gate, and then all of those pig pens are connected. They can be both? Yep. They're our friends. Our very delicious friends. Alright. Yeah, anytime a character does like the little hya or whatever, it just draws zombies from a long way away, and there's nothing you can do to counter it that I'm aware of. What about pig milk, pig cheese? I don't believe you can milk the pigs in the game at all. I don't believe that's a mechanic. I know you can milk the goats and the cows, but I believe it's only the goats and the cows. Or not goats, sheep. All right. The good news is, all things considered, we are making pretty good progress forward on this road. Especially considering we're using a bunch of junky, like, you know, meat forks and steak knives. Well, not steak knives themselves, those are too junky. We're using a bunch of just, like, really low quality short blade weapons and all that. And just making it work anyways. Okay. Let's back up a little bit before we get more friends. We will eat the granola bar. And it'll stage our next weapon on the list. And once I kill you, we need to rest for a minute. Can you pick up corpses, pile, and burn them? Yep, there's basically no reason to do that, though. Bodies will disappear on their own after about 9 days, and it's extremely laborious and will exhaust your character really, really bad, moving them around and all that. About the only time you'll see me move the zombie bodies much is, like, if I'm trying to sleep in a room and there is a couple of corpses in the room, I will drag them out of the room so I'm not sleeping directly in the same room with the corpses. Because then you can get what's known as corpse sickness. But as you can see, like, I'm just walking among the corpses. It's no big deal. It's fine. Alright, so pretty soon we're going to want to back off. Get our food and all that. But all in all, this is going very smoothly. We've got a lot of zombies killed today. I'm making my way over to, there's what looks like a little barracks. Like a working, like the laborers' barracks kind of thing. We already looted the cafeteria there, because there's no zombies near the cafeteria when we rolled by here previously. But the barracks we didn't go into at all, because it was pretty overrun at the time. In-game days. We have been alive for 28 days. Oh yeah, no, the zombie buys. Anytime you hear me give a number related to anything in the game, it'll be in-game days. Because depending on your day length setting and all that, that'll change a lot of stuff. Yeah, we don't want to deal with all that right now. I'm getting ready to get sleepy, and I'm out of decent weapons. So we're just going to back off. Okay. And you notice every time I'm swinging, I'm still backing off, even if I'm very comfortable that I shouldn't have a problem. It's just one of those things that you never know when something's not going to work the way it should, and that gives me just a little bit of leeway where if, like, the attack just doesn't land, I can still step out of the next hit from the zombie. Alright, we're officially drowsy. I knew that was coming. The only reason I'm not moving now is you can't execution animation with the knife if you're moving. So I want to try and take advantage of that as much as possible just to get more mileage out of my weapons. Alright, there's the next weapon on the list. If it can stab a zombie, it's going to be used to stab a zombie. Unless it's a tool I absolutely really need my hands on. Oh. You're kind of along the way. Deal with you. Come on. Cool. And let's see. I would like the water. And we're going to do just like what we did last day, which is where we're just going to go to sleep in an open field with no defense or protection to us whatsoever, and it will be okay. Let's see, may I ask you a question? What's the best way to grind metalworking? I unfortunately have no idea when it comes to build 42 what it is. Generally speaking, it's going to always revolve around crafting things now. My biggest advice I can give with all that kind of stuff is never grind, which is going to be a weird thing to say. Don't try to avoid approaching any type of equipment where it's like, I just need to get this skill, let me start just, again, grinding out getting the skill. That's going to be a fast way to burn yourself out in the game. Generally one of those things I would recommend instead is to work on stuff as you need it, and let it kind of naturally level up doing stuff you need. There's obviously going to be exceptions like, oh, I need to hotwire this car, let me work on it. Little achievements? Yeah, like just work on it little by little. But it's going to be around crafting things. Because, yeah, disassembling stuff doesn't do anything anymore. So far as gaining levels. Alright, so just getting ourselves a little bit of snack out of the trunk of the car. And I am going out of my way to use our non-perishables out of the back, which will seem counterproductive that I'd instead want to use the perishable goods. The only reason why we're using the non-perishable stuff is because a lot of it's really heavy, and so I really need to clear up the inventory space.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, we talking about trunk snacks? Let's go. Yep. Yep, we ate all our potato chips and other junk out of here. We're just working our way through like our canned goods and all that. Saving all the stuff that's really, really high calories until we start dropping to like 75. And then my plan is to basically slam the one stick of butter we found, and then just nibble at the higher calorie stuff to try and keep that up till we're getting close to 85, and then we'll back off. I might even just sit there and continue to build up the weight all over again and just let it build. And the entire reason for that is, if you actually look, I keep this meter here to explain calories. Right now we're at negative 2,200 calories. I have to not only get up to, like, the 0 area, I've got to get this thing filled up most of the way to, like, a third before I will see any weight gain. And so if you think about it, you gotta pay up the deficit before you can start getting the advantage out of it. So the idea is I'm going to use the butter to pay the deficit all in once to get our calories up. And then when I'm out of the hole, I could just sit there and maintain the other stuff. Any more zombies in the field that we see anywhere? Nope. That's too dark for my taste. Okay, so we're just gonna get away from these bodies. And we're gonna have ourselves an entirely safe sleep right here in the middle of there. Did overweight just become a starting perk? I mean, I've used the overweight in build 41 for mostly the same reason, because then I don't have to put nearly as much effort into weight management early in the game. Literally anything I can eat is good enough. I used to have people argue with me to no end that they're like, no, you don't understand. You gotta get the underweight. You can fix it faster. And it's like, yes, you're not wrong. But also, to fix it, you have to get the correct food. Versus overweight, you can eat literally anything, and it's acceptable. How do you sleep safely in the field? I'll show you here in just a moment. Right now, I'm waiting till it's a little bit darker, a little bit later. And the reason I'm doing that is if I go to sleep right now, I will more than likely wake up before 5 a.m. And if I wake up before 5 a.m., I wake up in the dark, and that can suck for a whole lot of reasons. Alright, so I'm going to go with this. So, the big key things to sleeping safely in dangerous areas, especially open areas. Do not sit down before you sleep. That's the first one. But if I sleep, and I hold shift in any direction, if a zombie does walk up to you, you'll notice it fades in from black when that timer disappears. So for that few seconds it's fading in, you'll notice I was already starting to move. The zombies don't attack until that fade to black also starts. Like, they'll get to you, but they'll just stand there and, they're not rude, they won't wake you up. It's, really, they want to make sure you sleep. But the moment you get up, they will bite your face. And so with all that, pretty much if you sit there and, like, hold a direction running, if a zombie were to run up to you and stand there, most likely if a zombie goes there, you'll just elbow check them as you go by. Because for those who don't know, if you jog at a zombie and you're not super overburned or tired or whatever, your character will kind of elbow them to the side. It doesn't hurt the zombie, but it lets you kind of shove your way past. That said, when you do that, it puts your character off balance, where bumping into another zombie has a high risk of tripping and all that, which will get you in trouble. Let's see. Notice you did not get the perk that allows you to see behind you. Keen hearing. Was there a purpose? I have keen hearing. Right there. They just changed it so you don't see the light behind you. So for those who don't know what that means, is I won't physically see the things behind me like I used to in Build 41. Like, there's still darkness behind you, but you would be aware of a zombie behind you. So it's a change that goes in time with the lighting change. I haven't had too much practice. One moment. I haven't had too much dealing with it to really kind of feel it out. But yeah, I have keen hearing. What else can you store in the bottom of the backpack? I think you might be able to store a tent, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure you can store a tent on the bottom as well. Certain tents. The crude tent you can't. Alright, we can put that on our back. Let's wait to eat that. Oh, I should have waited to eat that. It's fine. That's why I didn't eat it already. It was high calories. It's fine. I've already opened it. It's gonna go bad if I don't eat it, so we'll just eat it. And we're just waiting to get the weather report and all that. I'm gonna guess thick fog. Probably not very thick fog, just regular thick fog. What did I see on the ground there? Oh, I don't care about that. Oh, right. Don't we have a thunderstorm coming in like 2 days? Yeah, 2 days. Severe thunderstorm. That's fine. If it gets bad enough, we'll like clean up our clothes and do some maintenance stuff. Maybe I'll chop down some trees, work on that. Alright. We're good, so pull out the axe, put the radio away. Okay. And we are ready for another day of fighting. Okay, so we got a couple of zombies down here. Heard the fight. Alright. And he broke another axe. Cool. Let's see, is that any backpack or just hiking bags? I believe the hiking bags and maybe the large and military backpack. So just the really big ones. I'm not sure about all those because I haven't had a chance to study. Oh, that's just the execution animation. The execution animation always looks spicy. Where you both go for each other and then, you know, you do that. If everything works correctly and the game's not bugged, once you're in the execution animation, you can't be hurt from the zombie you're executing, I mean. It's playing an animation, you're playing an animation, and neither of them are the you getting hurt animation. Other zombies, like if you're doing the spear execute, you get hit from the side from another zombie, it will absolutely mess up your day. New magazine we haven't read. Alright, let's back up because I can't see how many there are. We're getting pretty close to being exerted anyways. I'm gonna back up a minute. We're going to deal with our water and our food and all that real fast. Yeah, that was get you when you're looting? Yeah. Alright, meta event is drawing them straight west, so we will turn to the east. That meta event actually might work out pretty well for us. Because that should be drawing the zombies away from where we've been trying to clear. I put that back in there to lighten the load so we're no longer overburdened. Alright, so it looks like they only went like 2 feet and then stopped. So not really that helpful. The big thing is it didn't draw zombies into where I was trying to clear. That's always one you worry about. Oh, another bug with the internal test build is, for whatever reason, getting points in Nimble is going way harder than it should. Because I'm only Nimble 1, and we're moving around like we're somewhere around Nimble 3 or 4. We're definitely not up to Nimble 5 levels or higher, because it's around Nimble 5 that you and the zombies would move the same speed. You move faster than the zombies, and we're not quite to that level. But I suspect that's just some type of bug or mistake. Because I'm assuming if we got to, like, Nimble 10, it would be comical that we would just flat out nearly sprint levels of movement. But we'll see. I mean, we won't see, because I'm not going to get Nimble 10 in any kind of meaningful time, because it's literally, like, the slowest leveling skill in the game. Cool. Good job. Good hustle. The crude exit's hard. It does. The problem is its durability is pretty bad. You notice a lot of zombies holding IDs? Yeah, no, they added, like, wallets, monies, IDs, keys to a lot of the zombies. You saying you feel like you are getting less movement? No, right now I'm getting way too much movement speed per level of Nimble than I really should be. Like, don't get me wrong, early Nimble was always a bit of a thing that first point Nimble felt huge, but it was still rough. And it was around Nimble 3 that you started feeling pretty good. And so it feels like one level kind of jumped us right up to the point of feeling good, which, sure. But on the same token, I'm expecting it to just be, like, comically fast now. Not a fan of fog? Yep. You can go into your sandbox settings and turn down the different frequency of weather events and all that. You can also turn down the intensity of the fog as well, specifically. Ours are all set to default. I mean, the fog's a rough time. I like that it exists. What do you have in there? What am I seeing? Safety scissors that are worn. I do not need worn out safety scissors. How much is this game? I do not know the price off the top of my head. If you do ! Steam, it will show you what the US price is. Otherwise, you'll have to look it up for whatever your local thing is, because Steam does various prices based on region. It takes a minute for that command to run, by the way. Yeah, so 20 bucks in US. Oh yeah, no, 20 bucks, it is absolutely a bargain. Alright, I just didn't want to pull more that I couldn't see with all the fog and all that. You live in Canada, so then you'll have to, unfortunately, look it up yourself. Because I live in the US. It'll be a lot harder for me to look it up for you than it'd be for you to look up for yourself. We can go ahead and read this while we wait. And then I don't need that magazine anymore. That's a little bit more weight ditched. Okay. Yeah, so good news is this is actually not too bad in the number of zombies. Once we get the barracks area cleared, I'll move the station wagon up here as our new staging point. And then we'll have to see what we got around the corner. Yeah, no, you're all good. So, $25.99 Canadian? Still seems like a good deal. Okay. Alright, well that's a key for one of the barracks, I assume. Alright, so get a whole rally group back there and a couple of stragglers down here. Barracks? Yep. It's just the area on the map. It's like barracks for, like the farm hands, farm labor. They've got 2 areas for people to sleep in, and then they've also got, around the corner, they've got like a cafeteria. How did I get a second empty? Oh, I'm willing to bet that was one of the dupe bugs. We'll just discard one of those bowls I shouldn't have to. I'm assuming when I made the bowl of beans, because the bowl was in my backpack, it duped it. That's a known bug going on in Build 42, is a lot of the recipes will dupe items. I really need you to die. Because we're getting really fatigued. Alright, we pushed it, which means we got more than one here. Alright. A lot of why this is rough is we're using everything we can as a weapon, because 16 times pop, we don't have enough weapons to... Do animals go after livestock? No. You can change with a sandbox setting to make it so the animal sounds will cause them to go, like, they won't attack it, but to follow them around kind of thing, which will scatter animals, but that's not default. The devs behind Product Zomboid have basically said that, you know, the zombies have zero interest in the animals so far as, like, eating them or anything like that. And that the zombie plague only impacts human beings. No other creature is susceptible. So those expecting to see zombie bears or something like that someday, it's never gonna happen. You'll be able to probably get mods of that kind of stuff. But it goes directly against the Product Zomboid lore. It didn't look like a military base? Yeah, no, there's a lot of barracks on the map that are not military bases. You know, people who are you've got some that's, you know, come across as like, you know, people who, what's the word I'm looking for? LARP as military. Cosplay as military. Go to their barracks, pretend to be military people while just, you know, not being any of those things. You got like 2 or 3 of those. You've got the actual military base that's like the secret base, the military checkpoint that's actually military. But there are a lot of not actually military, but looks like military kind of things. How do you keep it going from going normal speed? Oh, if I hold right click and then I use F4, which is the shortcut key to go faster, then it won't change the speed as long as I don't let go of right click. It's the same thing that you can pull up the map and pause the game by pulling up the map and then pushing F2, which pauses and unpauses the game. Grab a couple more of these. We got most of the barracks already cleared. Because this was the rally... Oh, no, it's not the rally group at the back. Oh, I'm wrong. I thought that was the rally group that was way back there. Execute. Nope. Alright, we got keyring. I'm curious what loot will be in here, because we haven't seen anyone dressed as, you know, military-esque, no camos, no anything like that. Which you'll usually see whether it's an actual military location or, again, people cosplaying military. So I would assume we would find stuff like flannel shirts, jeans, overalls, maybe some farming tools. That's not what I want. It's fine, I'll deal with that in a moment. A lot of zombies with trowels. Yep. I mean, that's fine. The trowel's not a good weapon, but it is a weapon. And when you're desperate for any kind of weapon you can get, a weapon is pretty much the high bar. Are rocks still good in this build? I haven't actually tested yet. I think they changed the mechanics around the knife execution animation. Because it used to be, you could only use the execution animation when you had one zombie aggroed on you. But I've definitely consistently had situations where another zombie was aggroed on me, but not nearby, that it was able to execute again. And at first I took it up as like, oh, maybe they dropped aggro for a fraction of a second as I approached, and that's what happened. But I've definitely seen a number of times that's clearly not the case. Oh, okay. You did aggro. I don't want that fence behind me while I'm fighting. Alright, no one aggroed with that. Hey. Hey. Alright. There's a kitchen knife, love to see it. Alright. So we got another group of, it looks like 8 or 9 over there. I might just go up and around in this way and see if I can't avoid dealing with the fences at all. Because there's no rush to actually get in this place. But yeah, so I've got 3 barracks here. I've already looted this building here. because there was no zombies over in this area. Yeah, you can see I left the door open. That's a that's showers, and that's a bathroom. There's technically loot in there, but I've never had anything good come from... it's fine, whatever. I've never got anything good out of those. And the only reason I know that without having been in it, this is a layout we've seen of the same thing. The only thing I don't know is that the other locations with this layout were, like I said, were, you know, people who, you know, they get all their military-looking stuff. Alright, Informatic, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Okay. Okay, we pushed him, which means to get aggro on another zombie somewhere. And another gardening trowel. Why does pushing generate aggro? Oh no, pushing doesn't generate aggro. My comment where it's saying, I know I have aggro on another zombie because I pushed, it's, if you would normally have execution animation, what ends up happening is if you have aggro on another, so you're ineligible for execution, your character will push as an alternative. So where I just pushed like that, I know I had aggro on another zombie, so you can see over there to the left. So it's just mechanically knowing how execution works. You can use that as a way of determining. Alright, and next weapon. And we are drowsy, and we're getting real sore, so we're gonna have to back off here. Alright, and next weapon. Okay. Well, let's, before we head back, we can sit down here and recover for a minute. Then we'll head back. That way, in case I, like, run into anything, I'm in as good a shape as I can be. Cool. Okay, so let's grab our water bottle and take a little sippy sip. Yep, so something like that. Where had I not seen those and I walked in and aggroed those, if I was really exhausted and all that, that could be bad. We're just gonna avoid it. I'll probably have to kill this one, which is fine. Yep, I figured as much. Probably due to swap some boots. Oh yeah, our boots are about done. Okay, and I need to line up my next weapon, so there's that one. Ah, they heard me. Let's see if we can't get away before... I know the first one saw me. What short blade weapon is the most optimal for combat? The one you have on hand. You're not gonna realistically get your picks. The hunting knife is a really good choice. I think the large knife is pretty good. But I haven't sat down and done like all the numbers. Project Zomboid is a game that there is really not much value in trying to min-max your weapon selection, that kind of thing. You're gonna spend a lot more just going, okay, is this a good weapon, broadly speaking? Is this a bad weapon, broadly speaking? You usually aren't going to have enough weapons on hand that you can be like, ah, this specific weapon is the one I'm gonna get to. You felt like the large knife had a lot of endurance cost? Probably does. Yeah, you just make the most of what you can get your hands on. The forged shirt blade could be good, I guess. Well, yeah, no, I suspect we'll have stuff that when you get like into the blacksmith weapons and all that, there probably will be some really good stuff in there. Okay. And how's our weight doing? Still at 77, so we're not quite to the point of time to slam butter and cereal and peanut butter and all that. You found blacksmith scrap metal longsword in a few zombies? That's neat. I have not found those things. More than likely, a lot of that stuff's locked behind having survived a length of time. Because that's a mechanic that's been in the game since forever. Stuff like the machete and the katana, you wouldn't find in a zombie until you've survived for like a month, 2 months, that kind of thing. Not even because it's rare, because it's physically ineligible to show up on the loot tables until you hit that point. So you weigh 8. We're not able to take that all out of here yet. What do we got in here for weapons and snacks? Just slam the Boolean cube right now. Those are high calorie, relatively high calorie, relatively high calorie, high calorie, high calorie. We don't know what it is. What do we got in here we can eat? And also, for those who don't know Sui, absolutely fantastic content creator and a fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team as well, hanging out. So definitely check them out. They've also played a bunch of Project Zomboid and a whole lot of other good stuff. So if you're enjoying what you're seeing here, pretty good chance you're going to enjoy what you see there too. Well, I guess it is time to do a little foraging. Well, let's top off our water before we start foraging. You wish you could stream weekdays, but teaching is exhausting? Yeah, no, that's absolutely fair. Yep. Off-stream responsibilities. They do get in the way quite a lot. Yeah, I'll bring it. I was debating because we haven't been needing that, nor do I expect to need that anytime soon. Okay, so beige sink, we're going to drink our water. Beige sink, we're going to fill our saucepan. And our plastic bottle. Yeah, you've already looted all this, so I don't care about the shelves and all that. We picked these clean. Alright, so we topped off our water, and we're gonna go find some more food.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
So do I have enough cargo space now to grab all of you? And chuck you in here? Okay, so you're full. Cool. That'll work. So now we don't have anything laying on the ground anymore. Okay, so we're just going to wander in the field until it's time for us to sleep again and grab things we can eat. I'm not going to bother grabbing the bugs. Food's way easier to come by nowadays that I don't have to resort to eating bugs one by one. Yeah, it's still marking that as forest. Tree branches. There we go. Now it's marking as farm. And you can tell by this. This highlight will tell you like what type of loot you're going to find in the area. So like if we look here, we've got normal frequency of food here. Not that. Not this. We're just killing time till it's time for a character to sleep. Getting a little bit of food here. Getting a little bit of foraging skill since our last character at this point was already sitting at like foraging skill like 6. Because of how much I had to depend on the foraging skill just to have any kind of weapons. Yeah, you can stop giving me the bugs. And this happens where sometimes you're like, yep, food's scarce, time to go look, see what we can top off. So we did the helicopter down there. But we had almost nothing show up. Because it was in the middle of fields. I was just worried we are going to get zombies from Irvington over towards me, which they still might. Would you stop finding large branches? There we go, that's edible. And we got some carrots. Are bugs not worth eating? Not typically. Most of them are 1 hunger. So, like, in the time it takes you to eat the bug, you barely gain any mileage. Bugs are mostly intended to be used for bait. Oh, I canceled it. Oh, group of zombies over there. Oh, and a group of zombies right there. Nothing we care about in that group. Okay, so now everyone's a survivor group, so... With ourselves being pretty tired. We're not even drowsy, we're on the next one, so we've got a pretty bad damage debuff. We don't want to pick a fight with something if we don't need to. Made the mistake of practicing shotgun a few blocks from base. You've never been this humbled yet this run? Yep. It'll bring everything to your doorstep. You excited for the build? Yeah. I'm looking forward to the next update. Like, minor update, not build 43 or anything. Because, like, we've got the test, the internal test I've been doing. Alright, so it's too dark for me to keep running around foraging. That's fine. So I'm going to go ahead and poke down here. We're going to get ourselves set up to get to sleep again and to get all that going. Gonna stop your run because losing propane charges over time really ruined it for me. Yeah, on the internal test, they've got that fixed. How far does the shotgun carry over one cell? Most of it. The shotgun, especially if you saw it off, has some pretty ridiculous range. Which makes sense. Shotguns are loud as heck. Do you have any idea what NPCs are planned to be used in the Build 43? No idea. Like, we'll have to wait and see what even happens with Build 43 so far as, like, what makes it in. It's the same thing, like, with Build 42 and the crafting and all that. What was originally expected versus what we got. You know, there was stuff that was originally planned that got cut, and there was stuff that, you know, got added later on in the process and all that. You know, on the general bird's eye, it's going to be accurate to what they've said, but you never know. I still definitely am in the team very, very cautious about the NPCs. The NPCs are the one update that worry me the most. It's just, there's a lot of room for causing problems with that. Like, the crafting update, meh. I don't expect anything, like... I don't expect anything bad to possibly come from that or whatever. But the update with NPCs was just a lot of NPCs, like... There's just a lot of opportunity to completely change the feel of the game. And my big concern is just making Project Zomboid feel like just another zombie game versus its own unique thing by just kind of falling into so many of the same things that our zombie games have when the NPCs drop. I hope the devs do good, so I'm not super sweating it or whatever. It's just one of those things. I've been along for a lot of games that I really loved the game at one point, and then, you know, through regular updates, it just became a different game that I was far less interested in. And that's just my fear. How goes our weight? Still at 77, that's fine. Trying to work our way back up to the car. Oh, you never heard a gunshot in person? Yeah, no, guns in real life, you could usually hear them for a couple of blocks. Like, they're pretty loud. Is it worth starting napping without the XP book? I do not have the XP book, and I have been leveling it up alright. Now, mine's out of necessity. You can level anything without the skill book. It just takes time. Like, again, my general advice is don't worry about, like, min-maxing what's going to be the best for efficiency and all that. You know, obviously, if opportunity knocks, you've got a good situation, you can get a bunch of points real fast, take it. But, generally speaking, I've known a lot of people, so there's like, no, I'm going to hoard these until I get the book. And then, you know, they're sitting on this giant mountain of materials, and they never do find the book. Or, you know, they die and they never get the skill. It's kind of like, there was a lot of people, when they got a katana, they would hold on to it till they hit, like, Maintenance 5 or something like that. But then they never hit Maintenance 5, so they just never get to try the katana. So there's, like, the min-max strategies, and I just wouldn't. Alright, time for the station wagon to move up the road. Big machine, very informative. No, thank you. For those who don't know, like, I've got a long history in Project Zomboid. Like, literally, when you watch the title, I'm actually, where it says, you know, like, special thanks or whatever, special infected in the top right. my name will show up there. I used to hold a world record in the game, and I've been around the Project Zomboid community for a pretty good amount of time. Pretty well known in the community. You have 1,300 hours and you feel like a noob sometimes? Well, here's a hint. I've got, I think it's over 4,000 hours now. And there's definitely still days you learn entirely new things. I still think my favorite, I've told the story a number of times, was a whole bunch of us veteran players. We had someone who was new to the community, like new streamer to Project Zomboid. It was like their second or third time streaming the game or playing the game ever. And just went up to a window, took off their sock, ripped it, put the torn fabric in their hand, and took the glass out. And a whole bunch of us was like, you can do that? You know, just a casual like 2,000 hours. Like, wait, you can just rip a piece of fabric, put the piece of cloth in your hand, and take the glass out of the window? What? And it's just one of those things that you had your way of dealing with it, and you never challenged it. Because you had learned the mechanic. Why would you revisit it? Meta event. Do we have any zombies that are just loose that we can see? Okay, meta event was west. So for those who don't know what that is, there's what's known as meta events in the game. It's a random occurrence, but you'll hear like a person scream or a dog bark or a gunshot out in the distance or whatever. And effectively all it is it's just the game effectively plays a really loud sound, and that the zombies then get their attention drawn to it. So a large number of the zombies in the area will go in a random direction. Don't go by where it sounds like the meta event comes from. It's not super clear a lot of times what direction it actually is. Try to find zombies that are not aggroed to you and just see which way they start walking. You know, and then you make the choice. Am I going to push into the zombies to kill a whole lot of them? Am I going to put a wall or something between me and that direction so any zombies that have gotten aggroed bump into the wall versus seeing me? Like, whatever your goal is at the moment. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Steak knife is garbage. It could stay on that body. Yep, any item can do it. Yep. Well, that was the thing that led to people figuring that out. Prior to that, there was the assumption you needed a quote-unquote weapon. You know, weapon, tool, something else. And at some point that had changed, and that was what we had figured out. Someone just, you know, it was like, logically, I should be able to use cloth to pull out glass. That's one of the things you use to actually do that specific thing in real life. And that got a bunch of people to start testing around and being like, okay, what else can I do it with? You know, then figuring out pretty much anything you can hold in your hand is good enough. You know... Oh, come on. Grab the broken weapons there. We'll grab the knife. And this. What do you get stuck in you? A scrap metal cleaver. I haven't seen one of those until just now, so that's neat. We'll use that soon. I came to a realization I had stuff I wanted to drop in the vehicle. Or at least in the general area of the vehicle. Actually, you know what? I think I can go here, craft. Oh, right, I don't have the surface. So, if we go here, that's probably good enough. So I'll grab you. I'll grab that rag. Hop around here real quick. And then I had another rag here, so let's grab one more rag on us. Anything else I want to chuck in the car? Not at the moment. Okay. So I'm going to kill this zombie, and then I've got enough to make 2 axes. Cool. Okay, so I should be able to make 2 axes. It did look like we may have... I don't see the rally group up there around that corner anymore. They may just be like around the edges somewhere I'm not seeing because of line of sight. It could be that I pulled them with all the other stuff. It could be that the meta event drugged them to the west a little bit. We won't know till we start looking around. Oh, it's inside the room. All right. Insect repellent, boonie hat, another cheap sleeping bag, a fishing basket. Is that just a container? I'm assuming that's just a container. You can put... What do you know that I don't know? What? Oh, there we go. Okay, I was like, oh, so she must have walked past the room and then jumped the fence by. I heard the jumping of the fence and I got really, really confused there for a moment. I was like, where did she go?
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
We can go ahead and eat the gum. It's a shame that won't teach me it. So we got a fishing book. We found a whistle. That's probably a terrible idea. Hunting camo gloves. They give a ridiculous amount of insulation and everything. I'm going to leave those there because that's going to really contribute to overheating. One of the mistakes a lot of new players will make is they'll go, oh, this gives me defense. Let me put this on. And then they go, why is my character, like, slowly cooking to death? Okay, so we've got a cheap packed sleeping bag. So let's go ahead and upgrade that to a not cheap sleeping bag. Angler USA, make a fishing rod. Okay. Oop, wait. We might have aggro. Alright, it might just be the one zombie there at the window. By themselves. That's fine. Okay. We've already got foraging, propane lantern bottle. I'll grab that for maybe later. And meanwhile, let's rest for a minute. Eat up, drink up, do all our stuff. We found chainmail gloves once. They were amazing. Yeah, I wonder what, like, so a lot of the armor, my guess is the armor will be extremely strong with the consequence of the comfort level or the weight will be really awful. Which I think is totally reasonable. But yeah, I expect them to be really good. So let's read our Angler magazine right here and now. Because with this, we can make fishing poles. Would our fishing magazine help? No, the other one was an entertainment magazine. It didn't actually teach fishing itself. So, you know, It was like someone's tall tale about fishing. Before we go out, we can compress these by going to... Oh, that's interesting. So you used to be able to use the beds as a surface in Build 42. Either this particular style of bed doesn't count or something. Because I was like, let's just go ahead real fast. And make those axes to get that out of the inventory. Yes, exactly. It's someone being like, I once caught a fish this big. I caught this real demon of a fish. Lurking below the seas. 200 feet long, 10 feet deep, 6 tons. Found in the shallows. 6 foot deep waves. What do you mean it can't possibly be bigger than the water it was in? You weren't there, you don't know. So the good news with that is that basically solves our food problem. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. It most likely solves our... Ooh. Let's check to make sure. An empty metal cup. That's fine. Sunflower seeds, we can nom on those. Combination padlock, poncho, a cheap sleeping bag. It had already air drowned when I saw it. It would have been a beast, but it was already dead. We got a compass and a beanie. There's also a, cute girl poster. Straight up whetstone, I'll take that. More sunflower seeds. So it looks like we're just getting, like, general outdoorsy stuff. And fanny pack for the back. Wait, is my fanny pack on correctly? Yeah, they're both on. Okay. I'll go ahead and eat the gum right now. You have a tackle box, and it looks, though, like it just has a pair of pliers in there. Is that what I'm seeing? You can take it back. Yeah, so it seems more like a fishing, hunting thing than, like, farmhand kind of place. Which is honestly fine by me. I would much rather have what we got here than a couple of extra trowels or whatever. Magazine, the Hunter. So we can now know how to make some traps. Read that right there and put it back. It's a summer camp? I could see that, yeah. Something along that lines. Ah, I don't have the key for this one. So these were zombies that were located right by that place. Let's go ahead and put the fork back in our pocket so that we're not overburdened. I will take a sip of water, and then we're going to kill them, because they might just straight up give me the key. Because they were right in front of the building, and then my assumption is when the meta event, they went over here, and then they just got stuck that they couldn't path around. Still haven't aggroed yet, so I can still potentially execute. I'm totally down if you just want to attack me one by one. Oh, nope, never mind. Jig's up. That's fine. So far, no luck. Looks like we got 3 more, maybe? They're really focused on that, on those showers. Hey, give that back. That's mine. I hear one behind me. Okay, knife's broken. We move down here. Left hand. Right hand. Alright. Okay, drop the handle off. And unfortunately with that, that means no key. But that's okay. It just means we go around back. That far right one we've already been in, but the other ones we haven't. But with the type of stuff here, I think it's well worth my time to go and loot this place. We've got both our trap magazine and our fishing magazine out of it, and a fishing book. Let me in. Let me in. Okay. Yep, so there's a second fishing magazine. We also have Foraging 3. Am I at point of being able to read Foraging 3? I am, right? I am. Literally just barely. That's perfect. That's another book. Come on. Just eating all the gum. First aid kit. Okay. That's another sleeping bag that isn't garbage. And another Hunter magazine. That's not what I wanted, it is what I did. There's so much to explore in this map. Oh yeah, no, there's all sorts of awesome places. Okay. Well, unfortunately the last one we failed to open without problem. That's fine. Yeah, so we actually got 2 fishing magazines, and I believe 3 of the Hunter magazines out there. I'm going to leave this door open, because that one's not safe for me to go into. Like, so far as sleep and all that. Alright, so we've looted that building. These 2 we haven't looted. I expect next to nothing out of them. This is bathrooms, this is showers, so like this whole back area doesn't... Well, actually, I can't say for sure, but I believe that's showers. Because that'd be the same layout this area has elsewhere in the map. Bonk. You know, give that a minute. I'm feeling sussed out by that building. And the reason I'm doing that is if there's a zombie in hearing range of that door, banging on the door should draw them out. So I did that just as a way of going, okay, is there a zombie here? Alright. We already have a bunch of thread and all that. Get ourselves a drink of water. Fill up our saucepan. Yep, don't need to see more. It's showers. There's no loot back there. They had dirty magazines? Oh no, those have been in the game forever. Hotties has been in the game for a long time. Caffeine pills I'll take. Yeah, no, Q also works. The, Q's a bit broader range, though. Like, honestly, hitting Q wouldn't be the worst thing in the world right now, but... So let's double check to make sure I actually... Because I can't remember if I got interrupted or not while I was looting. Feel like I was... Cool. And we have completely cleaned this place out, and it gives us a new place we can sleep. We got our vehicle pulled up, so that's all good news. The character keeps getting sleepier faster than I want him to. I'm assuming with the whistle, if I put it on... Like in my main hand, we could just like do an extra loud yell or something like that. So we have both those to read. We've got the whetstone. Let's drop some of this in here. Okay, whetstone can go in that seat. We'll end up using all those weapons. I don't want a band-aid. Okay. So we also got ourselves a second fanny pack. So all I can do is put that in the fanny pack, because that'll be for that. We can put that in the fanny pack. Is that a spare screwdriver or just my only one? That's a spare. Cool. But yeah, that does mean I've got food sorted. And the reason we have food sorted is when I need to gain weight, I can just go fishing now. Because I've got everything I need, I just gotta make a fishing pole, and that's relatively easy. Yeah, so weirdly, this one barracks doesn't have the, words are hard. This one barracks just doesn't have the lockers like the other ones. So yeah, since we're already sleepy, I'm just slamming through a book real fast. Get progress going there, because every one of these books I read is a book I could just chuck, and then that's, what, 0.8 encumbrance? No, 1 encumbrance that I don't need to carry anymore. We'll be able to read it till about 11 p.m., at which point then it'll be too dark. Well, only about 10:30, that's still fine. Okay, so we can go ahead and drink our water. Can you still use soda as a sleep replacement? I haven't tested. Trying to inventory juggle real fast to, yeah, that way we're not overburned. Yeah, no, a lot of individual things I haven't had the situation to test because we are still doing like challenge settings or whatever. This is actually a slightly more dangerous sleep than when we've been sleeping with our sleeping bag in the open. Because if a zombie, for example, were to get through that window and we don't wake up, because sometimes that happens, I would have to try and guess where it is so I don't pin myself in the corner or whatever. Alright. And so what we can do real fast is I'm going to hit M. I'm going to pause the game using F2. Remove these markings. They're no longer relevant. And then we're going to go here. I have looted these buildings. And I'm going to add a symbol over here. Pigs. So if I need more meat or whatever. Yep, so I've got that. So our next building is this house over here is our next destination. We're not going to worry about these ones down here. I'm not concerned about that. So our plan is to go and fight to that. I don't expect a huge amount of fight to that area, but it is what it is. I don't believe I have more food on us. How's our weight? Honestly, with having the fish solved, I'm down to just eat anything. So we can just start tearing up whatever food we find. Okay, so let's get way down here. I'm gonna grab the stick of butter, the cereal, the fruit jam, the mac and cheese, the peanut butter, and that'll do for in here. And for right now, I'll put the fishing book away, and I'll keep working on the foraging book as I need to rest. Go ahead and slam half a stick of butter, and let's see what that does for our calories. So here's our calorie gauge up here. Yeah, so you notice that jumped us up to about 600 calories. I'm still losing weight. So we're going to go ahead and eat the other part of the butter. So a full stick of butter puts us halfway up this gauge, which is enough that we are technically gaining weight now. Which is interesting, because it didn't used to be at that spot. It was usually around a third from the top that you used to gain weight. I'm going to go ahead and slam a little bit of the cereal. We are going to try and gain our weight up to 85. And then we'll let start dropping off. Oh, just slam the rest of that cereal. And that should top us off. There we go. So we're not quite maxed out in our calories. But we're pretty close. Alright, so you're down here now. Drink our water while we wait for the radio broadcast. You know, kill these handful here. I'm not trying to go down this road, but they're close enough. They're just going to aggro me anyway, so let's just kill them. Alright, so in the afternoon we have a thunderstorm. You've got light fog and a thunderstorm for the entirety of tomorrow. Please die, got everyone showing up. Okay, so go here, disable the radio, turn that off, do this, grab my axe, put the radio back in my fanny pack, so it doesn't count against my weight as much. Alright. Because right now axe is my highest combat skill. So while I got axes in hand, I'm going to prefer them. Ooh, is this my last axe? Let's make sure this isn't my last axe. Okay. I forgot, I want one axe to still be in this car. You won't fit there. That's what I want to make sure is I'm not using my very last axe. Because it'll be inconvenient. Let's do this and put one of those in the seat. That way I've got a backup axe for if I have to chop trees. How do you feel about using the heavy stone axe? Haven't got it yet. That's actually one of the goals right now, is to get access to the heavy stone axe. Because I can't imagine the durability is worse than the crude axe. Now, that said, it might end up being a thing where they weigh so much more that it makes them not a good weapon, but we won't know until we mess with it. Alright, so I want to go ahead and move up this way. Alright, yeah, there's enough here to be worth walking it.
Hey!
Yep, no, I would prefer not having spoilers. Plus, I'm on the test build, so it could always be different than on build 42, like the unstable build. So there's a good chance the information could, like, literally just be incorrect because of differences. That said, most likely it's the same between the two. But I've not tested, so... That did not last as long as I was hoping. Well... I need you to not break everything. Let's do the crude axe next. I said, there you go. Alright, still got a couple more stragglers. Yeah, it looks like I was expecting, between this and the next house, we just got a couple trace zombies here and there that got moved around by meta events. So it literally should just be kill one rally group or two rally groups, and then we're at the next destination, and we gotta kill whatever's local over there. Stop breaking every one of your weapons. Give me the lighter. And you're a little bit sad. Would you? Go away. Rude letter. Sadly, there's no text on those things. At least not that we've seen so far. I've looked at a bunch. Your character has like a little bar that says like they're reading it, and then nothing happens. Or at least nothing visible. I haven't checked to see like if rude letter wouldn't, you know, make our character upset or something. Okay. Oh, you know what I was supposed to be doing? Reading my book when I lay down like that? It's fine. Okay. That's a bunch off the road that we've cleared out already. And the reason I yelled is I noticed there was a bunch in the tree that were close enough to the road they were probably going to see me anyways. And I was worried about getting past them and then them seeing me. So it's just like, you know what? Let's just drag him out here, fight him in the open. Nice, easy, safe. Couple more. Okay, note to self. The scrap cleaver is a little greedy on the endurance. That's probably the reason we're in a lot of pain. I'm willing to bet it's a fairly heavy weapon is what I'm going to guess is the case. Like, it's fine, I'm going to use it. But definitely has some significant drawbacks. Yeah, 2. Yeah, so 2's pretty heavy for a one-handed weapon. That's the reasons why we were just burning through our endurance and all that real quick, and why we're getting so much pain so quick, is just a really heavy weapon for one-handing. Okay, so... You on the left. You on the right. You're probably my closest threat down there. There's a little bit of risk in sitting here doing it this way. Alright. Cool. Yeah, so we're not... Well, actually, we can have a quarter of that. Yeah, no, it's one of those things, like, if you're ever wondering stuff that's going to exert you quickly, the weight is the biggest concern. So you look at this is 0.7 encumbrance, versus the other weapon was 2. And the amount of encumbrance a item has that when you're using a weapon, there's modifiers to it and all that affect it, but this is just broad generalizations. Basically, the heavier a weapon is, the faster it's going to use up your endurance, and the faster you're going to have muscle strain. And it does factor in one- and two-handed, that a one-handed weapon that you use that's very heavy is going to strain you way faster than using it two-handed. Which is one of the reasons why I think in the long run, two-handed weapons might not be the preference. The two-handed blunt weapons might not be the preference over one-handed. Just because you're going to have situations where you're going to want a flashlight and all that. And that means using a two-handed weapon with one hand. Which means you're going to be using a very heavy weapon one-handed, which is going to be a lot of problems. I don't think it'll be, like, unusable or bad or anything. It'll just... Fighting in the dark when you need a flashlight will be one of things. Let's see, what are you after? Over there? Yeah, gasoline. Sorry, I just saw your comment. Yeah, we're trying to, get all the way to the west to get to the gas station. That is... There's a survivor zombie among those? I don't think so. There's a good chance you're gonna fight those out with the noise they're gonna be making eventually. Like, that looks like kind of the group I'd expect to find a survivor zombie in. I just don't see one. Doesn't mean there isn't one. I guess one thing I should start doing is I should start keeping bugs we find. So I have bait for when you make a fishing pole. That's a spare. And I believe that's my last weapon I have on hand. So I'm gonna have to go and make axes. Or not necessarily make axes, but make weapons. Okay, so plan from here is pretty straightforward. What we're going to go ahead and do is I'm pretty much out of weapons. So I'm going to go back. We're going to rest up for a minute. I'm going to get the pickaxe out of my car. We're going to get ourselves a bunch of flint. You get the idea. Basically, I just need to get myself another stack of axes. We got plenty of trees here. Let's gotta worry about zombies. I can see there's a couple back here, so we're gonna want to yell here and there before we start chopping down trees. The only profession that gets a bonus to how they use axes is lumberjack, faster swing and stuff. And honestly, it's one of those things that you look at a lot of the weapon skills, a lot of the other professions, they don't actually give you a bonus, like, stats-wise with a weapon. They just give you level it faster and you start out at a higher level. It is one of the things that I think is not particularly balanced well. Okay, so we can grab... But that might have changed. I haven't looked into it. Okay, so there's the pickaxe. So what we're looking for is where we see rocks in the ground. If we see like a thing, yeah, no, I think it's fine. My argument more being some of the other professions should give, you know, whatever the equivalent in weapon, some kind of bonus. Those are stones. Another level of maintenance, I'll take it. Nah, I figured we probably aggroed them. We are not in position to fight them with a lot of pain and one mostly broken screwdriver. So I'm going to drag him out in the field where it's open. I didn't see any of the rocks I can mine here, which is fine. They're not super rare, so we just got to wander around a little bit. So I'm deliberately trying to ditch them. I will kill them, I just don't want to fight them all as one big group. Oh, I got lots of groups down here. That's lovely. Okay. That's 3, that's fine. Yeah, so you should have, I think I have something like 20 of the rip cloth. I'll also end up needing to get branches, which requires me to cut down trees, which will be a whole thing. Yeah, it's already considered worn. The screwdriver's pretty close to done. Okay. Yeah, so 3 loose stones are not what we're looking for. I don't need stone, I need flint. And if we feel like see what looks like, 4 stones, I can mine that for flint, and it gives something like 5, 6 flint per go. So it really helps a lot. Okay. So that means we are literally out of weapons. Okay, we get you next. Yeah, now it's the Steam overlay. I don't know about Build 42, but there's been objective mods, note mods, and all in the past. Alright. You have an axe to hit them with? I have an axe in my car. I don't want to use the pickaxe, I want it as a tool. And I don't want to use my last remaining axe, I want to use it as a tool. Oh, that is maybe a zombie survivor group. No, the pickaxe, I need that for mining. I'm not going to use that for, I'm not going to throw it away on zombies. That pickaxe, to me, means a lot of weapons. We can use the pickaxe once, it's just a waste, though. I think it's a survivor group. Nope, it is just a guy with a duffel bag. Did you fall over? Okay. Just trying to get the ones that we aggroed. Keep this place clear. Because I will need branches to go with those logs, and that's what these trees are about. So what I can do is I can cut through the middle, make sure I don't see any zombies, and then go on the farm side where I should expect to see the zombies come from. Okay. Right, and we're about to be in a thunderstorm, too. Should be a bad time in its own right. I can just duck in here and get water real fast. You have a car and rocket the car to hit with them? Yeah, but I'd rather make that into a weapon as well. I'm choosing to deliberately not do the rock meta, because I'm expecting that to get nerfed and all that. For me, I need actual weapons. So we're going to work at getting actual weapons. Because I can hit a bunch of zombies with a rock, or I can make it into a hammer and use that. And yes, I know I can find rocks everywhere. But you also don't get maintenance skill when you use a rock. And I do want to continue skilling up our weapons. It's a large flat stone. That'll be when we go to make axes later. Hey, buddy. Thank you. So let's get this pickaxe on our back. Got another zombie up here. Come on. Granted, stomping on zombies also doesn't give me any maintenance skill. Let's see, you think there was already a set of nerfs to rocks, the patch notes that were posted? Reduced damage, reduced durability, no longer counting as short blunt. Yeah, and that's kind of what I was figuring. Because the fact that it was better than a lot of, like, actual weapons was very clearly not intentional. So it needed a balance. Because otherwise all you do is you'd pick up rocks forever, and the weapons would be meaningless in the game. Well, it's looking like I'm probably not going to get any progress on the weapons thing today. With the storm picking up, it's going to start getting too dark real fast. So I'm probably going to need to do is walk back a little ways to where we previously cleared. Find some rocks. Okay, we cool? Alright. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. I know Mr. Lamprey typed up the notes. The thing to keep in mind with those internal test notes, those are the internal test notes. Those are not what is necessarily actually going to be coming. Most likely a lot of it will. But this is basically the alpha of what will be the update of the unstable branch. So keep in mind you might see stuff in those notes that just don't actually happen. Or they change or whatever. So I'm just pretty much warning, like saying, hey, it's the internal build. Keep that in mind when you're going, oh, why would they do this? Oh, this or that. It is a test. So like everything you're seeing here may or may not reflect what we actually get. It'll most likely be very similar to this. But yeah, there isn't just like you can't just go to like the Zomboid website and get the notes, because they're not the official notes. I didn't see anything with the wilderness knowledge trait yet. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets a nerf either. Either a nerf in an increased point cost, or breaking it up into two separate traits, or something like that. Because right now it is a very, very strong trait. And one thing they did add with the internal test is if you're in your car and it still has battery left, you can read even in the dark. Now, I'm not fast-forwarding at the maximum speed just because, you know, gotta worry about zombies. I want to have at least enough time to, like, start driving the car forward, hop out, whatever, depending on which way the zombie approaches from. So we're making progress on this book while we wait. Because running around and this is a good way to get yourself killed. Poor visibility, lots of things to distract the eyes. When it gets properly dark, it's going to get real dark. Yeah, also the TV remotes are going to be able to change the TVs at distance. Alright, I think it's about time we head in. Alright. Let's go ahead and unequip this. Put it back away. Take a sip of her water. And wait till it's time for us to go sleep. I think the homemade camp from Vehicle's base not too far from the gas station. Sounds neat. You think a homemade camp from Vehicle base is not far from the gas station? Yeah, we'll see when we get there. The big thing is going to be all clearing in. Figure out what we're dealing with. Alright, so what's going to happen here in just a minute is I need to use the restroom. So I'm going to do that. But I'll be back here in just a minute. Thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be right back. Get more involved. I don't want to be here. I missed. Wait, I can attach the stick. Oh. Alright, I guess we're just gonna hit a zombie. Oh! Oh, okay, no. Alright, the wrong way. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Nope, that's not the way we're going.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
Man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like, okay, so it looks like a, oh no, wait. I managed to not hit it. I managed to not hit it. I was gonna say, it sounded like there was one right next to me and I couldn't see it. What hit? Bitten? Yeah. Okay, well. That's it. If at first you don't learn your lesson, honk the horn more. Oh, right, and I am back. Okay. So we've got all that. Alright, so we still have a lot of storm going on. It's gonna be literally all in-game day, unfortunately. So what I'm gonna try to do here is I'm gonna take the strategy of we're gonna fall back as far as what we got going on here. Let's see. We're still gaining weight. Oh! Okay, so mac and cheese is different now. Ah! So, we can eat the powdered cheese and all that separately. Alright, let's wait till we have actual water. Yeah, so I wanted to do... Alright, so that's a worn one. Let's just focus on the flint for now. That's fine. Let's just pop over here. I want to find some of our more calorie dense stuff we've got sitting in the car. But my plan is that we're just gonna go and start foraging away from the car. And then we're gonna try and look for the stuff as we can. So that's no good for us. And grab you. Grab you. Alright. So plan straightforward. We're gonna start foraging. We're gonna start going back this way to where we previously cleared. And just see if I can't happen to find those rocks I was talking about where we can get a bunch of flint. Then get ourselves some flint, bring it back up, and try and go from there. Get our peanut butter. Perfect. It was just enough. We barely didn't max out our calories. So we're keeping our calorie count going up. Yeah, so we're in a position that I'm basically out of weapons. Or falling back to figure that out. Which is a shame because they're making really good progress, and I was kind of hoping I'd get away without needing to make more weapons. Just by the fact that, yes, that's not going to be flint. That's not going to be flint. Those are both going to be the limestone. That might be flint up there. Yes, that I believe is flint. Those we can't mine. Yeah, so this will be flint here. That might be flint down there. I don't know what that'll be. That might be a large stone. That'll be flint over there. So let's kill the zombies here. And we might have a lot of flint right here. But I want to get rid of all the zombies nearby before I start messing with potentially overburn. Bugs first. Yeah, that's the thing. Oh, right. I just instinctively get rid of centipedes and that because they're poisonous unless you cook them. I shouldn't be worried about that anymore. Alright, kill this one, and then we should be able to rest. Get ourselves a whole bunch of flint. Okay, I don't see any zombies anywhere. I'm going to assume this is the direction more likely to cause us problems. So read our book for a minute. My luck, this is going to be a helicopter day. Because we do have our thing set up to have multiple helicopters. Yeah, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. And at 6 each, that should be enough for like 24, somewhere in the ballpark of like 24 axes so far as flint. So I'll take care of that part. I've already got enough ripped cloth, and then we'll just need to take our axes and, like, pick at some trees, make sure we're safe, make some axes, pick at some trees, make sure we're safe, get some axes. You get the idea. I just gotta be careful, because while I'm cutting down trees, I'll be drawing zombies in. It is a helicopter day. Okay, quick adjustment to plan. We're dealing with a helicopter now. Alright, first of all, before we go farther, I know that there is flint here. I'm going to just put some kind of symbol here to just... Sure. There's flint there. And I'm also going to go right down to where we had our last helicopter and just do the same thing. Now, the downside is... It's a stormy day, so we're going to have a lot of visible noise. And then we also run the risk of having like, if it's a late in the evening one, it being potential dangerous because we won't be able to see anything because it'll be too dark. You're already soaked? Yeah, that's fine. I'm not actually too worried about that. Okay, so take the bug. I know instinctively, but... Well... I don't want to be aggroed yet. Alright. So plan is we're just going to go down here. Since it is a helicopter day, the helicopter will show up between 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. It can do 1 to 4 passes, 2 and 3 passes being the most common. Each pass it does, the farther away it could, generally draw zombies from. And so there's a bunch of different strategies for dealing with helicopters. For me, the tried and true one is I have 2 things I do with helicopters. When I'm early game and I'm not really in a position to fight, you just throw down with zombies, like I just don't have the fitness and strength to last that long in a fight. What I will end up doing is just going down to the middle of nowhere, farm field, open area, and just run in circles till the helicopter's done, and then I leave. Later on, what I'll end up doing is I'll either deliberately draw the zombies to a place that's good for me to fight, so a nice big open area where I can fight the zombies if things get out of hand, then, I treat it the same way of just running in circles. Or I could also be like, I'm trying to get to this spot, draw the zombies away from it. Right now, this will kind of serve the purpose of sort of drawing the zombies away. Alright, where... am I relative? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we cut to this area. I think these zombies were over by those buildings, and since I did my last helicopter down here, these are the ones from that farmhouse got drug into the field, but they didn't get far enough to reach me, whereas doing the helicopter event itself. I think literally I'm going to go right down to that exact same spot. But I'm not going to be fighting any of these. The only weapon I have is the pickaxe. And like I said, the way I look at the pickaxe is, while yes, I can use it as a weapon, that pickaxe, on the other hand, lets me mine minerals. And the minerals are effectively a bunch of weapons. So I could use the pickaxe as one pretty good weapon, or I could turn it into a whole bunch of okay weapons. And now we're not immediately being attacked. We're gonna go back to foraging. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, if I had an abundance of materials, maybe I could justify doing that. So the good news is by finding branches, that's also helping me get the next step sorted much easier. Because I believe branches-wise, I think I have 6 pickaxe worth. Oh, right! We read the forge, or we're reading the forging book. It's like, man, I'm getting a lot of XP from these bugs and all that. Right. We read the forging book. Yeah, so instead of forging when I get down to where I fought the last one, we're just gonna read. We'll get this forging book done. Yeah, because we're about 70% finished with it. So no zombies, there, and there. I'm literally gonna take it in the exact same spot we did the last one. Yeah, no, you can hit zombies with a branch. I heard it's actually okay, but it's just not one of those things you don't get stats from it or anything like that. So let's turn this way. I think we're gonna have the most trouble from that way. Start fast forwarding a little. Yep. So our idea is a good time is we're gonna read a book in the middle of like an actual proper storm where we're getting like torrentially downpoured on as we wait a helicopter. Drenched. We are very uncomfortable. Are we in danger of catching a cold? Not yet. Our body temperature is going down, but not super fast. Well, at least we're getting something productive done. And we finished our book. So in the meantime, let's have a little nibble of that cereal. Have another little nibble, it wasn't quite enough. Put you away. Drink some water. And then we go back to foraging. But yeah, so our body temperature is slowly coming down. Eventually that could lead us to a cold. So far, we're pretty far from it, though. The good news is it's not a particularly cold day. That said, we could potentially get a cold. I'm not super worried about, though. If we do start to notice our body temperature like properly coming down, I'll just jog to build up our body temperature again. I'm also wearing a little bit more clothing than I necessarily need for the temperature it is this time of year. Didn't I start with 900 kills? Yep. We've been busy. Come on, helicopter. I'm just hoping we don't get a 7 p.m. helicopter. That would mean coming home where it's like pitch black. Where I gotta, go by the little teeny tiny pen light. Oh, hey, we got a group. Oh. Okay. Well, this might be a busier helicopter than I anticipated. Considering it hasn't started yet, and that's like 3-4 rally groups. What? Where did you come from? There's nothing over there. Well, actually, I can't say that. There might be a barn or something over there that I'm blissfully unaware of. I don't think there's anything over there. Whatever. You know, it could just be that we had the helicopter here and is just... Because the previous helicopter only did one pass, so it didn't have a chance to really cause us any meaningful grief. So it could be those were zombies drawn from different areas that the one pass helicopter did more or less bring them over here. They just didn't get a chance to actually get here in time. Ooh, wild garlic. Oh, wait, I keep forgetting we've got the book. It's like, dang. Eat to restore endurance. Help fight against infection when applied with the pulse. That's regular old infection, not zombie infection. It's fine. You're on sometimes helicopter? Yeah, so it can happen. I think it's once every 10 days is the most frequent it can happen. But we did see the notification that we are going to have a helicopter this in-game day. Which is the reason I'm running around in this field just killing time. Waiting for a helicopter. Often is like 7 or 8 days. It's only a tiny bit more frequent. That's not a guarantee it happens that. So, like, the difference between sometimes and often really is not that big a step up. But, the bigger point, just either of those things mean the helicopter keeps coming back again and again. And a jerk always manages to find you? Yeah. There's, apparently a new mechanic that Retinaro was talking about. I don't know the details on how it works. That historically in Project Zomboid, it's worked where you have kind of a preset, like this area is supposed to have, 1,000 zombies. This area is supposed to have 2,000 zombies. And the game will try to go in and say, oh, wait, this cell has 1,000 and it's supposed to have 2,000. That cell has 500 and it's supposed to have 500. Okay, shift some of these zombies over to, fill in the missing number on the first cell. But apparently there's a thing now where they'll even expand just outside of the city. So, like, over time, you can just have a cell that'll go, okay, go ahead and move a bunch of zombies over here to this new tile kind of thing. So it won't try to balance what's supposed to be there. It'll literally adapt. I don't know the details on how it works, but we were over by Irvington, and we just saw this wave of zombies moving out to the north, and there wasn't like a meta event. We're just going, what is going on here? And it had gone farther than I think would reasonably be what I'd expect from a meta event anyways. You put the pickaxe away to reduce the weight even more. So it's just kind of one of those things that it's like, it's interesting because it does mean over time you'd have like big cities, and I imagine you have to be relatively close to a tile for it to do anything. It does mean over time if you're nearby a city, it will come out to say hello. Okay, just recovering our endurance. Oh, that foraging has been draining us a little bit. This helicopter is gonna troll me. We're getting to the point. It's gonna be a a nighttime helicopter. Like I said, the latest gonna arrive is 7 p.m., but it'll be dark by then. You want to see a swarm from the big city heading towards Rosewood or something like that would be cool. I mean, Rosewood, if you go to the prison, actually has one of the higher density tiles there. That's one of the things that gets people in trouble with Rosewood that they don't realize, especially if they're popping off with guns. The prison just west of Rosewood is really high zombie pop. So if you're making way too much noise in Rosewood, you can draw those zombies out to you and be like, where did all these zombies come from? Riverside, on the other hand, doesn't have an equivalent of that, where there's not, like, this really busy place right nearby. I do think with the cities, they're far enough apart, I don't think you'd have, realistically, the mass migrations. Like, I don't think it's one of those things that it's like, this cell in Louisville decides that the other end of the map is where it needs to be. I don't think it's something like that. I think it literally goes, I'm here at this cell, oh, there's this cell right next to me, go over there. Alright, so let's go. It's 8:10. So, add note. Third helicopter. 08/10. 10/93. Cool. It's another helicopter. Alright. I'm just going to go ahead and disable foraging right now. Just because we're almost certainly going to be dealing with a bit of a disaster here. Yeah, so you can see it's starting to disturb some of the zombies. They're moving around much. If I remember correctly how the helicopter works, is it spins around and every once in a while it kind of pulses a sound that draws the zombies. So it isn't constantly updating the zombies where they'll run in circles or whatever. So much as it'll go around here, make a noise, make a noise, make a noise, except much wider than I'm moving the cursor. It'll be like this. I mean, honestly, I might be able to get away with just walking wide enough around that they just don't see me. We'll see. Because I don't have any weapons right now that I want to use. The only weapons I have I need for tools. That's actually what I was doing when the helicopter showed up, is I was working on getting weapons. Alright, so it's update again, trying to draw them across me. Which it doesn't have an intelligence where it deliberately... Okay, so we do have zombies on the other side of the trees. So I think we're getting to the point it's not going to be a thing I'll be able to avoid aggroing some of them, which is fine, I figured we would. Oh wait, where's that whistle? I don't know what the range on that whistle is, but every zombie on the screen turned on us when I did that. That's actually pretty useful. Having something on cue that loud we can do is really good. like, noise is your friend in this game. It makes the zombies far more controllable and predictable. So having something I can pull zombies from a really good distance away and draw them to a spot is nice. It'd be nicer than sitting there, you know, being like, hey, 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 hey. Just because you keep losing aggro. I can't check, was this second or third pass we're on? With the helicopter. Does it only go for, it's probably third. No, actually, time-wise, it's probably only second. Because each pass it'll get a bit more dangerous because it'll just be more zombies being drawn in from farther. And then also there's the risk of it getting later and later in the day, because we are getting to be about 7 p.m. And where I said the helicopter arrives no later than 7 p.m., that's arrives. It can be here after 7, it's just its initial showing up can't be later than 7. It actually ends up being like 7:10 or 7:20 because the helicopter has to fly in from the edge of the map, but you get the idea. So we got pretty close to as late as it could be in the day. Yeah, trying to avoid having them walk too far away. The more spread out they get, the more difficult it is to manage them. Except for with Build 42's Unstable branch, where they start with random movement speed. Those are super easy to manage because slow shamblers, like slow shambler, even the fast shambler, like I can just walk right past her, and I'm fine. A slow shambler, I can practically run into the zombie as long as I don't stop and don't just collide directly into it without running. Like it's just a non-threat. Your only risk is like, say this one here. If I walk straight into it like that, then obviously that ends badly. I'm also trying to have them not move north when they go to walk away. But yeah, so like as you can see, even with the fast shamblers, I'm not even having to jog. And the downside is when you involve sprinters, it just really breaks away a lot of the combat works. You know, as long as you only have 1 or 2 sprinters, it's manageable, but the moment you get more than that, they can literally just chain keep you from doing stuff where you have to just run away at speed. And it's still manageable. It's still doable. But it completely changes the game, so there's no feeling of progression, because until you're at, like, Nimble 8, you can't really get away with trying to nimble to, like, hit between the zombies once you get more than one on you. So it always boils down to, you pulled too many, run away. You didn't pull that many, or, like, you run away or fence or window cheese. Let's see, and remember the Z's, we'll keep going with the last sound location for 3 hours. Crazy? Nah, this is nothing. Like, you notice I'm not even running around right now, we're just going for a casual stroll. This is easy peasy lemon squeezy situation compared to some of the stuff we've done. Some of the nonsense we got into in Louisville on Venus Orozco, my character that was over 180k. There were times there. Oh man, what was the name? Is one of my earlier characters that we did a 16 times pop with respawns turned on. Before Louisville was out, we went to one of the warehouses just south of where Louisville would be added. That was very high pop, but not necessarily super high pop. Back before forging got reworked. There were times that I was just straight up walking through the endless field of zombies during the helicopter. That it was definitely like, yep. We'll probably have to jog here. We're getting a little boxed in. Little bit of a jog. There we go, and we're clear. Yeah, so I was getting myself boxed in against the trees. This helicopter sucks. It's going all 4 passes during a thunderstorm, so this part will be fine, but on my way back home, it's gonna be like pitch black, and it's gonna be in a field where I can't see in the first place. And the zombies will have all been moved up and all that, moved around and all that because of the helicopter. So home won't necessarily be safe, and I won't be able to see well enough. Do you have any lights on you? Yes, I do have a pen light. I just walked right into him. Okay. Let's not cut back into where I already pat, that's how you die. Because I already drugged the zombies up there, there's a good chance we'll have stragglers that I would run into. It's not that I could make it work, it's just way more dangerous than maneuvering where I haven't left. Because yeah, you see where we would drop all those stragglers? I'd have to maneuver through that, which is doable. It's just dangerous. Okay, I think we might be clear from the helicopter now. Oh, that's empty. Now you might think it's like, oh, this is really dangerous. You're gonna run away, right? No, we're fine. We're just going for a nice leisurely stroll. Drinking a little water, eating a little cereal. We're just not going to look behind us and not worry about the things. If I can't see it, it can't hurt me. That's how that works, right? Yeah, it's all fine. Yeah, we're gonna pick them up. So I'm not liking how many zombies I'm seeing up here. That's not a good indicator for us. There's a real good chance where we've been sleeping is not gonna be a place we can sleep tonight. Now the good news is I do have a sleeping bag. So, worst case, we pull out our little light, we walk into the middle of absolutely nowhere, we plunk it down on the ground, and we reassess in the morning. Ooh! I ate that cereal. That's interesting that we have the double up arrows. Because calorie-wise, we're really not that high. But eating that cereal definitely pushed us, probably because of how much carbohydrates we got. I'm not complaining. I'd rather gain a bunch of weight and not have to worry about it than go under. And our car is over there. That's those chocolate frosted sugar bombs? Yep. Getting the good stuff. Yeah, and that was where we saw the flint on our mini-map. Yeah, so let's cut across this green belt. Well, was a zombie there? No, it's just a shadow messing with my eyes. Yeah, because we'll cut across here. That way, if there is any zombies straggling behind us, we can put stuff there. There is a zombie over there. Just one from the looks of it. In the apocalypse, Mom can't stop me from having the good cereals. Yeah, it's interesting that as I got older, the cereals I preferred changed. That, like, you know, when you're kids, you know, you get, like, Lucky Charms or whatever your preference was, that you had, like, marshmallows or sugared up pieces or whatever it was. You know, the sweets. And when I say got older, I'm not talking, like, even adult. I'm talking, like, early teenager that then, like, I mean, one, I didn't eat nearly as much cereal. I preferred bagels and all that. But when I did have cereal, it'd be stuff like Kix or Cheerios or Chex, stuff that wasn't just sugared up to the moon. Yeah, no, later on I did really enjoy the Chex. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna walk with this little pen light. Hey, lightning, keep doing that. That's good. Gives me a couple seconds of I can see. Anything notable with this alpha build? They have given us an option for a completely new way for damage to be calculated when shooting. So instead of missing, you hit the zombie more consistently, but the amount of damage you do is less consistent. So it equates to about the same effectiveness, but it's way more satisfying to actually do. They have got a ton of bug fixes going in it. So stuff like we are getting the XP we were supposed to get from discarding stuff while scavenging. All that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's really painful missing every shot. Yeah, there's no idea if the gun changes will make it into the unstable one. It is something they're experimenting to see if it's something they want or not. Versus, you know, this is like just the better way of dealing with it. Alright. So let's see if anyone bangs on my windows here for a minute. Because I think we long since broke away. But you never know when you picked up some, like, one random lone zombie chilling in some tree or something. I'll eat the stale grape leaves just to get rid of them. We'll eat the half of a chocolate bar. Take a sip of our water. That's why I'll leave that there. And go to sleep. Alright, we're going to try and make this not a problem. I'm going to take a sleeping pill right now. And I'm going to let that start getting us really properly sleep. You can proceed to put on the truck style in the community. And the reason why we're doing that is we woke up having a nightmare because we were stressed out. And I'm just trying to get ourselves back to sleep. Come on. Okay, note to self. There we go. Well, alright, so we're going to have a rough day today because our sleep schedule got completely jacked up from that nightmare. But we got to the helicopter event. It looks like this area was spared. Those fields to the south, we definitely dumped a bunch of garbage on. So that's a whole thing. Let's top off our water. We're going to go get that flint, which is what we were trying to do yesterday. mean, in a pinch, I've got the caffeine pills. We could take some caffeine pills to try and help with our fatigue. Because waking up from that nightmare just really screwed up. Taking the sleeping pill I don't think helped us either. I think it actually made it worse. Because it just took us too long to get back to sleep, so we got all the way back to ridiculously tired. And then, you know, I had my alarm that woke us up after that. Cool. We've topped off our water. Yeah, it's because we were tense that we're gonna keep having nightmares and all that. It'll go away. That's just probably because of how many zombies we had chasing. Like, basically how long we were in a panic for all of the next day. Oh. Screwdriver. I'll take that. Oh, right, we got a bunch of junk in our bag to drop into the station wagon. Alright. Because we got our stuff for fishing now. So we could use these as bait. Right, and I did get a couple of branches to be able to make weapons. Got spare stuff for starting fires. Just drop off the stone for right now. Okay, so let's get down the road here. Get our pickaxe back out. Get to work. You make this game look easy. It's taken a whole pile of my own corpses to get that way. I died no shortage of times as anyone else who got into the game. Yeah, so we had those four separate sections of flint over here. Watching you play makes you want to play too, but you're too tired. Yeah, and playing this tired will just kill characters. It's just taking your characters and putting a big delete button on 'em. Question involving this build? Go ahead. Oh, for those wondering why everyone else doesn't have access, this is the beta, or sorry, the alpha of it. People get access later. There isn't a way to get it. Like, you can't just, like, sign up for it or anything. Do generators work on basements yet? I have absolutely no idea. I didn't realize they weren't working on basements. Alright, more flint. We got 2 more nodules down here that I see. Gotcha. Zero Skill LPB saying that they're supposed to work up to 8 floor difference. Alright, 1 second. These aren't the ones that need to be dropped. Okay. It's just a rearranging stuff so I could fight the zombie. Without having a bunch of penalties on me. The patch notes are not public. But, we have been given the go-ahead to, like, let people see the build and all that. So, Lamprey has it on their Discord, which is, like, there's nothing wrong with that. But, like, going and actually seeing the patch notes themselves, they don't just have, like, a link you can go to or anything. Cool, cool. Yeah, it's over 500 line items long, so if you do decide to go look at them, buckle up. It's a big read. Okay, so we got ourselves, what, 19 sharp. We'll have 19 sharp flint from that. So that'll be 19 axes worth of stuff. And I did see our friend up here. So should be able to go here. Start doing that. Nah, Lardy, you have people who just aren't reasonable in expectations. It's been that way, like, not even with Dev, with a lot of things, unfortunately.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, in one moment. So, nap, max. Okay. We're taking those flint nodules. We're going to make them into sharp flint flakes. You can tell unreasonable expectations teaching people like that. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's even same things like food services. You have the same thing, that people expect you to bend over backwards and show the world and all that. And it's like, look, man, this person's making like a penny over minimum wage. You gotta stem those expectations a lot. How do you get the name? There actually isn't like a really clever thing behind the name. I went to play a game called Ultima Online back when that was relevant, and yeah, as like that name sounds like a person's name. So there isn't some nod to something or some clever wordplay or anything like that. It was just that vaguely sounds like it would be a person's name. Oh, did I break the hammer? I guess the hammer doesn't exist in our world anymore? Alright, I guess the hammer's just gone. Yeah, no, mine would have been, I couldn't tell you, like, early high school, something like that. I can't remember exactly when it was. Okay. So I've got the 18 of those. That whistle is useful. I think I'm going to hold on to it. And then... I still have one? I'll deal with that in a moment. Okay, let's see what else we got here to drop off. There's the worn one. I want to make that into something else. Let's go inside. Got more stuff I'm gonna grab out here. Grab the other stone, grab the cloth. We'll need that in a minute. Actually, I'll go ahead and grab it because we're gonna need this in a minute to chop trees down. Grab the stone. Grab the rags. Grab these. And I assume I'm going to need these all to be by the table over there as well. Oh, can you still attach the keyring? I didn't check to see if I could. Yes, you can. Was the muscle strain tweaked farther? No. So a lot of people are feeling like the muscle strain thing was like ridiculously overpoweredly bad and all that. Very genuinely, it's tied to your strength of your character, as well as your effectiveness in a weapon skill, that even the initial version, the really rough version, once you started hitting like 3 and 4 in a combat skill, it basically took a backseat where it's barely relevant anymore. Before that, it certainly was. Alright, let's drop all these things down here on the ground. This is where we're crafting. 40% nerf and people who still complain. Yeah, I mean, it's understandable for the people who never get past the early game, because they only experience it at its worst. Which is like, okay, you know, that's rough. Collect seeds. Oh, that's for the tomato. I'm not worried about that. Let's replace the hammer. The issue you have, how heavily leaning into weapon skill is increasing number of zombies everywhere. Yeah. Like, I personally don't think it was that bad, but it definitely left a really bad impression when you first started messing with it. Okay, so that'll give us 2 more axes. Oh yeah, no, the large branch or whatever it is, the large cudgel. Yeah, that thing you went for a swing and it just murdered your endurance in one go. Like, just killed from orbit levels of endurance and muscle strain. To be fair, it was what, like a 4 encumbrance weapon? Making it, I think, like the second heaviest thing in the entire game. So that you could equip as a weapon. Your character's basically swinging a log. So put the pickaxe away. We're done with that for now. Okay. Putting the stale stuff in here real quick. Alright, do we have anything else high calorie that was still being eaten? No, that's fine. We got ourselves a couple of kilograms. I'm still going to eat a little bit aggressively to try and drag out how long it takes those calories to burn down, but we will eventually start losing weight again. Yeah, no, there's definitely been some changes in this version to help out with the early game crafting stuff as well. Actually, let's not start with that tree. Okay, so what we're going to do is we kill any zombies immediately nearby that we see. That's the first thing. We do a little tour around here, and then I'm going to start deforesting that spot for getting ourselves some branches. Because we need a lot of branches. But yeah, no, they did do a bunch of things, like your ability to get flint is better in this version. Your ability to get clay is better in this version. They've got that improved. They moved a couple of things to being earlier on as far as maintenance goes. So you get, like, the napping, like, for example, napping 1 got us something. Like, wait, did it get something new, or did we just? No, we had the blueprint on this character this time. So they did a lot of stuff to try and smooth out that early thing. Okay. That's just kind of figuring, as though that tree chopping would have a zombie or 2 roll in. All right. And so I'm also carving with the hopes of being able to get more napping skill from making the knives. We're not quite to the point of making knives yet. Yeah, no, a lot of people take a little while to learn the strategies and what they need to do and all that. That's not unusual. That's been true of almost every game. Alright, tomato. Grape leaves. Garlic. Dandelions. Mushroom. Okay. Guess what you're saying is in that respect there should be a bit more evident instead of finding out in hour 100. That's always been a problem Project Zomboid's had, is the ability to learn what's going on in game. It can be very difficult. That is a lot of stuff that you honestly end up learning mostly by seeing what others do, and that there's not great ways to figure it out in-game. So yeah, depend a lot of guides and whatnot. And there's definitely something to say about the benefit of having a game that you learn by experimenting and all that. There's certainly an advantage in some cases, but then there's also cases where we're saying, like, no, but this is getting to the point of a bit on the obtuse side that, you know, you really kind of need someone to nudge you towards things. That said, at least for initial success, that kind of thing, luckily the game's in a good place. I wouldn't say it's only old games. Like I said, there's good figuring things out. Like figuring out, okay, this weapon's better than that weapon. Or, oh, hey, there's this cool trick I can do to get like a little bit more optimization, a little bit more benefit out of it. Then there's like bad types of figuring out, which is like, how do I do this basic mechanic? Like, I want to make a boar follow me. Like, I can't pick it up. Clearly there's some way to move it. Mechanically, how do I make boar go? And, you know, then figuring out, like, you can rope the boar and whatnot. And that one's not a super good example, but you get the idea. Like, there's one thing about figuring out optimization, you know, benefits, that kind of thing, versus figuring out, you know, like, how to attach a tool or how to do something that should be a very straightforward, that's not something that you should have to learn mechanic. Did you leave your hoglins? I've got pigs to my east, and I've got pigs to the southeast. That if I need to... Don't use that one, please. Grab this one. Go put this on the other side of the table. I'm going to go carve that one into a different thing. I don't want to use it for a weapon if it's already worn out. Yeah. So, like, a lot of times when you have a game, I'm like, hey, like, this game is too obtuse, this game is this. And a bunch of people take, like, a personal attack. They're like, no, you just don't like the game being complicated. It's like, that's not at all. I play some of the most complicated games there are out there. It's just, there's a difference between, like, figure out what button to push complicated and, you know, actually figuring out how to, like, maneuver the zombies, like, what strategy to do around that. That's the meaningful figure out. There are lots of games out there that just make their UIs and all that so obtuse they're impossible to really get around. Well, I think the thing that people mix up is the difference between complicated and obtuse. Complicated just means it's involved. Obtuse means, like, the information's buried, where it's hard to get at, hard to figure out that thing, because just... There's not an easy way to navigate to figure out what you're looking for. Like, if I know I need to attach a fishing line to a fishing pole, like, the figuring out I need to do that is the hard part. The actually mechanical, okay, but how do I make the string go on the pole? Like, what context menu do I need to get into? What buried navigation do I need to get into? That is needless complication if I can't figure that out in a timely manner. And I tend to be way less forgiving about that. Was that the carving point I needed? I didn't realize it was that close. Okay, so let's look at our crafting menu. So we can make handles now. I don't remember what I needed the carving for. But with... Oh, right. I needed it to make the small handles. Because of the small handles, I can now start making the knives instead of the axes. And I wanted to do that because that means I get 2 rounds of the napping skill per flint... Sorry. Yeah, two rounds of the napping skill per go, as opposed to 1. And that's actually really good because that means I can level up my napping much faster. And with the napping, once I get up to 3, I can start going and getting more done with that. So that's also good, because that gives me something I can do with these long sticks to make more weapons. It also means 1 long stick gives me 8 handles. 8 handles means a crap ton of knives. As opposed to having to find a tree branch for each and every single one. So that's 16 knives worth of handles we just got there all at once. So that means I don't need to cut down a billion trees every time it's time to, like, re-up my weapons. Napping. It's like where you take 2 rocks and you bang them together to, like, get a sharp edge on flint. It starts with a K. Alright, so with that... When you sleep for only a little bit? Yeah. So with that, I got over almost 30 knives worth of, stuff here. So we're going to have at least some decent weapons. My hope is that these will be better than they were in Build 41. In Build 41, the stone knives were hot garbage. They were one of the worst... What did it... Oh, was it... What skill did I just gain? Oh, napping, of course. I'm literally napping right now. So that's napping too. Let's stop doing what we're doing and check what we got with that. So napping. So I can now make a stone chisel, which, if we remember, that's what I needed to be able to make my forge and everything the last time that was unable to do so. We could also make a scythe for getting grass, but the one I want is 3, which is we can make a large stone axe head, and then we'll be able to, like, make the maul and all that stuff. That's what I want, is to be able to make those better weapons. So that's exciting that we're making that kind of progress. So let's get back to continue to do that. Because then what happens is I get the nodule, I break that into a sharp flint, I take that sharp flint, I make it into a stone blade, then I take that stone blade and I make it into a knife. And so I've got 3 different stages to the same crafting thing, and every one of those is giving me a little bit more skill. As opposed to if I do the axe, I just break the nodule into the flint, and then I make the axe. So I only get that first breaking of the nodule thing. Actually, I can't remember if it was tree branches or handles to make those. I'm gonna be really disappointed if it was the branches, because that was the thing I was looking forward to as well. Okay, we can go ahead and make our next salad. Let's see, well, if you can make it all, you can make clothing right with the animal you slaughter. Yeah. The only downside is, like, clothing really doesn't matter much. I mentioned it earlier, generally making protective clothing isn't really that important. Because, are we only a few days from Krognak the Barbarian status? Still got a lot to do, but still. Alright, we can go ahead and drink our water. But yeah, I'm just excited about not cutting down 1 billion trees every day. Honestly, with it, we could also sit there and split the difference, make a couple of axes with the branches and a bunch of knives. Okay. And we pop right back up here. Okay, it was small handles. Cool, cool. By going naked, you avoid armor check penalties to your stealth rolls? No, it's one of those things in Project Zomboid is all the protective gear usually has relatively high insulation. And that means you just end up really overheated trying to deal with a lot of it. There's just a lot of consequence you run into. Alright. Oh, be quiet. I'm trying to make knives here. No, 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 don't disassemble that, please. Okay. That would have been bad, accidentally disassembling my only radio. I mean, I could get another radio out of the car, it just would have been way less convenient. Alright. No, wearing literally nothing is also bad. If you wear literally nothing, your character gets too cold and you get penalties. Basically, if you get too hot, it's a problem. If you get too cold, it's a problem. And generally speaking, when you start trying to put on clothes that are protective, you're always going to be leaning into too hot. And you'll have people, like, min-max figuring out the perfect thing to give them. But all your defenses in this game are percent chance, where if you lose the roll, your character dies. So... not really a good thing to go with, being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this, and what's the advantage? Well, if I mess up, and I'm way more likely to mess up because we're overheating, my character just straight up dies. So it's a bit of a hard sell. Alright, so keep making these knives. We're going to lose a little bit of time crafting stuff, unfortunately. The good news is we are getting maintenance skill from doing this, if I'm not mistaken. Let's double check to make sure that's true. So 41.45. Yeah, so we're getting a tiny bit of maintenance each time. So every time I make one of these weapons, I'm that much closer to being able to have weapons that last longer, too. And this is one of the reasons why in Project Zomboid, and I don't know about Build 42, but Build 41, it was kind of one of those things that you'd sit there and be like, hey, you can only kill on average 500 to 700 zombies a day. And people are like, no, I've killed in the course of a day like at least 2,000. It's like, yeah, but you can't sustain that. It's cool that you can do that once in a while, but you can't sustain it. Alright, so I've got a bunch of knives here. Do I need the table to craft the knives? So I don't need the table for that. Let's check. Because if I don't need the table... Yeah, so I don't need the table for that. Okay. That's added bonus. That means I can carry the spare parts with me and make more knives as I need to along the way. Obviously, right now, I just need to get stuff in the truck. But it means I can store the bits and pieces in the vehicle, and I don't have to have a surface to work on other than the part where I go to break the flint. Alright, so that also means I don't have to, like, drop back and have a place I'm just sitting there crafting. I can craft a little bit as I go. Okay, so let's go in here. Drop the stones in there for right now. There's not enough inventory. Stone blades. Stone blades. Handles. Grab the whetstone, more handles. Just give me the stone back. Chuck that on the ground for right now. Okay. Alright, so we can top off our water, and it is time to start fighting again today. We've got ourselves some solid weapons and all that. At least I assume we have solid weapons. Hopefully I'm not horribly disappointed when we go to fight with these knives and they just, like, disassemble themselves in my hands. Okay, so what do we even have on myself as far as weapons? Ah, so these actually don't have a sharpness to them. So I've got 12 stone knives and a crude axe. So that's a really good number of weapons. Because those stone knives are not that heavy, all things considered. Are those increased skill gains? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Or what increased skill gains. Oh, so the arrows pointing at the right skills. Oh, so the arrows on here means I've read a book that I gain XP faster. So if we look at here, because I've read the level 1 first aid book, I'll get XP for that 3 times as fast as normal. Versus you can see here, at the higher level skill books, it goes even faster. So the foraging, we read the level 3 book, so it's an 8 times the XP we get for it. Books are extremely strong. But they mostly are only available for, like, crafting and survival skills. Actually, I take that back. No, I think they added long blade skill books and all that as well. Does it run out? Yeah, so it runs out once you go there. So, like, if I get the level 1 book, that's for level 1 and 2. And then when I hit level 3, I lose the multiplier until I read the next book. So reading the books are worth your while if you can get a hold of them. So you can study the blade? Yes. You wouldn't want to use a blade without doing your homework. Yeah, but so we're trying to reach this house here as our next destination. And then once I walk up here and I see that's relatively clear, then I'll circle back, grab the car, and drive it up. They apparently heard me all the way over here. Those who just whipped around real fast and head straight for me when I walk by. Yeah, it looks like we got some decent ones up there, so kill this group, move on to the next one. Cool, that's that one done. And we're going right there, so it's just around the corner. Yeah, so we'll see how good these short blades are. It's gonna take a minute for us. It'll be really disappointing if they suck. Because then I have to waffle of, do I continue to make them for the purposes of getting the next axe faster? Or do I keep sticking with the axes and have it level slower so I have better weapons now at a cost of not getting what could be potentially better weapons later be slowed down? Alright, so drop the broken stuff here. And we've angered everyone on the street. Okay. And again, the whole street thinner. So you try to maximize your lowest tier so it becomes the best eco. Well, that's the thing, though. The knives arguably, I can get way more mileage out of faster because I just produce so many of them so quickly. Whereas the axes, because I need to get branches specifically, and they're a little bit harder to get a hold of than handles, there is a negative to the axes. But we gotta see how good the knives are. You got the skill for it? Yeah. I mean, regardless, I'm gonna have to gain some skills. I'm just hoping because they have actual handles and I had to put more effort into making the blades, they last longer. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That's the big thing I want. I don't mind even if they have a little less damage, as long as they, as long as they have a little bit more life to them. Okay, so grab the screwdriver out again. Drop this. Then we'll back up and rest. In the meantime, let's stage our first knife. Alright, and meanwhile, we also have another ad break happening. I gotta use the restroom again because I'm drinking a lot of water, so I'm gonna do that, and I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. As well as 556, the big downers, we don't have a gun that uses 556. They're extremely rare. Like the weapons that use like 556 and that, the ammo is almost irrelevant because you'll never find enough guns to actually use it. And unfortunately, the gun's the only way to repair. You'll definitely never find the gun that uses it. In the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, oh no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid. Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, all right, get it out of here. All right, and I am back. So let's go ahead and get this started. Yeah, so we got this pretty going well. That we've got our short plates and all that stuff. You've been leaning partly to can reinforce long handle. It's basically a baseball bat, pretty easy to get materials. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm assuming once we start crafting a bunch of stuff, we'll figure out certain weapons will be way easier to do stuff with than others. And you'll have those weapons that stand out. It's like, okay, this weapon for the effort is pretty good. That weapon, might be really good, but the effort is pretty prohibitive. That'll take figuring out to see where those lines in the sand of like what is and isn't particularly good. And right now I still have the screwdriver in my hand. I'm gonna break that first. Okay. Finish off this one. And then rest for a minute. Also, music. Where you at, buddy? Just seeing if I could kick the music go real fast. Alright, so got our next knife. So now we're using the actual stone knives. Alright, let's rest real fast. Oh! We should get the fishing book out of the car once we go back by the car again. So I could start reading that when I need to sit down anyways. We'd start getting that sorted out for whenever I need to start fishing. Because we did get our magazine to be able to make a fishing pole, we just haven't done it yet. Okay, next contestant. And how is our first knife doing, by the way? I mean, it's still at half condition, so it's not the worst. And considering my short blade skill is a little bit lower than my axe skill, it does seem like in this case the stone knives might genuinely be a comparable consideration to the axe, especially with the execution animation making them a little bit more efficient when you do get those lucky hits. Okay. So that's one down. And we had like 20-something of them we made. Yeah, I'd say they're not bad. Their damage seems to be a little bit lower, but that's not super surprising considering a two-handed axe versus a knife. But I'm assuming... Yeah, I'm assuming... Oh, actually, we're only level 1 short blade? Yeah, I'm assuming at short blade, once we start getting to like 4 and 5, they're going to do some pretty solid work. And then more than likely by then, I'm going to have more weapon options too. But yeah, so that does mean it seems like currently the most effective weapon I can craft for myself is also in line with leveling me up to being able to make even better weapons. I'm also curious, like, when we make the maul, like how good that'll be. Because that might end up being really good. I imagine that one's probably inefficient from an endurance standpoint. I'm also enjoying that this thing is really not using hardly any endurance. Because it's nice and light. Okay. That said, it's really showcasing the range bug. We are putting that in full display. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about, just where it can hit really far, the knives definitely make that stand out way more than those axes did. Because the weapons right now can hit harder than they're supposed, or not harder, farther than they're supposed to be able to in the test build. Which has also weirdly made it more dangerous where you have the issue where you'll hit the zombie behind the one you want to hit. It's made that worse, but that's something they're going to get sorted. That's the reason why it's a test build and not the unstable build. Alright, we're getting strained, so I'd like you to die. Okay. Yes, I mean, considering we just went through about a rally group, and we haven't hit any, like, we're getting close to exerted. So we're not doing the thing where we, like, infinitely keep our endurance. Alright, we just broke that knife. So how does that uppercut trigger? So basically, I think the rules have changed a little bit, so there's going to be a little bit of tinkering I need to do. It used to be when you only had one zombie aggroed, you had a chance when you were close enough to the zombie to, like, stab them in the head with an execution animation. To do it, you have to be close enough to the zombie, and again, you had to have just one zombie aggroed, but it was an RNG thing, so you couldn't reliably walk up, hit the button, and guarantee it. Sometimes you'd stab instead. But at the higher skill level, I want to say you have a higher chance of doing it. I'm not positive on that one. Alright, let's eat our food. Drink our water. Some people think it goes off crit chance too. I don't believe so. It's possible that's changed, but historically that wasn't the case. You said something, but it was practically a split second before the bite. Yeah, no, that's a thing. There's a static animation when you go to do that where it will show the zombie as grabbing you. It is a scripted animation. So that it always looks like you just barely get it off. But it is scripted. See? I was not about to get bitten. It's just a scripted animation. There has been once or twice in the past it's bugged and you've gotten attacked. That basically what happened was the zombie didn't get locked in the animation like it's supposed to. I don't know if that's still a problem. But yeah. And part of the way to tell if you're close enough is you'll notice the character's hand that doesn't have the weapon, they'll lift that hand up kind of like that. Oh, where are we going? Alright, we're going straight at me, so we're backing off. I forgot I got full, like, endurance because we're not using much. Let's back off, let the zombies settle. It's a % chance. Yep. Yeah, because we don't know how many zombies are back there, so I'm just backing off a little bit. We're gonna fight what comes out. I just don't want to find myself suddenly overwhelmed because there's like a building down here that's got a ton of zombies that just rolled into town or whatever. Okay. And there's another one. Okay. Does foraging for stone or other supplies respawn still? Yes. If they ever made it so foraging didn't respawn, it would kind of force you to move around a lot. And that would just break a lot of playstyles. Because you wouldn't want to sit there and set up a base at home. Like, to just grow in the wilderness, which is one of the things they're trying to enable us to be able to do. That you could have the choice of just going out in the middle of the woods and being like, I live here now. And that's just what your run is. Sir, I'd like my dagger back from your face, please. Playing cards in a book I don't care about. But yeah, so they have had it. Now, there's a whole thing where, like, the respawn is gradual and all that. So you need at least a big enough area to make it work. Because it used to be way back that you could you'd right-click on the ground, choose forage, and it'd bring up a little prompt and say, do you want to forage, do you want to have a focus? And you'd hit it, and it would just kind of spin, and you'd just find things in the spot. And they got rid of that in favor of the foraging we have now. And then it's supposed to be the same basic ideas, like, where we got the mini game for fishing now. Okay. Oh! Our weapon got put away at some point. I was like, why is my range so weird all of a sudden? Alright. This is why, like, this is also why you scream when you get a Walkman music box. Listen to while you kill. The text makes it silly and fun. Yeah, but the problem is I'm gonna try and read all that text while I'm fighting. It's gonna be a whole thing that'll go wrong with me. Alright. And we can sit again. I'm just trying to keep that muscle fatigue down. Can you punch zombies? No. And that's something I hope they never do add. Because my argument is if they ever add the ability to punch zombies, because the stress of not having weapons is one of the things that adds, like, to me, has value to the game. If they do ever give you the option to punch a zombie, you should roll the dice about cutting your hand on the zombie's face, and if it happens, you risk zombie infection. In other words, don't implement it. See, you think you need to make things like entertainment items like books, games, cards more important? Morale and joy are very important in situations like this. I mean, in real life, yeah. Oh no, if you mean by the game mechanics, yeah. I do think that unhappiness should one be stickier. So like you don't just instantly go maximum depression because you ate something that made you sad. And just the same, you shouldn't instantly go maximum happiness because you read a good book. Like, it needs to have a more gradual up and down. And then I also think it should also be more impactful. That's fair, break hand. Yeah, at that point, though, I just figure don't add it. Because, like, the whole thing is you need the weapons to fight the zombies. Actually, don't, because you can shove them over and stomp on them. And so I think it is fair to keep that. Just as a way of adding a need for stuff. Because you could just, like... If you go like Kenshi, where you can just absolutely kung fu stuff down and like literally not using a weapon is often the best weapon, then you've just gone and just select all delete weapons, they're meaningless. Like Kenshi is real memey in the fact that going the kung fu master is one of the absolute strongest things you could do in the game. Let's see. Momentary mood being separated from overall mood could make things feel a bit too complex. Yeah, I don't think they should be a separate thing. I just think there shouldn't be, like... Instead of approaching it as, like, a very short term... Yeah, they've definitely made it so you can have multiple aggroed and execute now. That's not how it used to work, so I'm gonna have to test that some. Like, I don't think there should be many things that are, like, very short-lived unless it consumes something of value to fix it. Like, hunger, I'm fine with being able to rebound it almost instantly by just having enough food to eat. I think it should be a slower burn, though, because right now it's just... it doesn't matter. Because I'd want them to have a decent enough penalty for being... like, your character being extremely depressed. And on the other hand, if your character is extremely happy, I think there should be a buff, too, to make it worthwhile. So for me, with the depression thing, I would just have it so that your fatigue gains faster, or you don't get quite as much back from it. Because that's also a reasonable thing for depression to represent. You know, just a lack of energy kind of thing. Could be like the weight thing, having loads of food in your belly, gain weight over that. I wouldn't want a bipolar trait. The thing with that is when you start gamifying disability, you usually make pretty bad characters. Not that it can't be done well, but most of the time that I've seen that come across, it's been pretty awful representations, and by that I mean horrible misrepresentations of stuff. So, like, the one that usually comes up is when we talk about, like, mods that add a bunch of different new traits. People say turret syndrome, and they'll have it for your character just randomly swearing. It's like, that's the Hollywood representation of that, not what it really is. Just like, you know, the Hollywood representation for heart attacks, which is like every guy suddenly grabbing their chest and going, and like falling over sideways. It's like, well, yes, chest pain is a symptom of heart attack, but no, that's not what a person going through a heart attack does. They don't just suddenly grab their chest and, like, you know, black out in pain or something like that. Yeah, numbness of the limb, pins and needles, sweating, etc. And chest pain is a symptom, but it's not one of those things that, again, they just grab their chest and, like, that's, like, the only meaningful symptom. It's like the numbness of your arm is usually the one that's like, oh, But there's also a lot of perfectly, I shouldn't say perfectly reasonable, not you're dying of a heart attack, things that cause numbness of your arm as well. But numbness of the arm is definitely one of those ones you get and you go, hold the heck up. Did I sleep on this funny? Or is this like a real big problem? Get rings and wear them? No, they have weight. I have no carry weight. It's not a lot of weight, but, you know, it's a ripped cloth. That's one of the things about doing these challenge builds. It really, really does limit a lot of my ability to loot and carry stuff. I am not grabbing that gun. I mean, we already definitely have the key for this house. I should be backing off now, but our character is using so little endurance this way. Like, genuinely the concern is the darkness, not the fight at the moment. I'm very pleased with these short blades. Yeah, you know what I'm not doing? Now I think about... Well, actually... This little light of mine... Alright. I already have a scythe. I'm going to leave that one there for right now. I don't have the carry weight for it. A bunch of moldy... Sorry. A bunch of moldy fudge sickles. I hate this. Wait, what was that book? 7 Corporate Principles. Nothing says good times like a book on corporate principles. Thank you. I was getting spooked out because I could hear you, but I couldn't figure out where you were. The problem is, it's too dark to read. And my battery has... What is my battery left on this? Let's check, because I'm using this pen light. Let's see how quick that's going to batteries. Here, you can have my handle. Can you burn it straight to the campfire at least? Yep. The paperback book called Stuck. Okay, I heard something break. It was them climbing over the fence. I thought one broke the window. I was like, what's going on? I hate it. Badge? Oh, police officer. I was like, badge? What badge? Alright, I'll grab the bullets right now. I don't know if I'll ever use them. Okay. Oh no, I don't want it. I don't want it. Wear the badge? It didn't look like a thing I could wear. I could check. Rubber hose, nuts and bolts. Okay, we're all clear down here. Steel rod and some nails we'll put on our inventory. There's a spare battery. Okay, so good news is we have cleared this house. We can go up here and remove these markers. And go locations, this house, we've looted it. That gives me a place to sleep. Let's go back, get our car, bring it forward. What do I have for food? Am I out of food? Oh no, I can just eat the whole potato. Oh, right, the badge, the badge.
Heck.
Sorry. I think that was this zombie. We'll see if it gives me the option to equip. I'm expecting it to not. I'm expecting it to be like a wallet. Yeah, no, you see, it's just something you keep in your inventory. It actually weighs a decent amount, too, at 0.2. Yeah, you can't wear it, though. It's just a thing that you hold on to. Put our pen light back away. Oh, I see. Grab you, pen light in, batteries in, spare battery out there. All right, let's jog down here. We can drop off our goodies, grab ourselves some more knives. We can, you know, drive the car up to the next jump point. And we're making good progress. Oh, wait. Here, next knife ready. Cool. Hey, what's this noise about? Got a whole group moved up here. Alright, well I guess we're clearing this intersection on the way back to our car. There you go. You know, I never see you run like this. Yeah, it's just because with the low endurance usage of these weapons right now, I feel a lot more comfortable running around a bit. And I was expecting this to be a clear road the whole way back. But it would seem that there's a farmhouse to the south. It would seem that zombies down there moved up. It's fine. We'll eventually want to loot that. At the moment, we're trying to move towards these, start leapfrogging more houses to reach the gas station. Because once I can do that, I can afford to, you know, drive my car around wherever I want to go. So I'd probably get the gas station once I feel it's comfortably secured. That, you know, I don't have to worry about, like, a group of zombies just rolling in any single day and overwhelming me. Then I want to circle back to where we saw those trailers. Yeah, these stone knives, digging them. They're not amazing. They're not as good as a hunting knife, but they're definitely not bad. I'm liking them more than I was liking the axes. Because while the axes were certainly more damage, they also were certainly way more muscle strain and way more endurance usage. Plus, I get to use the stabbing animation. And I'm also finding when these break, I don't have a bunch of garbage left on the ground everywhere. Because that's the thing is annoying with the axes, I kept finding like the broken pieces of flint that are useless, but they're still just sitting on the ground all over the place. I think an added bonus is when I can make the large axes, since it doesn't use flint, it uses the large stones instead. Then realistically I'll be able to make both axes and short blades at the same time without having to like choose between the materials. And these I can also use indoors with the flashlight or with the radio and not have to stop fighting because I can't use my two-handed weapon two-handed. All right. All right, so we got some rain today and tomorrow. Okay. Give me a little sad when I have to go back and make a bunch more of these. That's the only downside, is I still have a lot of crafting I have to do. All right. Oh, right, I still have a stack of the axes we made over here, so let's put one in our back, chuck these in the bag. That'll be fine for the moment. Okay. Oh, wait, what do you have down there, friend? All right. Yeah, you got, I think that might be a scythe. Whatever it is, I want it. Because it might be an actual proper weapon. Oh, come on. The worst thing is I've cleared up ahead and I'm just fighting back where I'd already cleared. I think this is also partly the zombies from the helicopter spreading back out. That's fine. Respawns are off, so every single time I kill a zombie, one less zombie I'll ever have to deal with again. Yep, that's one targeting behind. Actually, let's go straight for the axe. Because we got those. They're heavy. And the sugar is really heavy. I'm just going to wolf the entire sugar thing down. Where's the one that had the weapon? There you are, way over there. Because I want whatever that weapon is. Okay, we got an ice axe. Yeah, no, honestly, at this point, I'm not going to grab that hand fork. It's a lot of sugar. Yeah, just eat an entire pound of sugar in one go. It's fine. Okay. So. Let's see what we can manage here. So I got the trunk of the car. There's the Fishing 1 book that I want. Let's see what else we've got here. Okay, we can add stuff to this. There's the nails. Steel rod's too heavy. Stone will work. And that's basically as full as it's going to get. It actually started the car and hopped out real fast, which isn't great. So somewhere in here, yeah, that's the stone axe blades. I should have, or sorry, stone knife blades. I should have more knives though. It's fine. Because what I'm probably missing is handles and cloth, and if I pull up here, we can just rip the cloth off the bodies. And then handles I could get from almost anything wood. All right. Just little by little, we make our way into Irvington. Alright, we got a couple stragglers out to deal with. That's fine. Just like we've been doing. The station wagon rolls on up to the next area. Becomes a new base point. Alright, did I really not have any more knives? I didn't think we grabbed all the knives. That has to be used to be eaten. In that case, I'm gonna chuck it in the body. Actually, I won't chuck it in the body. I'll chuck it on the ground.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Flintwood.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Flem Sneezy. Flem Sneezy, now have yourself some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you want them or not. So thank you, Randall Thor. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been having a good one. Would you... Okay. Flour on the ground. Loop around real fast. Okay. There's a kitchen knife. We'll add that to our equipment. Okay, so we didn't have most of what I wanted there. That's fine. The big thing is inventory space is my always and forever problem. So we've still got sharp pieces of flint in here. Put the steel rod in place. And a whetstone. Do you mind? Okay. So you're basically full, you have a generator, you're full. Yeah, so there's just nowhere to put anything, and nor do I really have stuff I want to get rid of. Let's take 2 seconds and check on our stuff to see if there's any of these books we can use. So aiming isn't important. None of those are like level 1 or 2. Yep, and we do have electrical too, but I'm nowhere near that yet. We do have masonry too. Okay. So nothing for us to do right there right now. We're gonna get this out of the way. It's all fine. We got a bunch of random weapons in here. We're gonna use those up. Keep all this stuff put away. Cool. So, this is where we actually have a choice we can make. The 2 choices are, one is I can go up, over, and around and down this way, which I think is the correct choice, because this will be where we have the really high density of zombies, so trying to go this way, down, and then over, I'll probably have a lot more of a fight to do. So my thought is go up and over. I think I've already made my decision. Never mind. You don't get a say in this. Because one is just objectively the better idea. So I can't use this house for anything meaningful. There might be tools in there, but as far as using that house as a place to sleep, it's not actually a completed house. Hey, Lanix. Doing pretty good. How about yourself? Alright. But what should happen is once I get through past this handful of houses on this road, we should be clear to the highway, and then we'll have to, gotta go to the pond, bathe for months of combat. No, I have a flower hat. Why would I take the hard hat? I've got a cool, like, you can't tell because I'm, like, absolutely covered in blood. But, I actually have an entire purple theme going with it. You can't tell, but these pants are, like, kind of a beige-ish purple. Like, it's, like, a very light, almost, like, grayish purple. They just look very black because they're literally at saturation with blood and dirt. Why don't you wash it? The water is turned off and limited. I'm nowhere near a water source that I can do that. Plus, washing stuff takes forever. I'll eventually wash it when I got nothing better to do. But right now, it's unfortunately... like, the amount of water it takes to wash your clothes in this game is pretty ridiculous. I mean, it makes sense. It's a reasonable amount for what you're doing. It's just a lot. Oh, wait. We want to sit down. I think that'll be the best direction for us. While we recover our endurance, we can read our book. Kind of reminds you of Granny from Fallout? Yeah. But yeah, so I got a cute little flower hat here. We got a whole vibe. Washer and dryers always felt pointless to you? Well, yeah, no, you can... like, they made them work better, so you can use the washers and dryers now. But without, you know, water turned on, or electricity, that kind of thing. I would say the combat XP feels about the same. If it is different, I haven't, like, particularly noticed going, oh man, it's so much faster or slower. And I have been noticing the hand forks and that I'm leaving on the bodies. I know those are weapons I could be using. I'm just... the carry weight is becoming such an issue. I always am overburned, and my vehicle is just straight up full. For right now, let's put the knife away. Okay. We've already killed almost another 500 today. Today's stream, not today, in-game day. Eventually, we will get to the point I'll be able to handle 500 zombies in one... like, sorry. 500 zombies in one in-game day. We're nowhere near that point, though. That's when you start, like, really kind of maxing out your weapon skills and that kind of deal. That's fine, we'll go out and meet him. Definitely a zombie on the right. Now I saw this one has a backpack and there's one other the backpack. The backpacks have been mostly junk, but I still think they're worth checking. Unless it's a bigger backpack, then you got like survivor zombies, and those are amazing. All right. Some students love chocolate. You love students that love chocolate? Hey, fair enough. Okay, so the camo backpack was over here somewhere. Nothing we need right now. I will definitely want to meme and grab, like, teddy bears and all that kind of garbage later. We're just, our inventory problems are real.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for subscribing for 13 months. Wait,
Darth.
how did this happen?
Thank you, Darth Strider. I really do appreciate that tier 1 sub and sub to channel for 13 months, and I appreciate that a whole heck of a lot, so thanks so much for that. Wait, what was that we just saw? It's a shame that those diaries don't have anything in them. I suspect eventually they will, but as of yet they don't. Alright, so let's go ahead and we can sit down over here. Grab herself another axe. Grab her book. Start reading that. Because little by little we're going to get that book read. And then it'll go in a zombie body and be forgotten forever. And then thank you, Janix, for the 110 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Thanks so much for catching the last 110 streams without missing a single one. That is incredibly generous and everything that you continue to tune in every single time. I do appreciate it. Alright, so pretty soon I'm going to have to get food. The good news is, like, in one in-game day, we retrieved our car, and it's looking like we're probably going to clear out this construction site. Alright, Strider, you get yourself some good sleep, and same to you, Luxray. I hate this building for walking around. Alright, so they clearly heard us fighting, so let's back off. Fight what comes to us. And reassess once they're dead. But you can write a diary? Yeah, you can. I did that in a run where I took the time to keep a diary. It was a fun meme, but it was very time-consuming. Like, if we were doing a run that was a bit more of just, like, a relaxed playthrough run, I might revive that kind of meme. But yeah. You're pull off an entire workday? Nice. I know you haven't been feeling well. I'm glad that you were, you're doing well enough that you're able to get yourself back to work and all goodies. I know it can be really difficult when you're unable to work and sweating all that stuff. Alright, meanwhile, I just remembered I got a bunch of keys on me I don't need. Hey, ma'am, I feel like you want these keys and those keys. Because keys now have weight as well. And it does add up. So I'll use the keys to get into a place, but I don't really have a reason to lock the doors afterwards, so... Once I've entered the building, the keys don't mean anything anymore. Or a diary that gives you skill. I wouldn't be against the diaries. Like, you wouldn't want it to be a lot of XP. So not like 100 or something like that. I mean, actually, I guess it depends. Like, I was just thinking, you could have the diary give you like a little bump in it, like 50 or something, and that'd be fine. But I could see a justification where you could have diaries of different quality, and that maybe you find a really good diary, and it could give you 100. Because 100 would honestly be a pretty good chunk. Unless it had like a decent read time to it. Or they're just rare enough. There's ways you could balance it. Better diary takes longer to read. That'd also be fair. Or instead of just getting like the whole big lump of XP at once, it's like a trickle feed. So it's not something you can just grab the diary and just slam it out and get 100 XP or whatever. You know, you'd read over the course of several days and it'd be a bump in XP. And what I mean by several days, not that you would literally sit there and spend several full days reading it, just, you know, you would work at it as you had time, and it would give you that bump. Yeah, this is why I don't like the axes. They leave that crap all over the ground. And I want to loot the building, which is why I'm taking the time to clear the zombies around it versus just going up the road farther. Because I'm hoping we might find something like a crowbar in there. Now the catch is, a crowbar is a tool that does a lot in the game. And so it would be very, very difficult to not use it because it's a crowbar. Man, I didn't want you to pull that much. Oh, okay, that was the wrong turn. Alright, well, I got 2 more rally groups to kill, I guess. I was like, let me just pick off 1 or 2 out round back. Full rally group just chilling. Yeah, so we're gonna kill a bunch of these and then we have to back off. I'm not gonna have enough endurance to just throw down with the whole group and win. Unless we keep that up. Excuse me? Maybe we do have enough in the tank. I apparently called out our character, Kira, here, and was like, yeah, she doesn't have enough to do this fight. And she's like, bet. One taps, like, 6 of the next 7... Well, I mean, it wasn't one taps. Just finished off 6 of the next 7 zombies in one go. That's why I need to not fight it when they're that close. That's the targeting bug I kept talking about. Why am I moving so slow? We're not in tons of pain. I want to know what you got in you. Looks like some kind of pipe. A broken banjo neck. I'm gonna be honest, not what I thought that was gonna be. And I need them to stop attacking soon, because we're really properly spent. But I know what I can do. Hang on, zombies. I'm just gonna casually eat a bunch of ginseng in its entirety. Because these have been taking up our inventory forever. And this is like the exact reason you use them. The downside is they give you so little endurance per one. Like you see, I'm just wolfing down like 10 of these things. Back to back to back. And I'm still pretty exerted. I don't know what I just did with it on accident. I'll have to check that in a minute. I think it dropped it. Okay, so let's check. What was the thing below? That's right. Unpack. Still don't see it. I have no idea where we did with that kitchen knife. Because I had 2 of them and I only have 1, and I hit the wrong thing when I went to hook it up to my belt. Okay, so let's double check here. So I've got the broken flint piece. No, okay, it just didn't do anything. That's fine. So we're going to recover this, work our way back up the road. There's a good chance pretty soon I'm going to have to forage a little bit. And there might not be long till I have to drop back to that lake and fish. Keep our weight up. Oh, hey. Get rid of the broken one. Honestly, get rid of these. That's just more weight. Carve that into a handle. Because then we'll be able to use it to make another knife here in a minute. And I got one down here by the house we're sleeping in, so let's get rid of them. Because it is starting to get late enough that I am going to have to consider where we're sleeping for the night. Which is going to be this house, and so, unless we get bullied out of it. Okay. So one thing I'll need to do is once we clear this handful of zombies that are still looming around this property out. A little worried there's gonna be more over there. Once we get these out of the way, let's go ahead and try and rip some cloth up so I've got stuff to make the stone knives. Grab these stone knife blades, the cloth and all that, and just dump it outside so that I can go and pretty easily make a bunch of handles to get ourselves some new weapons, because we're getting low again. Because I already got the blades, I just didn't have the cloth and the handles to make what I wanted. Alright. Yep, so we got this area clear. Because then we can figure out how many of these I want to rip up. So now I got, like, I think 8 or so in one of the seats here. Alright, let's see here. Where do we got these? So none in that seat, none in this seat. 13 blades, 8 handles, no fabric. All right. You have I have whatever the default is. I don't think they reanimate by default, but I could be wrong. Honestly, when you look at the reanimation, because it's something like 1 per 100 or something reanimate, you don't even realize most of the time of the reanimation ones at all. Okay, so I will have 16, so I'll need 8 more handles and need 16 good cloth. There's 4. Let's see, does the internal build allow you to rip socks? I don't think so, no. Yeah, it was weird that they took away our ability to rip socks. Like, I don't have a strong opinion on it. It was just kind of a head scratcher. It's like, okay, I guess. Like, it's not gonna change the way I play the game or anything. I mean, you can certainly make the argument that maybe the socks don't have enough fabric to justify them being a rag or whatever. It just still kind of was one you just go, okay, sure. Yeah, no idea. Alright, so that's enough of those. And so if I find a flat surface, I can bang those into more blades. I mean, if a mod does it, it doesn't mean anything to me. You suck, zombies. Alright, well that room's... Oh, ho, 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 hi, okay. Screw this place for a hot minute. Alright. So I feel alive now. So unfortunately they smashed the window out of the room I was sleeping in. Which means if a zombie climbs to that window, I get no warning. Sleep in the car? No, actually, not the car. What we're gonna do is we're gonna walk away from here, get to the middle of nowhere. I'm gonna put down my sleeping bag that I got attached to the back of my stuff, and just go to sleep in the middle of nowhere. The downside is it's already dark. Can you barricade the window? I probably do have 2 nails and a plank. Or, I mean, I could make a plank happen. But I'm not going to stay there very long. I'd rather keep the nails for making a butter churn and that kind of stuff later. No, actually, I have a whole box of nails. I have plenty of nails. But it's already dark, so cutting apart a tree and then sawing up a log and all that, I'd rather just walk away. Because worst case, I do have caffeine tablets and a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, you know what? We don't even need to do that. I could just run down here to the barracks. We can just stay in the barracks for the night. There you are. Just an entertainment magazine. I'll probably need my flashlight when we go to head out to the barracks itself, though. Because I can see what's on the road, but out here I can't. And like I said, if it ends up dangerous, that one has a bag. Yeah, no, I took a peek in it. There was nothing I cared about. It was just an entertainment magazine. You can just put your mouse over and it'll show you what's inside. Unless it's too many items to see, at which point you'll see just like the first couple and you'll miss whatever's the ending. But there's just one item in it, so I didn't have to worry about that problem. Okay. So gonna give it a moment, then we're gonna go to sleep. And as I mentioned, I'm gonna have to find some food this in-game day, which is pretty easy. We can just forage. We're surrounded by farmland. How's our weight going? It's still fine. Oh, right. I have a bunch of stuff for making weapons on me right now. Might as well make those into weapons. It's the main thing that bugs you. You can no longer clean a bandage in a sink. You have to fill a bottle with water and use that. Yeah, no, that doesn't seem like it was an intentional thing. If it was, it's a weird decision. Especially considering how not really important it is to have clean bandages. We got the stone blades. Then go here. And while they're doing that, how sharp is my machete? My cleaver? Ah, it's lost all sharpness. I have a whetstone. You might as well sharpen it. Okay. Don't worry about the alarm on this one. We know the helicopter can't happen today. Drop those in here real fast. They're not making our character all angry. "42 unstable turned you into a litter bug." Yeah. I'm glad in the test build they've got the whole thing with your foraging and discarding not counting. They got that fixed. Because I was like not willing to do that because it just made too much of a mess. Alright. There's the next 4. Got that. Sip our water so our character doesn't have nearly as penalized carry weight. How much will it take us to sharpen that? That's not too bad. Cool. Alright, so we got our weapon sharpened, everything's good. We can top off our water in one of these areas. And then, like I said, I'm going to need to locate some food. The good news is I am surrounded by farmland. Okay. Fill our saucepan. Fill our water bottle, and we're good. Alright. So we're going to start working our way back up, but we're going to follow along the side here. Seeking out food. Oh, I forgot we have the, U. We use that next after the current weapon. Man. Where? Oh. Oh, hi friends I'm just rolling up on. proper bags so we're not really overburdened. And put it back on. Oh, and we have to attach that to the bottom again. Forgot we had the books. I've seen these chunks of XP and just being like, what? I saw the zombie up there. All right. We can eat our tiny little salad. While I work our way up through our field. Okay. It's probably what qualifies as renewable food in this game. Stuff like being able to fish would be a big one. The having like a field where you got a bunch of animals that we could potentially, you know, we can slaughter and maintain. I actually already have that solved. I've got the fishing pole and all that. I just physically need to go and do the fishing. But I'm gonna wait till I'm a little underweight. Don't worry about that. So we can grab these. Here's what we'll do with that. Let's go here. Carve those into small handles. And make more knives. All right. It does take me a little bit to craft all these knives, but that's fine. It's consolidating the junk in my inventory. Let's change your focus to... That's fine. I was gonna change it to crops. I'm like, but no, berries are perfectly acceptable. Let's cut to the other side. Can you plant a garden and maintain veggies? Yep. The only downside is you can't gain weight with veggies realistically. There's been ways to do it, but it's just you have to eat so much, it's impractical. But there is farming in the game, yes. I appreciate all the flint you're giving me, but that's not really what I need right this minute. How good is trapping? I don't know about this build, but historically it's been good. Okay, we can go here. And then that should be the last of the knives we can make, so I don't need to carve more handles after this. All right. Yeah, so this is showing up as forest, so we should be able to find berries and such. I can chuck the handles in the car or something like that, or at least near the car. Just discard that for right now. Yeah, because we got a bunch of stuff we've been finding. Here we go. That's food. Does that increase our carry weight? Rual has lots of seeds. Oh yeah, no, I have lots and lots of seeds in the vehicle. He's always making things virtually impossible for us mortals. Yeah, no, keep it. Yeah, exactly. I am playing on pretty unreasonable settings. All right, just keep giving me those mushrooms. Oh wait, nope, nope, not these mushrooms. Those are Noperino mushrooms. And I've had people tell me that now we're able to cook and make them not poisonous. That may be true. I'm not willing to test it on this character. If I do, I'm going to test it on a character I don't care about, like startup, grab the skills, cook a poisonous mushroom. I'm just going on the assumption that they're super dangerous. Honestly, discard that for right now. Handles back here. You're full. Ah, we got lots of space in there now. That's perfect. Okay, so we can go there, take the bullets, I don't need them. Take the caterpillars. I apparently still have some mushrooms in there that are split between those. Take these. Take the... Is there a junk we want? Get the whetstone out of here. Yeah, take the handles and all that. We're not going to make any more weapons for right now. I got 16 knives. Just clear up inventory space so I'm not overburdened. Take that poison mushroom. We can sit here for just a minute while we go here. Cook up the other mushroom. All mushrooms are edible once? Yep. You have to discover it. The way you discover it is there's a magazine in the game that once you read it, it tells you how to identify the poison ones from the not poison ones. And once you've identified it, what it does is if you look at this mushroom down here, it will actually label it as poisonous and put a green skull on there. And I believe the trait works as well, the herbalist, like the herbalist trait or whatever. But the idea is your character needs the knowledge. Otherwise, you got to play the lottery. And while right now you can get away with it, historically, eating a poison mushroom was just straight up death. I'm definitely in the camp. I'm just going to assume it's death. Even though I know it's not that case now, I'm just going to assume it's death because that's what I expect it to be whenever it gets adjusted. Yeah, don't worry about those right now. Okay, so we're back to fighting over here. Because I want to loot this one. I don't care about the house to the west. The destination we're going to is to the north. But I do want to check this house that's right here. I want to break some of these heavier weapons and get them out of my inventory. Make chum? Dangerous uncooked. Huh. Chum base does not attract fish on its own. Add some fish bait to increase the... Okay. Interesting. So, like, I could take sand or whatever, make, you know, and combine it with some type of bait, toss it in the water, and my assumption is that would then attract fish. But then it's, you know, materially costly because I gotta pick that up and that doesn't regenerate. Is that new because you started learning fishing? I think so. Because we read the fishing magazine earlier. I will say, when you've got some axe skill, this ice pick, or ice axe, or whatever it's called, pretty good. And it has a single sheet of paper. It's the only thing in that backpack. I see a hatchet. Which is certainly not helping my inventory. Actually, that's not a hatchet. What are you? Are you full on? Oh, that's a full-on fireman's axe. Yeah, pain and low endurance. Okay, fireman's axe is between the farthest two hay bales. And I'll have to rest for a bit because we've definitely overextended ourselves by a magnitude here. Because once we started getting in proper pain, our damage took a lot of penalties. We're about to take even more severe penalty because of our endurance. Please die. Alright, we need to bail. We're at high exertion, we need to bail. Yeah, so we need to go by, we'll figure out where that axe is. But first, I'm not moving at good speed because we are pretty exerted. I don't think reasonably we walk away from this. Alright, let's just fight it. It's 3. It's just this is getting dangerous because we are very exerted. Our damage is going to be absolutely horrifically low. We're getting the attack speed penalty from the pain. Just you? Okay, just you's fine. Oh, come on. Don't do it this way. This is a very dangerous way of dying, is where you do just sit here and onesie twosie get more in. Because you lack the strength to finish the job on a lot of these in any meaningful, timely manner. So we're right about to hit absolutely maxed out exertion. I need you... Look, if you're gonna aggro me, I can't run away from you anymore. We're too tired. We actually don't have pinpoint on. We got rid of the random because pinpoint hearing on slow-moving zombies I was just tired of. So we just turned off the random. I've played with pinpoint hearing on every zombie. It's fine. It does change your play style. Alright, so. I feel comfortable that we're not going to get attacked from the bottom left. So we got a lot of reading to do. Because you feel like random hearing would be fun if they didn't have random speed. Yeah, the big thing is... Oh, game, stop it. Can I see what direction? Do we have any zombies nearby? No. Well, here's just hoping it works out. Yeah, no, I'm on the usual schedule. Yep. I mean, I'm doing the extra Thursdays and Fridays just because, you know, I missed 2 weeks. Okay. That's good. So we knocked out a little bit more of our book. We are still in a lot of pain because we did push ourselves way past what was reasonable. But at least that's not getting actively worse. We can get rid of the millipede. Now, the real question is, which one was the one with that fire axe? Oh, wait, it was the first 2 hay bales up there. Yeah, we're fine. Alright, well, that's fine, whatever, I don't care. Yeah, no, that's, yeah, no, I've seen a little bit of the teenage, where was it? Is like exologist or whatever. I've seen you play that a bit, Pank. It looked really good. Just was one I never gave myself the time to play. I've heard good things, and I know you played it multiple times. Teenage exocolonist, that's right, I was trying to say ologist. Like, the study of. Yeah, and I've heard really good things about it. I haven't played it yet myself. Just one of those finding the time kind of issues. Okay, so it was... that, one of those 2 bodies. Yeah, still waiting on our muscle fatigue. Fireman's axe in nearly mint condition. And I was looking forward to potentially, pretty soon, being able to, not be overburdened again. But, that ship has sailed. I did see there was a zombie down there. I thought I saw it go in towards the house. Okay, we got one down here. Another one over there. I'm not going to worry about this one. Not unless he comes this way. What's up? Okay. So the question... Oh, you know what? I can still sleep here. We can absolutely still sleep here. I just go in the basement. Oh, right, I can't turn it all that. Let's top off our water and do all that stuff in here. Give myself a little spot I can read for a minute while we... Because right now we're super muscle strained. Okay. Cool. Electricity and all that's off. And there's definitely a zombie in here with me. I'm just waiting till it's better time for me to go to sleep. And I can't read downstairs without using a light, and I don't want to just drain my batteries. Alright, that'll be good enough for right now. Alright, so where are you? Okay. Nice. This is a wonderful place. I love it. Ah, such a wonderful place. You know what? I'll read by the light. It's something. I was curious if I could turn off the flashlight while reading it, if it'd let me keep going. You can't. We're just gonna drain the battery on this a bit. It's fine. Because we don't want to go out there in the dark and all that. Now, the real thing is that I didn't want to go into basements that are one way in, one way out. So if a horde of zombies shows up and just chills at that door and I open the door, unless I can get out real fast, I get boxed in and that's just it. But that is what it is. You always have to do your risk assessment and go, okay, where am I going? What am I doing? All right. We'll go to bed in just a second. Getting this book read, and eventually we'll get rid of the book. All right.
Thank you, Corkmas, for gifting a sub to Namorkiel.
And thank you, Korkmaz, for the tier 1 sub, giving it to Kmore Keel. I do really appreciate that. And Kmore Keel, I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not. So thanks so much for that. I really do appreciate it. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. So let's go ahead and pack our sleeping bag, put it away. You may not have been able to tell, we did actually go to sleep and had a whole night's sleep down here. You know, it's hard to tell what's really going on when it's all pitch black. And we can unequip our pen light. How's the battery in that, with us running it so much last night? it's still over half. We did use a decent chunk. Oh, I thought you had a backpack. Alright, we're gonna be looking for food again, which isn't surprising to anyone. Oh, we got more friendos. Cool. And with that, we can take the ice axe. It's broken. Get that out of our inventory. And steel knife is in. Let's cut across to this side of the field and go up, because there's a good chance we can find some stuff up here. Doesn't matter what we find, as long as it's edible. Mushrooms, berries, broccoli, not sticks. We're not in a situation that's urgent at all. The big penalty is just it hurts our carry weight a little bit. The other good news, we're getting a lot of zombies out of this area too. We might be able to go in here now. Oh, nope, no, I'm wrong. Grab these 3. Then I can check those crates to see if they have anything good for us. The one I'll be really torn is if we get a crowbar, because a crowbar is a really good weapon and I'll want to use it really badly. But also a crowbar is a really good tool. Let's see, is the battery drain fixed, or do you know of milk and butter nerf? I do not know about the... Well, actually, I take that back. We do know the milk and butter. They did make it so the amount of butter you get from a cow is significantly less. I think it'll still be perfectly viable. And they have fixed the battery and propane draining and all that. On the test build, that is. I didn't check it like the last day or so let's be a little bit more diligent today, just in case we got like a tropical storm or something rolling in. And I already have leather gloves. Alright. Are you still a fan of the combat knife? The hunting knife? Yeah, I haven't gotten to use hardly any of them. They're hard to get a hold of. But when I do, they've been perfectly good. These stone knives are surprisingly good. Oh, I saw you. Chipped piece. Alright, so still rain today and tomorrow. Okay, nothing exciting on the radio. Nimble 2. I'll grab the welding torch. I already have a scythe and everything. Lots of planks in here. I already have a shovel. Yeah, basically the thing is all those tools are worn. Oh, you have a welding torch in the corner? You got a little room over here we haven't checked. That's fine. Wifey,
I love you more than words can describe.
have you tried?
No.
She's like, no, you ask too much.
Words are hard.
It's true. Words are in fact hard. I can 100% vouch. Words are without question hard. I'm gonna grab the fireman's axe because that thing's a chunker. Put that in our hand to reduce our carry weight. Okay. Let's also grab one of the 2 knives. Does that also reduce our carry weight? Okay. So, we're going to start working our way up the road here. And looking for food. Now, I'm not expecting to have a ton of zombies up this way until maybe this house. And if we can clear up to the house, then we move the truck up. I don't really want to tangle with all those if we don't have to. If we do, we do. No survivor zombie. That's fine. Let's just see what's up here. Have you ever more satisfying than axe one-shot? It is, as much as I, like, for the record, axe is not one of my favorite category of weapons. Like, spears are my least, axe is probably second. All things considered, though, there's definitely something to say for axes just walking up and then just smashing someone. What are you? Oh, good. So are you a beer can or are you an actual beer? You're a beer can. Get out of here, my life. I figured it was a beer can, but I was also curious. So I can't actually see what's there. Yeah, no, I think it would have just said beer if it was a full beer can. What's your favorite category of weapon in Build 42? It might still be short blades. I haven't got to use them as much, but I'm being left with a very good impression with these stone knives. Otherwise, probably short blunt weapons. I think honestly the one-handed weapons, the lighter one-handed weapons, are going to be a really big thing for this build. Just because we are going to need the flashlights more, which means we're going to need to be using one hands. And if you take a two-handed weapon and you one-hand it, like a long blunt or whatever, you take a very massive penalty to the muscle strain. Alright, so not seeing any animals in that field. You didn't see... No, okay. House is looking relatively quiet. I think it would be good for them to have a headlamp. I think a headlamp would be a good option. It's like make it a fairly rare thing, but you can find like in construction sites a headlamp. Okay, so drop her bag for a minute. No. No. Alright, we're changing hats. We're changing hats. Yep. The flower hat's gone. Wait, why did I not? I'm juggling if I want the flower hat or not. And we'll keep the flower hat for right now. All right. I'm not sure if you saw what's in the pouch. I'll show you in a second. It was a bunch of dice. Yeah, so let me grab these just to show you real fast. We got a bunch of dice. Okay, well, I mean, they're not heavy. How, okay. I don't know where the dice went. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Like, I shouldn't be messing with any of that. But come on. Yeah, no, I showed the other day that you can roll the dice. The big thing is me having to lug them around. That's the problem, is the encumbrance. It's been our Achilles heel for the whole run. We have the hat, we gotta keep the dice. There's a certain valid argument there. Alright, so we're gonna try and clear around the house. We'll probably get food, which will give us one more carry weight if we eat something. The squash isn't bad yet? How is the squash not bad yet? Because that wasn't even in the freezer, it was in the fridge. Been like an in-game month already. Alright. Let's get over here real fast. Get her backpack back on. Get you attached to the bottom of the bag again. Okay, so I can't... Alright, so we're just gonna eat the squash raw. Okay, cool. So now we're not that overburdened. Plain chips. Ginger ale. Very red foraging. We got chess pieces. I mean, there was the stuff there. We got wizard's hats. We of course need our monster manual. Got a calculator and more chips. Can you make butter with cow's milk? Yes. I don't have a butter churn yet, but I have been hoarding it for that purpose. Close the curtains. Oh no, I have a whole bag. Hank, I have a whole bag of dice. We did grab a whole pouch of dice. I'm just not grabbing all of the dice. We also grabbed our D&D manual, of course. It only makes sense. So I got our whole pouch of dice right here. And then I got my RPG manual here. Can I put that inside the pouch? It's fine. Yeah, I'm not sure if you saw, we got our wizard hat too. Alright, so with that though, we can go down to here. We've looted that. Looted that. Alright, that's what I want to see. That means we can go all the way down to that house. Cool. Probably glasses. Yeah, it's a shame that the game... So, if you don't know, this is one of the things and there's a thing we can take. If we put on our 3D glasses... Oh, that's not penalizing us. What? Yeah, no it is. It is penalizing us. It's the 2.5% penalty for wearing the 3D glasses. You can turn that off, and I think in the future I will. Such a shame. No basement? Not that I saw. They start making your own dice? All right. The fireman's axe is so much damage, but like we are already almost exerted. That's always been the big drawback. Because it's got decent durability, it's got really good damage, and it straight up nukes your endurance from orbit. Alright, so drop her bag again. Okay. So the next length is going to be a weird one. The next section, I have a very long distance. I'm expecting to not see hardly any zombies. It's also going to be way more of a walk than I want to do in one run. And so, as such, we're gonna, you know, trek a long way. We'll see. I might get up a little ways on the road and then have to get out of the car and run back. Yep, that's exactly what I'm doing, is I'm going back for my car. Because I'm going to drive all the way up and around towards the next house, and there's going to be a little bit of a tug-of-war where I'm going to get to my car, the zombies are going to overrun it, I'll have to back off, you know, sleep in my sleeping bag out in the wooded area, run back down, get to my car, until I get established in some of the houses down there. But I'm feeling pretty good with having, I think we have 16 stone knives or something like that, and then a fireman's axe and a whole bunch of stuff. So I'm feeling pretty good that we've got a pretty good amount we could throw at whatever we've got. Cool, so we've got all that. Alright, so before we start the trek, so you are absolutely full to the gills. Kill this zombie and its friend behind it that is coming over here. Because I want to try and get anything I don't need out of my inventory now, just in case I have to ditch the car. Like, if we get into a bunch of zombies, I gotta ditch the car and run back. I don't want to be sitting there, you know, with, like, the dice and everything taking up inventory space. I want it inside the car. Keep the more immediately needed stuff on me. Alright, we got another one. Stop onesie-twosie-ing here, because I need to do inventory management. I can't do that while you're breathing down my neck. You know what I need to find? We have a new objective. We need to find a bathrobe. So the RPG manual can go in here. We have secured our dice. Our dice are safe. Alright, that'll do. We need to find a bathrobe. And we're gonna run around in our bathrobe and wizard's hat. They have Hawaiian shirts. We can sport khaki pants and Hawaiian. Oh, wait, actually, what are you? That's in our ice pick. I want it. I don't got the carry weight for it, but I want it. Because the ice pick did mileage. Are the car seats filled too? Yes, they are. That car is full to the gills and then some. I mean, we can apparently make the ice pick happen in our inventory with how much we've offloaded. And we're down to almost a quarter of a tank. What item do you saying I left behind that was valuable? How close to my gas station? We're about to make a pretty big jump forward. Oh no, I grabbed a rubber hose. I have a rubber hose. It's inside here somewhere. I mean, it's possible I actually got rid of it at some point, but I'm pretty sure I have it. Yeah, worst case, I feel like it wouldn't be too hard for me to locate a new rubber hose. Alright. No, it's all good. But yeah, as we were saying, we're about to make a huge amount of jump forward. Yep. How do you know if you're fully rested while seating without the top bar on top? You don't. I mean, your character will stop breathing, but that's at the Moodles. Otherwise, you gotta use this here, which is a mod. I usually use this so I can explain calories and that kind of stuff, but it also has the benefit so I do know what I'm thinking. Yep. No, I always drive it real slow. You never, like, later on when I've cleared the area a lot, we'll, I feel like I should be clearing my way in here. Alright. Cool. And that's pretty much what I figured, is I wasn't expecting quite as many as we've got here, but it is what it is. So what I'm going to do is that's where the next car's location is going to be. And we want to clear up to the car. And then that'll be the driveway to that house. So we clear that house, you know, you get the idea. That'll be a good house for us to clear because it's right by that lake. So that's going to be our reward, is we're going to get all that fish out of that lake. And that'll give us a place to stage from for the hard push into Irvington itself. But step one is I gotta get that house secured. For the moment, we're just trying to back away until we don't have the zombies on us, or at least that they're thinned out enough I can fight them. Because we're going to end up needing to sleep, wake up, push in, sleep, wake up, push in, sleep, wake up. You get the idea. Hey, you. Alright. Yep, this feels like about the spot we fight from. Well, I have no idea what house you go to. But okay. Where did the key ring go? Oh, it's on the ground. Alright. Empty backpack, okay. Alright, we're getting pretty close to the point that I'm gonna need to start backing off because of drowsiness. But that's okay. Alright, so that's probably the line in the sand to back up from. It's fine. Yeah, no, the keys still have some weight, so it's like 0.05. And then when you go to the key ring, it's what? 8.5. So they do have weight, but it is negligible. I'm still chucking keys I don't need. Alright, so we're just gonna chill here reading our book. Because we're drowsy and all that. It's gonna be dark soon. So rather than pushing and get myself in over my head, we got a nice safe thing here. We're gonna knock this book out. And then I'm just gonna drop the sleeping bag on the road. Go to sleep on the road. Wake up the next day. Get our murder on. Probably kill a couple hundred zombies. Back off. Repeat the process until we're in that house. Exact same sort of thing we did on a lot of our characters, except I was using tents at the time because we didn't have sleeping bags. Same difference, though. I do see there's one zombie who keeps poking his head right down there. So I'll back up just a little bit more to put down the sleeping bag. Come on, finish the book. You got 5 pages to go. You can do it. 3, 2, 1. Okay, we did... I think it's like in 10 in-game minutes is going to say it's too dark. Nope. That's a no for me. Alright, so unpack the sleeping bag. Place it on the road. Go ahead and have yourself some barbecue chips. All right. I hate this a lot. We'll probably wake up early, but I'd rather do that with this. Okay, we're fine. And we pack up our bag. Get that all sorted. Curious how much better a good sleeping bag is. I didn't actually check. Yeah, so we can just walk over here. We do have pain. It's neck pain. That happens. If we had a pillow, we probably wouldn't get the neck pain as much. But the pillow was one more encumbrance, so you get the idea. Hey, dude, you should read this book on fishing. It's pretty good. All right, so it's time to start working our way down the highway back to where we dumped the car. Gonna leave that fillet knife. Actually, before we get too far in there, let's do some map cleanup. So we got all of these. We don't need to mark anymore. Because that was just so when people asked me where my route was. That was it. Okay, and we can go here, and our car's around there. Let's see. Station, wagon, home. Alright. But you asked, and you may have missed a response. Apologies, asking again. What was the recipe for the stone knife? I think I got like a wilderness survival magazine or something like that. And then I needed a small handle, a rag, and there's a stone blade or crude blade or whatever it's called. Okay, we've already got that. Yup. The only downside is the muscle strain is going to be a problem, but it's a good weapon. I've been two-shotting zombies quite a bit with it, so I'm certainly not going to complain about it. But in the meantime, we don't have a huge distance to go down the road so far as actual walking distance. We do have a huge distance in the fact that there's like 200 zombies between me and my car. So we're going to get to work on it. It's going to take us a while. But that is what it is. The good news is I got some solid weapons going into it. I say as I'm just beefing every single swing here and not getting kills. And already exerted because that's just what the Fireman Axe does. It just says, your endurance, I deleted all. Yeah, we probably should shred that bulletproof vest. Please die. The muscle strain is becoming way too much of an issue. Okay. We gotta back off and rest for a while because we really had to deal with that. Did you try the Stoneblade Scythe? It's like a meat cleaver? I have not yet. Alright, so you can go here, grab this out. Turn on our radio. Drink some water. Put the water back. Drop her bag for the moment, so we're not taking the endurance penalty. Alright, so how's the weather looking today? We got rain again, because of course we do. And then we got rain tomorrow as well, because of course we do. Alright, so let's rest up. In this case, I'm not going to wait just for exertion. We're going to make sure our pain dies down too. It's just too much of an issue with these big, heavy Fireman's Axe. Read a book? Already did. Book's done. I don't have a spare. Yeah, we're still at overloaded. Oh, right, because I have to put that back in the bottom. Let's see. Cut down that weight even more. Okay, and how is our Fireman's Axe doing, by the way? I forgot, did I get rid of my whetstones? Or did I keep one of them? I got rid of them, it's fine. They're in the car. I've got 2 there. The Fireman's Axe is going to get dull after a while. I think if we notice it get dull before breaking, I'll put it away and switch to the ice picks or ice axes. So we can sharpen it up. In fact, actually, it's not even weight. We'll go back up here. Gonna grab one of the ice axes, attach to our back. Pull it out, put you away. It's already lost a lot of its sharpness. Okay, do you have a sharpness score on you? You don't. Cool. Is August actually raining in Kentucky? I have no idea. It wouldn't surprise me if I found out it did. Alright. Just trying to let this pain get managed a little bit. Now, we're not here trying to kill every zombie in existence yet. Right now, we're mostly sticking to what is relatively close to the road for back and forth. The August, Kentucky is characterized by significant rainfall, making one of the wetter months of the year. Complexity. Gotcha. Hey, checks out then. Yeah, so we hit Nimble 2. Something's going on with Nimble in this build that, it's like I'm gaining a bunch of levels. We're moving right now like I'd expect to move at like Nimble 6 or 7, and we're only at 2. Alright, before they aggro, let's back off, rest up. Take your time about this. This is not a sprint, it's a marathon. I thought it was far enough back to drop aggro. That's good enough. There is a house key on that one, so we will take the time to get it. Okay. Fall down, please. Okay, so let's grab the keys. Because that might be something worthwhile. Put that there. And one of you had a backpack that just has a pen in it. Hey, Night Dweller! Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak, and I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. It's good to have you. What's a condolence letter? It's just an item. If you try to read it, it doesn't do anything. You just get a bar, and it fills up. It doesn't give you entertainment. It doesn't do literally anything at all. I think eventually they'll probably have it, so they will have stuff written on it. But so far, it's just empty. You were asleep? Nice. Sleep good. Right now, they don't do anything. I've read a couple of them hoping they would have something. But not yet. Alright. Put this on our back, attach that to the bottom. And we are relatively ready for more. Unfortunately, an actual, like, pain, not even minor pain. I think we rest more until the pain dies. Otherwise, we're just gonna do very little damage. And that'll get way better once you start getting a bit more skill and all that. More strength. Alright, we're at minor pain. Because we're also a bit drowsy already. And it's nowhere near later in the day, so I don't mind burning some daylight. I'm not going to be able to take full advantage of it. Man, that muscle strain. Yeah, when you get to the point where you start pushing those fights like that, the muscle strain just gets really out of hand real fast. There we go. With that, let's top off our water. You came across a product Zomboid live stream, so you're marked on the map. I appreciate it. And eat some more chips. What bar is the drowsy? You can't see the emote? Yeah, it's this bar here, fatigue. The kind of tannish bar. And that's part of why I keep that there, is for people watching the stream. You know, if you haven't been watching the whole time, you might pop in and be like, oh, Rual's fighting a bunch of zombies. You know, that looks bad, but, you know, my character's straight fresh from the beginning of the day, so it's not too bad. Versus just the same, it could be the exact same situation, but then you look over there and realize, you know, the endurance and the fatigue are right at the edge of being, you know, the first penalty. Back off farther. Cool. And we'll rest up again. Yeah, I imagine we're going to get into that house with the lake way before I have to worry about food being a genuine concern so far as weight goes. We'll definitely need to forage for some food long before we clear the area, though. Because I'll probably burn through the last of my food on hand today. But the whole area to the west here appears to be a farm. I'm not seeing any zombies, like, up that direction, so... Buddy? Come on. What's the world record? The world record I had was highest kill count run ever streamed at the time, which is 135,121 zombies on one character on one life. That said, I was playing it with harder than apocalypse settings, no mods to change itemization or vehicles, and all that kind of stuff. That said, that record has been beaten, and the current record, as you've seen her up there, is the person who took the record from me. They got to 954,000. So went straight from my record to that record over the course of like they got past my record and literally kept playing for a full year past that on the same run. Friend of the channel and all that good stuff. Yeah, no one, including Mr. Lamprey, is ever taking that record. That's just... You're talking literally over a year playing Product Zomboid pretty much full-time, nearly exclusively, to tie that record. And that would be assuming build 42, you can keep up the same kill rate, which I'm not sure is true. I don't actually think it'll be that much worse than we had previously, but you get the idea. Alright. So our pain's being alleviated. There's a sip of water. Okay. First ice pick is done. Second ice pick. But yeah, now at the end of build 41, I actually still have a character who's alive, Venus Orozco, and is at 180-ish thousand. I don't remember the exact amount, but somewhere in the area of like 175, 180,000. All right. You think Lamprey might? He's got the 1 million goal. It is on his do list. He plays Zombie. Never seen him do anything else. Yeah, no, literally when he died, he was like, finally, I'm free. I don't think Lamprey's going to stop playing the game or anything. I don't think he's going to deliberately kill his characters off. I just don't see him going that hard for just trying to do that. Because if you think about it, that whole year, he was almost, not quite exclusively, wake up, kill zombie, go to bed, wake up, kill zombie, go to bed. Like, don't get me wrong, he looted and all sorts of other stuff. But there was definitely a very strong emphasis on just kill zombies. He took a couple very short breaks from Zomboid, but those type of marathon runs, they wear on you after a while. Start backing up more, because we're going to start getting fatigued. Pain is still a problem. And this group I was ignoring has started to move onto the road, so I'm going to stop ignoring them. Because they're just going to keep being a nuisance until they're gone, so let's make them gone. Alright, kill the last two of this group. And the good news is in a matter of only like 1 or 2 days, we've already got it so I can get close enough to the, to my car for it to show up on the mini-map. Where I've marked it, at least. Alright, let's sit down again. What are you all on about? Just beelining straight for me. Alright, let's back off, because we got this group just homing in on this area. That lone zombie above me? Yeah. I know the one you're talking about that's up in the field over there. It'll probably be fine. Or it won't. We'll figure it out. Okay, we're down to minor pain. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what they're up to. They're on a mission wherever they're going. They are just straight up ignoring me. They got places to be. It'll go away. As long as you're not doing something that is agitating it, it will eventually go away. Alright. Yeah, my worry is they're parking over here, which is where I've been sleeping. Would rain dampen the sound you make? Yes. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to do, is just like, I don't know what their deal was, but they were just beelining out of there. I'm like, I don't want them to be back here. Keep this area nice and clear so when we go to sleep and all that. Yeah, no, and this is tied entirely to it. So, muscle strain is contributing. Well, I don't like that. Alright. About as good as it's gonna get for us fighting them. You try to pull them away one by one. It's a little worrisome we got zombies popping in behind me. There shouldn't be much back here. Fall over. I guess it's falling over technically. Okay. Because we're drowsy, we're in pain. It is what it is. And the last one. What are you level in axes? 3. Red axe is 3. It seems like the ice pick is just a particularly rough one from muscle strain perspective, just because it is a one-handed axe that has a decent weight, as opposed to a two-handed. And then the fireman's axe is still a thing. I think that's just going to be the negative axes. I do think axes are going to struggle with muscle strain more than any other weapon category. Because that was true kind of mostly in Build 41 was axes were the ones that were the worst for endurance efficiency. And muscle strain and endurance efficiency are very closely related. Alright, while we wait for it to be a little bit closer to nighttime, just going to wander around a little bit, see if we can't snag ourselves a little bit to eat. want to... There you go. Nope. That's for healing injuries faster. And Jaywalker on their 5-stream streak. Thank you for catching the last 5 streams. Do really appreciate it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. For right now, I'm going to discard the bugs. It's going to take me a little bit to get back to vehicle. I don't want them tying up my inventory. Can you make a campfire? Yeah, campfire is a thing. I don't really need a campfire for any reason, but I can actually make one, yes. For water? Oh, I'm not worried about water yet. If we get low, I got a couple of choices. One, I can run over towards that lake and just drink from the lake real fast. Two, I can back off to those houses we cleared up and just fill up all my stuff in one of the houses. Three, if I can reach the back of the station wagon, I've got, I think, 2 or 3 cooking pots worth of fresh water in the back of the station wagon. I mean, in a pinch, yeah, I could... I mean, I'd have to, like, get a bowl full of water and boil that, which would be obnoxious. Or... I mean, the plastic bottles, I think you have to use a microwave. Okay. So I need to fast forward a little bit. Alright. We can unpack our bag. Place our sleeping bag. I didn't like that one very much. Just because, like, literally not being able to see anything because of the storm. Alright, so we can grab this, pack it away, attach it to the bottom. Take a sippy sip of water. Eat the dandelions. And you have cat's eye, right? Yep. Cat's eye helps with a lot of stuff, but the things that hurt visibility in general, like when you're inside in a pitch black room, it's just a pitch black room. When you got heavy clouds, cat's eye or not, you're not seeing anything. Alright, 1 second. Bear with me, chat. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Just finish my drink and all that. I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a moment. I'll go ahead and trigger the ad just to get out of the way while I'm on break. And I'll be back here in a few minutes. Thank you again for tuning in, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Mr. Theo is good at singing. I want to be like him when I grow up. What do you want to be when you grow up? Sir, that is a question that creates an existential crisis I am not prepared to fight. Well, that's not gonna help us. Yep. It's probably fine. That'll almost certainly not have any repercussions for us, having the entire group of guests who are going to stay, die from heat stroke. My colonists are doing fine, so I don't know what their problem is. Maybe they should just have made themselves out of tougher stuff. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! She was in a fit of rage. She was really bored. She wanted something to do, and she had a knife. You know, we've all been there, right? Just you get a little bored, and you would just attempt to murder. All right, I am back. Just really had to use the restroom, and so this was this. I probably shouldn't be carrying more, but I want to grab that because that might end up being needed for more weapons. And this I'm not taking. Alright, so we do have the zombies kind of pushing out in the direction I was going. So I'm going to probably have to kind of intercept them a little bit. Because my fear is what'll end up happening is this area will get like really hot with zombies. And then suddenly I'll have a real big problem. Gonna kill a couple, draw off what we draw off. You can't really take advantage of the ambient life that really doesn't exist. Yeah, for those who don't know, Product Zomboid actually has moon cycles. And so you will have nights that are just plain bright, and then you'll have nights that are just absolutely pitch black. And then cloud cover also heavily impacts things as well. So as to keep that in mind. Why? I was getting like weird movement speed penalty right when I hit exertion. Okay. So I got that sorted, sit down, do the radio, because I gotta keep track of stuff. Let's see. You'd love it if the full moon would have that, like, sprinters. Yeah, no, that's, there's mods that do all that kind of stuff. I don't think people usually live long enough for that to be relevant. That's kind of one of the things that runs into with a lot of mods for the game, is there's not very many mods that are long-term survival consideration. It's just one of those things that very few players do survive to long-term survival points. Not saying there's none. Oh, come on. Like, a lot of the mods actually get pretty bad with the later one. Like, if you get to the Cryogenic Winter mod, for example, on the harder difficulties, it can be a little bit interesting. But the moment you start getting to, like, what's supposed to be the proper winter and all that, it becomes a very not fun mod, because basically hug a fire, run out, try and grab, like, a piece of food or two, and more logs, and then run right back to the fire. Or you literally just make a campfire kit, put it down, start a fire, warm yourself up, you know, go to the next area, put down the campfire kit, start the fire, pick it up. You get the idea. It becomes literally just doing that kind of thing. Alright, so we got a chunk of flint. We can make another piece of flint of it. Hey, radish. Cool. Alright, let's go down here and clean up a few more. Because also all these ones I'm cleaning up, they're coming from somewhere. They might be coming from where the car was. Doesn't matter. We're cleaning up stuff. Yeah, I remember doing Toxic Fog. One of the real bummers about the environmental challenge style ones, because I've done the Toxic Fog, I've done Cryogenic Winter. Most of those, once you solve them, you solve them. Like, once you get, like, the gas mask, you're just settled. Once you get enough clothes for Cryogenic Winter, it's just a non-issue most of the year. Probably pulled a bunch, through the car when you rolled up. That should be not... It's possible. Regardless, we're still killing stuff in the direction of the car. That means there's zombies that were in the direction of the car that are going to no longer be there. Thereby, there are fewer zombies between me and my car. Okay. That's just a stone. We'll worry about some of that stuff later. Alright, we got one zombie in the road here. Couple of stragglers. We're back to the point we can see the car in the mini-map. No, we got a bunch coming down from this group. Let's back off so we don't get all of them. Yeah, so we get 2 or 3 of them. That's fine. Okay, the others didn't aggro, so we'll back off, sit down. Let the muscle strain die off a little bit more. Alright, we didn't get... Cool. Okay. I've been trying to go to where I see like the minor muscle strain and then our endurance gets full. And just let it go for a couple seconds longer. Just in the hope that that's going to keep that muscle strain kind of managed. Yes, I believe resting does solve muscle strain faster. I could be wrong about that, but that's the impression I've gotten. Is that if you stop to rest, if nothing else, you're not making it worse by not actively using the injured muscle. Or the strained muscle, I guess it's not technically injured. The sore muscle. Alright, let's pop up here. We can sit down and rest again. Okay. What's there near? I'm near Irvington. If I were to just follow this road here, it'll take me straight down in it from the north side. Which is what we're actively working on. I'm trying to get into Irvington to a gas station on the north end. I've already got my generator and the magazine and everything and a working vehicle. I just gotta get it to the gas station. But we are playing a maximum zombie population. So, you know, we can't just roll up into town. All right. Trying to get back to where we can rest again. I need the muscle fatigue to go away. Cool. All right. And we can go right here. And just sit until the muscle fatigue drops back down to not being the red text. Let it drop to minor. And then pretty soon we're going to have to stop and make our character go off and find something to eat, but that's fine. Okay. I saw it somewhat across to this side and some are down there. Cool. So it's just the two of them. But watch your back sitting while looking at one is dangerous. I know Stoka. I've played a little bit of this game. But yeah, there's nothing up here. I'm far more likely to run into any kind of problem from this side. Yeah, I can sit there and spin around and all that. And I will. But when I check it, there's like literally nothing there, and there's nothing on that end of the map. Eh. Okay. I haven't been watching, but the side spec's probably close to done. we got, I think, aggroed the one last one. Cool. Alright, let's get back away from the bodies again. What I'll probably do is once I get to the minor pane, I'm going to just walk around a little bit in the field above us. See if I can't score something to eat, because pretty soon I'm going to start taking penalties I don't want to take. So let's go ahead and do that. So it'd be good to get some food. That said, we're not anything urgent. We can literally get into the next day without a problem. With no additional food. Because you do know if the bad smell is actually any impact, or is this just an additional warning for corpse sickness? My understanding is it's just an additional warning for corpse sickness. If it has any penalties, I'm not aware of them. It doesn't mean they don't exist. But I haven't seen anything obvious, nor have I heard anyone bringing it up. So we got a pretty big group over there. Not food, but I'll take it. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty what I was thinking is just that. It's just a way that you can go. Because, like, I had, for example, I almost died in the character I did set the world record with. Because I had put myself in, like, this little building, and I thought I had cleared enough of the bodies away. Like, that there wasn't any nearby. And then while we were sleeping, we went all the way to feverish, and so I had to, like, run my character out into the woods where I couldn't see anything. You know, stripping off the character's clothes and eating everything I could to just reduce the impact of fever and trying to buy as much time as possible for the fever to break by giving the little bit of life regen from, you know, being overfed. Probably the closest we came to dying on that character until death actually happened. Though we did have a few pretty spicy ones. Like, pretty early on in the run, the first city I went to clear, I can't remember what I was doing to get, like, carpentry or whatever. But I was on the second floor of one of the hotels, and a rally group of zombies spotted me from somewhere, and then I had to jump out a window. That was pretty early in the run. To clarify, second story window. Come on, muscle strain, go away. Alright, so we're going to back off here for a minute and just, again, go back to some forging. We let the muscle strain just drop off this way. And I am going to need to deal with water soon. Which, like I said, my plan for dealing with the water is honestly probably just run to that lake in front of the house, take a sip from the lake, and then run back out. Which is definitely not going to be the safest decision. I thought our muscle fatigue was worse than it was. But I really don't want to run the whole way back. And I do feel like we're probably only single-digit days worth of clearing to get over there anyways. Alright, so with that, let's start breaking out our knives. Get ourselves a little bit of distance. Plunk that on a body so we're not as overburdened. Alright, so let's walk away a little bit because we do have the pain on our arm. And there it goes. Then we can try to juggle that pain a little bit to avoid too much of a penalty. Just 3 more? Yeah, we'll push it. Okay. And yeah, no, it's there's a bug on the test build that we're able to hit way farther than we're supposed to be able to. But there's also another bug in the test build where you hit the zombie behind the zombie you're aiming for, and the extreme, like the increased range, actually makes the hitting the incorrect zombie issue worse. So this isn't going to represent the actual range on the knife. It's just there's a bug. Trying to find things to eat. Definitely looks like we've got a decent number of zombies to the south. I'm going to try and stick to looking for stuff to the north. Because that we can do in the short term. You switch back and forth as needed. To actually sit down and well, that's not what I want to see. It's fine. Because we are gradually just clearing them out. I mean, we killed a bunch of zombies. Yeah, honestly, we're not far from killing almost 1,000 zombies this stream. We started at about 900. So we're at about 700, 800 now. So literally, the last 2 streams we played in this character, today's stream we've killed about the same amount. Not quite. We're not quite there, but we're getting close. That's because we are starting to get our combat skills high enough that I don't have to, like, kill a couple zombies and bail for the day. Let's kill these 3. Yeah, the small knife is less strained too. We only recently started using those. But yeah, no, it's getting the, I think we got 2 points in axes today. A point in maintenance, a point in strength, I believe. A point in short blade. So we've gotten a lot of things, and every one of those points just means that many more zombies. Alright, that was spicy. We can kill before we have a problem. Alright, so there's the first of our knives broken, and I had 16 on me. Yes, they broke both our ice picks and 1 knife. Alright. And I'm kind of thinking if this area stays as quiet as it is up in the field, I might just sleep up here in the field. I'm not fighting that group right now. Hey, Ve Victus! Thank you so much for the raid and all that. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. I'm assuming you're playing some Product Zomboid. If so, how did it go? And all that. If not, what were you playing?
Thank you, Ve_Victus, for subscribing for 13 months. Lucky number 13.
Yep, lucky number 13. Absolutely nothing wrong with 13. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub to 13 months. You've been subbed to the channel a year and a month, and I really do appreciate that. I do hope you're enjoying your advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes and all that. So I do think you want the bugs for fishing. I know, but I don't have the inventory space. They're overburdened. I've got a bunch of bugs in the car now. But was doing food rat things with the week 1 mod. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I still haven't done the 1 week mod, but I've heard really good things. And I'll circle back to that question about when people are going to get the internal build available. I can't give you an actual answer because I don't, I can't give you what I don't know. But, yeah, that's what I've heard is that people are like, yeah, it's pretty memey. But I've heard it's good. But for those who don't know, Ve Victus, absolutely fantastic content creator. Let me go ahead and make sure you got a shout out. For those who don't know, Ve Victus, absolutely fantastic content. No! Ah, that was literally down to like a millisecond there. I clicked off the window without pausing, and I know not to do that, and I almost never do. I'm like, I'm in a field by myself. There's nothing to worry about here. Hoo 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 hoo. And it wasn't we got saved by our clothes, it was like literally I got the push off at the absolute last second. I also messed up because I didn't hold shift standing up, so I didn't get the faster stand up. Alright. That's 2 close calls we've had today. Let's keep it down to those 2. Anyways, again, Ve Victus is absolutely fantastic. Met him at TwitchCon as well, both this last year and that. But Gigavax was saying, does anyone know when we, the little people, will get to play this totally playable and much better version of Build 42? So I can't answer, like, when you're actually going to get access to it, because like I said, I don't know. So anything I'd tell you would be a lie. I would guess it's probably not going to be a super long time. Like, I would be surprised if we don't see something in, like, the next week or so. That said, there is a lot of stuff in this build that I would argue are more broken than the current build. But I think what's going to happen is of, like, the 500 or something line items they've got in this build, what'll probably happen is a bunch of them will come across to the ones that are a little bit more not how they should be. Will get sorted. Honestly, the only... There you go. Honestly, the only one that's really a problem is the targeting thing. Like, the targeting where we're aiming way farther than we should, and, like, we're aiming at the zombie behind the zombie we want. Like, that to me is the only, like, Okay, no, really, this is something that should not go forward. Yeah, I can't do that. Alright, so it's getting time for our character to go to sleepy sleep. And what better place in the middle of nowhere in a field? It's also the current field? Right, but the extended range makes it way worse. Like, that's the thing. Like, right now, like, in the other one, it's only the zombies, like, right on top of you that are a threat. In this build, it'll aim to zombies, like, way out here. Don't do that. Not right now. You know what? We're gonna wake up earlier than I want. I'm not feeling comfortable waiting in the dark where I can't see. That's actually fine. That worked perfectly. It's like it's gonna be pitch black. I won't see a zombie. If anything goes wrong, I do have like a little pen light. Oh, that's not what I want. I need to pack it and put it on her back. Drink her water. I'll take you. Here to you. Okay. And the reason we're getting so much XP forging is I have read the book. But I am going to need food today. But yeah, so it's that one I don't... Like, I think that's worth delaying this coming out. There is a lot of fixes that need to get from here into the main game, and I do think they're coming. Like I said, I don't think this is something that we're going to be a month out before we see it. I would be shocked if that was the case. But I do think we're probably talking a couple of days or so. Maybe a week, something like that would be my guess. As far as also like the comment, the little people, keep in mind, while we do have a lot of people who are content creators who do have access to the test build, I should say not a lot. I think there's maybe half a dozen to a dozen of us, probably a dozen. There are people who are not content creators in there. That they've just been around the Project Zomboid community, whether they've developed mods or, you know, whatever they've done that's gotten Indie Stone's attention as someone who is someone who, like, can give them good feedback that they're aware of. Not that, you know, other people playing wouldn't be able to, they're just not aware of you. So it's not strictly you gotta be a streamer or someone who's whatever. It's just someone that they're aware of. It's also not even people who are like try-hard, sweaty type people playing it. There are a lot of that. But we have people who just, they like to build stuff, are included in the group and all that. I'm not going to say names just because it's up to people to decide if they want to reveal themselves, that kind of thing. I know some are open to, you know, saying, hey, you're in the test group, and some don't want it there. Yep. Yep, and Build 42 is absolutely playable. It's got some, like, the two big things are the battery draining bug is pretty rough. There are workarounds for it, though. The other really rough one is just the calories thing. But all you need to do is fish or do butter, and then that's sorted. There's also this bug here where I'm only at Nimble 2 and we're moving like it's Nimble 6. I'm a little concerned if we get up to Nimble 10, it'll be like sprinting while in combat stance. Unless you're on a Mac? I mean, I was gonna make a thing if you're trying to game on a Mac, then you've already made a mistake, but that's really not fair. It's definitely Max get the short end of the stick when it comes to gaming situations. But it's fine. Honestly, mushroom broccoli, all things considered, not the worst salad. It'll be a little plain with no seasoning or anything in real life. But all things considered, zombie apocalypse, not the worst salad. We could certainly do worse than that. That actually sounds like the start of a proper salad. You toss some type of dressing, maybe some pepper on there. Probably genuinely a decent salad. Nothing you're gonna write home about, but something you could be served and be like, yeah, it's a salad. It's fine. I mean, raw broccoli by itself in any meaningful quantity, kind of chewy, but whatever. Not the worst in the world. Oh, we just broke it, didn't we? Okay, that's fine. What would you say is the perfect salad? I mean, I don't think there is such thing as a perfect anything. That said, I have definitely enjoyed a proper good Greek salad. Can be really, really solid. Like, a proper Greek salad. Like, a boring, like, low-end Greek salad can be pretty meh. But, you know, when they really go to town to make a proper Greek salad, it can be pretty solid. Almost anything that's got pepperoncinis is going to make me pretty happy. Like, I can absolutely sit there with a jar of pepperoncinis, eat those until things don't feel good. Where's my radio? Oh, there. I was about to say, it's like, where'd my radio go? I need that. So you're hoping for some fixes for animal products? It strikes me as a little weird that you can't gain substantial weight eating that. Yeah, that's actually one of the things that has been changed. I don't know how good it is, but butchering animals is supposed to give us, you know, more calories, more nutrients kind of thing. Where it is, like, is it good? Is it overpowered? Is it underpowered? I can't answer that till we get to the point of actually, you know, killing some animals and eating them. Which I actually have a lot of pigs we can eat. So what I might even do is, when our weight gets a little bit low, if we haven't gotten to the point of fishing, we might circle back to those pig farms, clear out a couple of pigs, and see how they do for us. That's weird. Our first batch of knives, we got through a lot of zombies before they started breaking. We've had only okay luck with a couple of these now. They're relatively easy to make, though, so I'm not too fussed. All right. Yeah, no, butchering got a buff. I just don't know if it's like, oh, it's like a good proper buff. Yeah, it's all better now, or like it got a buff. It's like, yeah, it's still rough. All right, so I got probably about 3 more sips out of that bottle, and then I need to make my way to the lake to get some. But I mean, we're getting closer and closer. That car is, the driveway to that house is right there. So we're getting pretty close now. I still definitely have at least 4 or 5 more rally groups, if not more, we're going to need to go through. But that's fine. Cool. And we will sit down. And the fatigue is gone. That's the reasons I think short blades and short blunt weapons are going to be really good. Because of how light these things are, the muscle fatigue takes a while to build up. And you can get rid of, like, you can get rid of it real quick. The endurance is... That was a different one. Luckily, we stepped out of it. Man, stop. We're having bad luck with these knives breaking, though. We didn't have that earlier. It's fine. I've got a bunch of them. And I also have other knives other than the stone knives as well. And even if we do break them... Oh, no, if we break them, I gotta get to the car, because the pickaxe is in the car. Oh, you know what? That's perfect, because that means now I can sharpen my axe. Because we stopped using it because it started going dull, and I'm like, well, I want to get my mileage out of the axe. Alright, get the next knife staged. Yeah, it's a decent number of groups still. But we're not far from our car. Just a bit over a screen away, I believe. And like, we've already got the house that we'd be aiming for is on the mini-map now. Okay. Yeah, imagine once we get our short blades up to like 5, I'll be able to probably go through an entire rally group of zombies and still not push muscle strain. Like, just no muscle strain at all. Like, I mean, technically our character will have build up. It just won't hit the point of being visible. And then by the time I back off, recover our stamina and all that, we'll be all sorted. Alright. How's the clearing going today? It's going good. I mean, it's been a very, very productive day. For those who missed how far we've made it today, let me go ahead and pull up the map. So, we started today, it was around here, I think? We got all the way up over here, this way, all the way up around down there, and then we're here now. So we've got all this area we covered. Versus the day before, we got around this corner. And that gives you an idea of how much a couple points in a skill will go. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Come on. I just want to see that muscle strain fall off. There we go. Alright, so I got about a sip and a half left in there. Top off our hunger, while it's convenient. And we're no longer overburdened anymore. Because we've been slowly working through all our heavy weapons we've got in our inventory. What I should probably do is the next time we back off to recover our endurance, should probably sharpen the axe. Okay. Yeah, so it's looking like we're about 4 hits if I don't crit, and if I don't execute. 7 it looks like. That's definitely in the realm of doable. Hello, spear. I have no levels in you, and I've been pretty unimpressed by spears in this build. But you know what? You are a free weapon, so... Okay, hold please. So I'm gonna take it. Especially because I'm not having great luck with our current weapons. A spear with a steak knife on it. I have very little faith in that being anything but hot garbage. But hey, you know what? Let's go poke some zombies with it. Do we have a lot? Just 3. Perfect. Okay, we caused strain to both our arms almost immediately. It's about what I'm expecting. I'm expecting the spear to be very heavy and to just be murder on everything. Alright, so let's take a minute while we're waiting for that to recover. Where is my axe? So let's sharpen the axe real fast. Cool. Axe is all sharpened. Drop the handles. Alright. You know how good the steak knife is? The steak knife by itself is a terrible weapon. Alright, that's far enough into the road area. I feel like we do want to kill that. I don't want to, but it's just going to wander into that road and I'm going to have to kill it anyway, so let's kill it on our terms. Oh, how much does this spear weigh? 0.75 is not as much as I was expecting it to be. That said, it is like instantly putting us into muscle fatigue. That said, we are at 0 spears. Okay, well. Spear's broken. Did you find the weapons place yet? I don't know what you mean by that. There's lots of weapons places. Alright, so we gave ourselves some handles because the spear broke. Back off just a little bit. Yes, I had little expectations in the spear, and it delivered exactly what I expected. What's interesting, though, is the steak knife didn't seem to reappear. It just poofed. That's fine, I don't really care. I don't want the steak knife. Alright. Okay, so we got that. We can rest for a minute. Get that muscle strain off. Okay, we're not in pain, and there we go. But the good news is we resharpened. You saw a gameplay with a gun store? Oh yeah, there's lots of gun stores in the game. But no, we're not near any of that. I'm playing on the maximum zombie population settings, so if you notice, we're literally out in the middle of absolutely nowhere. but we're on the edge of a town, and there's so many zombies that I have to slowly fight my way into town, because if I try to just run right in, there wouldn't be a way to sneak into a building and grab stuff. Like, when I say there's a literal wall of zombies, that is how it actually plays out on these settings a lot. There's been plenty of clips of me, like, approaching an area with the car and then, like, swerving and turning around because there isn't a gap I can fit my character through, let alone a car. Alright, there's another one done. Going through these way faster than I was hoping. That's fine. Progress is progress. I should have stopped and rested to recover that strain. It's fine. There's like 4 here. Drink our water. Okay, I've got like half a sip left in, and I gotta get a new water source, which, like I said, we can run down and we can drink from the lake. Or if I can get to the, if I can get to the station wagon, I do have tons of fresh water in the trunk. Not tons. I've got a decent amount. Enough I can top off everything and walk away, if I have the time. How to get the red outline? I can show you that here in just a second. It's been a thing that's been available in Project Zomboid for a very long time. So we go to here, go to Options, and under User Interface, and you scroll down here to where it says Cursor. Thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. You'll have Melee Target Outline, this little tick box right here. You're going to check that. That'll make it so it'll put an outline when something's in range, when you have, like, your weapon held up. And then accessibility, the bad color is what color the outline will be. You want someone to set fire to a fire truck and the alarm drew all the zombies? Yeah, no, I saw that yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Or no, was that yesterday or was it the day before? I think it was the day before. That was Tim the Sorcerer, if I remember correctly? Is either Tim or Drongo, and I'm pretty sure it was Tim. Both who are fantastic content creators, by the way. And they're pretty spread out, that's okay. I do look forward to... I think realistically, we're probably going to get a, another internal update. If I were to guess, I'll probably get another internal update to fix the more concerning issues in this one. And then what I suspect will happen within a day or two of that, assuming nothing goes wrong and nothing major stands out as a problem, then likely I'll probably go to unstable. Well, all depends. You never know. When updates happen, bugs happen, that's however long it takes to fix them. Like, I don't know how much work they're gonna have to do to fix the targeting bug. But I imagine, like, for me, the big bugs to be fixed, there was the 3 of them. The batteries draining, the nutrition on butchered animals, and then the targeting. And this already has, the butchered animals have been improved. I just haven't seen, like, how good, bad, or otherwise the improvement was. And then they do have the draining problem is sorted. Okay, so there's nothing in that backpack, so I'll ignore it. Back off up here. And let's see here. Take a sip of the water. We can make ourselves a salad real fast. There, you don't, when all of that is subtracted, you already have massive list of changes, but the branches are churning in activity. Yeah, no, they're definitely working real hard on updating things. Backroad software development turns, is what you mean? Yeah, no, they're definitely going real hard on updating things. What is the draining problem? In build 42 right now, not this internal test, but like the unstable branch, stuff like batteries and propane and lighters, anything that's got like a remaining amount in it, when you, I believe it's when you close your save and open your save again, so like you reload your game, they drain. Like they come back and there's a bunch missing. It is a bug, it is not intentional, but it's probably the worst bug. There is workarounds. If you take those things that drain and you put them in something that would use it, it works. And what I'm talking about with that, like if you have batteries, put them inside radios and flashlights and they won't drain as long as they're inside the radio and flashlight. I believe the propane tanks, as long as they are inside the grill, won't drain. You get the idea. But it is a bug, it is known, it is, like, in the internal test build, it is one of the many, many things they fixed. They just got a couple other things that they probably want to get sorted before it goes to unstable. It's not necessarily a save load, it might be a single session. It could be, like, when the chunk saves and loads. So, like, if you just leave an area and then come back. But the point is, it's draining. The exact specifics on what's causing it to drain is kind of a secondary concern for more diagnosis side. Just that it is not supposed to be draining, and it is. Alright, we are just blasting through this today. Trying to give a chance for this to fall off before we go to even more fatigued. There we go. And that is it for our water. But like you can see, there's a lake down there. Worst case, the zombies here are no longer dense enough that I wouldn't feel I'd be in too much danger trying to sneak a sip in. Did I not equip the second one? What's going on here? Oh, it just took out the bag. There we go. Yeah, honestly, these stone knives, they feel kind of like hunting knives in Build 41, just a little less damage. But they do feel like they're ballpark similar. But as you can see, short blades, still really good choice for getting through a lot of zombies. Alright. They can probably pull and get rid of one more group before I have to start backing off. If you have 15, well, they're easy to get once you get a pickaxe. Even without it, they're not that bad to get a hold of. But yeah, no, there's definitely a thing. I mean, that's true of any of the weapons you craft. The axe, the pickaxe, sorry, the axe, the knives, the hammers, the spears. They don't last. All right. That's more than I really want. Okay. That said, we're doing work. It's fine. I'm genuinely a little worried if they don't get this nimble thing sorted and they fix the range. I'm gonna have difficulty hitting the zombies because I'm gonna just step out of range of them too fast. I could deal with this group. Okay. Grab my next knife. And are we drowsy? Yeah, we're drowsy. Ooh, hey, wait a second. Hang on. Alright. Exiting stage right. Not down for this fight. Not yet, at least. If we have to kill a couple that chase us, that's totally fine. But just standing on the road when we're drowsy and having a bunch roll into town, nah, that's fine. Let's go and start foraging. Because it's going to be dark soon. We're already getting drowsy. It's time to back off, recover. We sharpened the fireman's axe that we been using earlier. So I've got that to get through a bunch of zombies. There, got ourselves some more food. Could be sad when that book wears off. Which is honestly any second. Okay. All right, how's our weight doing? Oh yeah, we're right about to drop to the point that we'll be underweight. But considering how long it's been since we chowed on all our high-calorie stuff, that's not bad. Like I said, I'm willing to bet we'll be at about 70-ish weight when we capture that first house with the lake. And then we can just make it a priority to start fishing when I need weight, get that sorted. Bulk up till we're like 85 or a little bit over. Then, you know, we go back to starvation again. Cool. And now the book is no longer in effect. So we're at Foraging 6. Don't do that. So the downside is there's no zombies nearby. Oh, wait, actually. That might be real bad for us. It looks like it's drawing them to the northeast. And the reason that might be bad for us is where we're trying to clear from is southwest of us. Do the math. It's bringing in the zombies to us. Now, granted, we're a pretty good ways back, so we might not get that many heading our way. So I'm going to kill this zombie. Actually, try and get these ones that got pulled nearby us. Yeah, there was one more, but it's long gone wherever it went. Okay. And this time I'm going to put the sleeping bag on the road again since we haven't seen any zombies down this way. Just because it's easier for me to see what's going on while I'm in the road. Alright, let's kill you down here. Got 2 more down here. That's more than 2. That's a bunch down there. Okay, we leave that alone. They live there. That's fine. Like, if it was in good shape, that would be no big deal. But right now, we're about to get a little bit farther from Drowsy. It's getting dark quick. So I don't really want to mess with it. Alright, so this seems like as good as a place as any for us to sleep when it comes time. So I can go ahead and put down our sleeping bag right here. Yeah, so still poor quality sleep even with the better bag. Yeah, so they're straight up gone. No other zombies for as far as the eye can see. I'm not ready to go to sleep yet, but... Is there 1,800, Guys, how is our fitness and strength going? I believe it's fitness 2, strength 3, if I remember correctly. Yeah, fitness 2, strength 3, but we're actually getting pretty close to leveling them both up. They're a little bit over 2/3 towards our next level on both of them. Ooh, nummy, cherries. Yep, now we're back to regular XP. No 8 times. Alright. I think it's time to stop searching. Are you still wondering about the big fishing camp you ran into hours earlier without even a lake near? I mean, it was very clearly like a summer camp or whatever. It is weird that there was no like anything nearby it kind of thing. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it's not much hunger. We can eat those to just get them out of our inventory, keep our stuff good. I'm deliberately targeting the berries first because they rot faster. Because at first I took it as that was going to be like the farmhand's place, like just like a little barracks for them, you know, to rest up when they're not doing our things. Okay, so sleep. We hold shift and right, because I expect the zombies, if they see us, to come from the left. That way, if something wakes us up, we just shove it out of the way. And another completely safe, without any concern, sleep. Knocked out. We'd have a few more hunting items. So it didn't have, like, guns and all that in it, but it did have, like, lots of camo wear and all that sort of stuff. It had a bunch of magazines about hunting in it. So it's just like an outdoorsy type camp thing. Alright. So we'll make our salad. So it's all ready for when I need it. I mean, do you make it to the car/lake? No, we're getting pretty close. I'm just gonna go ahead and eat that cherry and be done with it. Cool. There's our fancy salad. Alright, but now we're going to want to actually run down to the lake, take a sip. Because I don't have any more fresh water on me. Unless between, like with that meta event, I'm able to just like roll in directly to the car. You dropped below 75? Yep, we just did. I'm not too worried about it. You're going to take a minor damage penalty, it's fine. Okay, just won't take the flint, I guess. When do you start losing fitness strength? You don't? Like, you're... Like, I can't remember if you do, like, have it so it slowly drains at all. But it's just, it's not a thing based on your hunger or whatever. It's that at 35 you start dying. There is a buff, if you have enough protein, that you level strength faster. But it's always been one of those things I've never bothered worrying about. Alright. It's just a lot of effort for something you don't need to put the kind of effort into that requires. Alright. Let's get the stragglers that are out here. We got a bunch of random ones from that last group I pulled and I just walked away. Okay. I need you to not all keep closing in like this. Well, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Alright, let's deal with the one going this way. They're clearly not aggroed on me, because he was running right by until I got up and started heading towards him. That's okay. That's probably that, that meta event. Once I get these down and we get rested, I'm going to make that run to that lake. Alright, so let's get down here. Let's rest up for a minute. Because what I want to do is I need to run to the lake. We're going to take a sip, top off our water, and we're going to get back out. Because otherwise that carry penalty is going to start being a problem. So right this second, our goal isn't to deal with the fighting. Now, if we get lucky and I can get to the station wagon and just grab stuff out without much aggro, which doesn't look like it's going to be the case, these are spread out enough, I'm not going to be able to just sneak through without aggroing. I was going to say I could grab the cooking pot. Getting our friends. I figure I might as well grab what we can and draw them away while we're doing this. I'll still have to fight and clear them all. But by drawing them away like this, it means I'll likely be able to get into that house sooner, get whatever goodies it's got. Oh, there's like a little bridge between those lakes. That's super dangerous. Man, look at all the zombies just in this like middle of nowhere. Yeah, so all we're doing is we're just trying to keep making noise. Are they left over from the chopper? No, I don't think we took a chopper over here. I mean, we're just getting near one of the major cities, so about what we expect. But as you can see, I've cleared them all off the water over here. There we go. Got our sippy sip of water. I'm just surprised this like random field to the side of the lakes that this place is so spicy. What I want to do is I don't want to ditch that ball right on top of my car. I hate this place. Why is this field so just full of zombies? No, we always gotta prioritize our property over our own well-being. This is America. Alright, it's the key ring. Too bad there's not a cliff to walk him over. Nope, just not that kind of game. Alright, well, we got our sip of water. We did corral a bunch of zombies that are over by that lake to the south. They'll wander back out, so I haven't gotten rid of them. But that might give me some breathing room for getting into that house that I don't have to fight all of them right away. But that is what I was talking about, where things are going to get a lot hairier as we get closer to the city. You can see where things escalated from having, like, here's a rally group, there's a rally group, here's a rally group, to just, here's zombies. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid. You just missed us corralling an incredibly unreasonable number of zombies. I do hear that you have been doing 16 times pop stuff as well, secondhand. You know, which I hope that's been going well. Can we snag the water out of here real fast? No, we can't. It's taking too long. Alright, that's fine. We'll back off. We got our sip of water. That's what we're here for. For those who don't know, Italic's absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Good times over there. Also been playing some product Zomboid and all that good stuff. I do hope your run is still going well and still going strong. We started a new run 2 days ago because I did not die. I mismanaged file system. So we died in the sense that the save file doesn't exist. Not in the sense that the character got bitten. Let's see, you're struggling, but you're hanging in there. On Bunny Roadkill. And thank you for all those follows, welcome to stream. But, that said, it ended up being a blessing. Because we were struggling that apparently I was told, so I've been gone for a little over 2 weeks. Because I had family stuff that had to be taken care of. And so I had set up in this little cabin, and people came by, I was like, oh, Italics is in that same cabin. I was like, I didn't know that. And it's been like a slow burn on that run, though apparently we were doing similar settings from the same location, just by random happenstance. But that's the character who got deleted. So we started this character at Echo Creek. And in the course of the first stream on 16 times pop, Generator magazine, working car, the magazine that gives you the ability to see like herbalist stuff, a hiking backpack, and a sleeping bag, which is straight up unethical levels of luck on loot. So it was one of those ones like, you know what? I'll take it. Yeah, you spent 3 or so runs and 16 times trying to get northwest from Echo Creek unsuccessfully. Finally went south of the cabin randomly. Yeah, no, that's the very first 16 times pop run I did with build 42 dropping, I went north and just dehydrated. I just couldn't, because I didn't give myself the map, I didn't do anything, and I couldn't find water. Like, literally just wandered until I dehydrated to death. It's like, okay. Well, that was a winner. The other ones I've all gone some variety of south, and it's gone pretty well. But yeah, no, but again, thank you so much for the raid, and thank you for all those follows, chat. I do appreciate it. For I should say who I am, which for those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge, do play variety games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Product Zomboid, though I am a variety streamer, because I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at the time, which at that point was 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life. I had harder than apocalypse settings, and no mods to change itemization or vehicles, and it was sweaty tryhard settings. But, that said, as you can tell from the past tense, that record has been beaten. The current record is like 954,000. And that was the person who did beat my record. They continued playing that save for a full year, pretty much full time, exclusively Product Zomboid, just shy of, and absolutely absurd. And that's Mr. Lamprey, another fantastic content creator on the platform. That said, I do currently technically have a character who's alive at 180 or 174, whatever, thousand kills. That was build 41. But we have let Venus go into retirement. And now we're playing as Kira, I've forgotten her name. But we were walking around with a really cool flowery sun hat, and then we found a wizard hat, and you know, things happened. It's a wizard hat. 954,000? Uh-huh. And to quote Mr. Lamprey, at the moment he died, because it was definitely like tired brain, bad decision leading into bad decision kind of situation that got him killed, was he yelled, "I'm free, it's over." Can you cast Fireball? So we are playing on the internal test build, so this isn't the unstable build, this is the stuff coming. I can kind of do that. So here, let me equip this knife. I'm definitely using, what is it? Not telekinesis. Kinetic blast. I'm definitely hitting zombies outside my range with my weapon. It's just a bug in the internal test. Because, in case you can't see what's happening, I'm clearly hitting that zombie. Don't worry about it. It's fine. His character surely felt the same. Yeah, for the record, the internal test build has a lot of good stuff. They fixed a lot of the bugs. But that's the one new bug. That they're going to get that sorted out before it comes out. Though it is very comical to sit there with a knife and just be like, magic missile. What would you say are the significant changes coming? To give you an idea, the patch notes are over 500 line items long. About a third of that is bug fixes, and somewhere a bit shy of a third of that is like balance stuff. So like, Butter did get a nerf. It still seems like it'll probably be pretty good though. So instead of just you go and you milk a cow and then you've got enough butter for like 2 weeks, you're gonna milk a cow and you're gonna have butter for maybe a day or two. And then you get the idea. Yeah, it's 1/10 the amount of butter, but considering you milked a cow and you got yourself like 20 things of butter all at once. They also did buff butchering. We don't know how good it is though. How much butter per day are we talking here? I don't know at the top of my head. I haven't had it. It's 1/10 what it was before. So it is a hard nerf. But it's also like you literally could get a bucket and get like 30. And so one cow will still get you like 3 butter per day or whatever it is. So you get like 2 cows and you're still just as set. They did buff it. I believe they buffed, I think it said in the patch notes they buffed the nutrition, which would be calories, protein, all that. I have not seen how good that is, because we are playing at sweaty tryhard stuff, so I haven't had the opportunity to butcher things. I do have a lot of pigs I can get access to, and my intention is to use that and see how far they go. I'm just trying to delay doing it to get as much as we can out of the pigs when I need them. But I got like 4 fields worth. Alright, let's back off, because this fireman's axe just straight up murders your arms. But I'll definitely say, all in all, there's good stuff. There's another thing, I don't know if it'll be in it when it goes to the unstable branch. They are experimenting with a new gun aiming mechanic, where instead of it rolling the dice to see if you hit the the zombie, you're going to hit the zombie if you have the cursor on it, just period. But instead it will roll and be a bit more aggressive on if you do good or bad damage. That all in all, people are having pretty close to the same amount of kills for the same amount of ammo. It just feels way better because at least you're hitting the thing. Okay, are we good? I'll probably want to kill those ones down there in a minute. Are you using the dyslexia font? Yep, we are using the dyslexia font. But yeah, so like, if we go into there, you can go here, where is it at? Was it gameplay? Trying to remember where they had it. Wasn't display, key binding controller. Yeah, let's see if we can't find it. They've got like, it's an extra, oh, you know what? It's not here. It's on your world setup. I can't show you. It's where you set up your world settings. It's not an option. But yeah, no, the dyslexia font is just a gameplay option now. You can have it. I think it's Open Dyslexia. I'm not 100% which font it is, but it looks like Open Dyslexia to me. Go ahead and eat our stuff here. Get ourselves in our salad primed. And how's our axe's sharpness doing? Okay. Yep. Oh yeah, no, they have a thing with color blindness where instead of just being, you know, red to green or whatever, you can change the color. You can also have a texture now. So that'll help. I also noticed we are definitely sharpening the handle. It's fine, don't worry about it. That's just animation being silly. Like most of the other weapons, that'll be the right spot. But that one axe, yeah, it's fine. Oh, looks like our axe is done. I'm glad we sharpened it. Alright, we're now on to the point of using whatever we can. Here, you can have my broken stuff. Alright, well, just... Yep, and you have yourself fun on your vacation and all that. Larger impact zone? Yeah. So now you can just hit a book in front of a TV and fast forward. Oh yeah, and there's lots of good stuff. Man, again, for those who don't know, Jess, another fantastic content creator as well. Definitely someone to check out. Oh, you know what? I already... Oh, those aren't blades. Do we have a rock nearby? All right, let's get here. We can do stuff. I need to get 4 rags worth of clothing torn. And then we need a rock or other surface. And that'll let me get myself some more weapons. Jeans don't help. Okay, you can take the dirty stuff. We put this here. Alright, so if we can find a big rock anywhere nearby, you can use those as a surface for crafting. And I have enough stuff to make 4 more of the knives. I just need a place to actually do it. You know, now I think about it, your car should count as a crafting surface. I'm willing to bet there's, like, mechanically reasons why it doesn't. Oh, you know what? This is actually a good opportunity. So we can kill this zombie, and if there's any on the north side here. And then I should be able to go into where I've got all those cooking pots that are full of water. I can probably refill my water bottles and my other stuff from that. Even the floor with the speed penalty? I think it's good that we have to have stuff to use. Oh, we got aggro on a bunch from the noise, because our character did a little yell. And risk scratching the hood? Yes. I mean, I was thinking, like, that the station wagon, you could open the back and use the boot, trunk, whatever you want to call it. Use that as the place to craft. Or, like, if you have the truck, you open the back and... that'd work. Alright, let's try this again. Hey, Penny Meowie. Can I get a shout out for Penny Meowie, by the way? Another fantastic content creator. Also fantastic. Also been playing Project Zomboid. Alright, so I believe I've got a cooking pot in here full of water. I know it's in the vehicle, I just don't know if it's in the trunk or whatever. Needless to say, you could say... Oh, wait, I don't even need that. I have, like, an army of water bottles. Okay, so what we can do there is take that out. Take you in. Grab... Boom. And water. So that gives us 5 wine bottles worth of water. Okay. You decide to lower your goals to a humble survive. That's fair. Alright, so let's see if we can't get down to this house here. That's not super undoable. There's a big bunch behind it, but that's not as busy as I thought it was going to be. As I immediately break one of my only weapons. Yeah, it's a shame there's like no big rocks or anything near here I can use as a crafting table. We'll keep an eye on out for one when we go back to go to sleep. Okay. You can have this. And they also reduce the weight of keys. They still technically have a weight. Oh, well, I don't need this many keys going to that place, but I guess we're getting in with the keys. Alright. Let's see, how much right now in the internal? That is a good question. I want to say the keys are like still the 0.05 or whatever, but they gave the key ring a 85% weight reduction as well. So the combination of those makes them like less than 0.01 or whatever. So it's like they still have a weight, but it's like so little you're gonna get like hundreds of them before you get to like a full unit of anything. Let's go ahead and do this.
Hello there.
Alright. We can drop this off. And hello again, Bentley. But yeah, so what we're going to try and do is, once I can get to a rock or anything else I can craft on, I can make myself a handful of the, nice. Oh, you know what I need? I don't think I can get away with it. I was going to say, I should take the pickaxe out. Oh, stop it. I was gonna say, I should take the pickaxe out, because then I can craft stuff. I think we do. It's gonna make juggling this weight really rough. But if I take the pickaxe out, put the file and the mason's trowel back in, then I could potentially go mine up some flint and get that going. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Because right now, I'm down to this trowel as my weapon. Because I don't want to use the other ones as weapons. Okay, was the pickaxe in the trunk or inside the cabin? I think it's inside the cabin. Oh, I have even more handles, so grab those. Because that'll save me finding wood and carving it. So I do have the water pots down there. We already got a bunch of bottles. That's good to know they're right at the bottom. Oh, put the file away. We'll deal with that in a moment. There's the pickaxe. We want that. Put the file back. Okay. That's all I need to be able to make a bunch of knives. Game's so relaxing. Watch. Yep. Did we get a shout out for Pennywise? Penny Meowie. Pennywise is a very different thing. Okay, we did. I was just double checking. Thank you so much for getting that shout out for me. But yeah. But yeah, no, it's we're trying to get back. I've got enough for without doing anything else. I've got enough to make 4 knives once I hit a crafting table. And then if we can go out there, what we're looking for is if we see patches of rocks that are like a section of like 3 or 4 rocks together, not this style. They'll say mine deposit or mineral deposit. If we find ones that are gray, they'll give me flint. You always say you're a professional clown, so both names work. They hit very different though. Below looks like it's going to be more likely to give me what I'm looking for. Yeah, no luck so far. Yes, that's remove stone. That's not dense enough. Yeah, feeling we have to get away from the actual farm fields to just like an open lot or the gap in between fields to find what we're looking for. She's Penny and she's wise, so checks out. Hey, fair enough. I see no arguments to be made there. Is that one up there? Nope, stone. Okay. So it does look like I need to maybe back up past these fields to find it. Because any big stone will work for the crafting table. But the flint, I have to look for very particular things. I saw you, big rock to the south. Oh. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, this looks like the kind of place I'll probably find one. There's some zombies in there too. Right now we're just going to keep going for the moment. Because I can sit there and if I can get myself a couple of flint blades and all that made, then I can turn around and grab the fabric off some bodies and get ourselves some more weapons. Man, there's like no stones out here. It's getting to be too dark. They're just going to chill here for a moment in the dark where I can't see. They're just listening for zombies. Now we hit midnight, I will sleep, and I will just hold the run button, and everything will work out fine. So I'm holding the run to the right, so that way, if, you know, a zombie does show up, we should just nudge them out of the way and be fine. Right there. Hi, friend. No. You don't need to come over here. I'll come to you in just a moment. I just gotta pack up my sleeping bag. You always gotta pack up camp. Don't be sloppy about it. You gotta keep your stuff all maintained. All right, there we go. Deal with you and your friend. And we're not looking to do a big fight. Okay, so that's another field way over there. How close are we to the next house? We were very, like, literally where you saw me a minute ago that we walked away from the car. That was the next house. But, I'm down to one last weapon. I've got equipment, or I've got stuff to make more weapons. I have to find a surface, though. And that's where we're getting stuck. Because there's, like, the equivalent of a crafting bench now, but it's just any flat surface works. The problem is it also takes a while to actually craft stuff, so we can't just, like, run in, slap together a weapon, and then fight our way out kind of thing. And the mushroom. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to straight. Far left rocks. I mean, you got these little ones. Those aren't what I'm looking for, though. And that one up there, that's also not what we're looking for. Man, there's nothing over here. Like, I had a pretty easy time finding these earlier, but this is just like... Am I in, like, some new no man's land? There's just nothing out this far? Oh. Hey, don't be a helicopter day. If you do me a solid. Actually, can it be a helicopter day? Are we in the range yet? We should be getting close to time. We can check this real fast. So it's the 20th. Yep, we are. This is the first day the helicopter can show up. I guess we're just going to keep following this farm out, because this little gap here will have stones in it, potentially. So you got the big rocks. If I get just a little bit more of the napping skill, I can turn those into big axes. But I don't have quite enough skill yet. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
So no helicopter today. That's some good news. Okay, we've got rough out here. Maybe on the rough we'll find what we're looking for. I'll start working my way over here versus continuing to go farther and farther out that way when it comes to the return trip. You don't have to go as far. Yeah, still remove stone. There we go, big rock. And we've got a mineral deposit as well. Yeah, I've got 3 mineral deposits. There's a big rock over here. There's another big rock over there, so we don't even need to go up to that area. Whoa, what are you hitting that with? Why would you use... Okay, apparently we can mine with a hammer. You got your big fancy pickaxe. It's what it's made for. Use it. Okay, so put this in your bag for now. Put this in your bag for now. Grab you. Grab you. Too much for that inventory. That's fine. Because even if it's one of those things that I just have to carry this all back and then dump it on the road because we're overburned, I'm okay with that. Grab you and you. And those are big stones. And then this will be the last one we break, so we're going to be super overburdened. Yeah, no, I got the huge rock. Yep, we saw that one, and there's one over the right. Yeah, so the good news is we come way out here, we can find this stuff. It's more of a trek than I really wanted to make, but it's okay. Mark them on the map? I mean, I don't think I want to mark all the way out here. Probably not a bad idea. Oh, you're way out here. Sure. Flat rock. I'll probably end up just deleting that after a while, but for the time being. Alright, so max 18, okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we're making all our sharp flint flakes. Cool. Now I get the next step, which is to make them into blades. I can make 31 of them. So we're probably passing out in the middle of the woods. Where is our napping skill? Oh, and I'm getting a good amount. There's a good chance we're going to hit napping 3, which will let me make large stones into large axe heads. Now, I think I might run into the problem where I won't have enough carving to make the handle for a large axe, but at least be one of the things done. Alright. And then all I'll need is the cloth, which comes from zombies. That's easy. And I will need any wood to carve into handles. And that can be branches, it can be sticks, it can be a lot of stuff. Not sure what we have people saying stuff on YouTube. Keep in mind, for the ones watching on YouTube, I am streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. Twitch is my main platform, so, like, well, people are like, why are there so few people on YouTube? It's live streaming and YouTube doesn't pull numbers. That's the real answer. YouTube does a really bad job of promoting its live stream stuff. And more like wood axes? Yeah. I figured they were probably going to be pretty rough. And that'll be what we need to make the large axe heads. So if we go down to our napping skill, we can now make the large axe head. I'm curious about the maul. That's the one I want to see how it works. Just go up and slap someone with a maul. It may be garbage, but it is a weapon option. But yeah, no, if they're like wood axes were pretty awful. Just spending the entire day just banging on a rock. Okay, so we've got all that sorted. We need to have water. Go grab you. Cool. We need to eat something. It's easier to promote a Let Play series than a live stream on YouTube. It is. And Let's Play is also not doing particularly well on YouTube. It's a lot these days with YouTube. It's mostly edited content. So like heavily edited Let's Play kind of thing. Which is neither good, bad here or otherwise. Alright, so we got all our stone blades made. So I've got 31 knives worth of those made. I can go here. I can make 5 right now. So needless to say, we're going to be horrifically overburdened. But I'm okay with this. We're going to work our way back slowly. If we see zombies, we'll kill them one by one. Rip up their clothes, use their clothes to make more knives. You get the picture. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. We can just eat these. What is the egg emote? It's saying that we're injured. And that's just because we're carrying way too much weight, so it's going to knock us down to about 75% health and it'll stop hurting us after that point. You can't die from being overburdened. Okay, I was under the impression we could do something with these now. Let's pause real fast. Which is large branch requirements. Right, so we can actually carve them into planks. Requires carving too. Do I not have carving too? I thought I did. No, I don't. Okay. Yeah, so apparently a carving tool will be able to take large branches and make those into planks, which is something new with this. Let's go ahead and put the knife on the left side, take that out, because I don't want to use the pickaxe as a weapon. It's much better used to get me materials. Yeah, so right now we're just working our way back down here. Because I can't make any more weapons until I have cloth. I've got plenty of cloth in the middle there. Cool, we've got a leak. Drop more of these in here. Alright. Yeah, so my plan is to basically get to the road, drop off whatever I can't carry so far as the weapons. We fight, I can go pick the weapons up as I need more. Okay, so we got the 2 zombies down here, 3 zombies down there. So let's drop these for right now. And that. Cool. And the pickaxe for the moment. Where's my other knives? There we go. Attach that to the right. We'll sit down and recover our endurance. We'll kill these zombies, rip them up, do that whole thing. Alright. Yeah, YouTube lets you play really hard for certain games. Right thing requires. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. When you do like a YouTube video, like Kenshi is a game that is a very slow progression game. It can be a lot of fun to watch on Twitch with interaction with the content creator. But for a YouTube series, you're just gonna go, oh, I need to make some money. Let me go bang on copper. Skip to after you've done that, or do like a montage or whatever. You know, however you choose to edit it. And it's not to say there's anything wrong with that content, but you can take what is normally a pretty dull part that you have to like really carry with your conversation and everything, and go, yeah, let's just skip it. Come on. Alright, so rip all the clothes. How are my shoes doing, by the way? We haven't... They're alright. Cool. Go over here, same deal. And that'll be a bunch more knives. Alright, where's that backpack? There it is. Yeah. Gotta be careful putting the backpack down here. This might be hard to find if I put in the wrong spot. Okay, so crafting, make knives, make max 3. And pretty soon it'll be too dark for me to make any more knives. But that's fine, because what that's doing is that's consolidating the rags, the blades, and the handles, which makes it lighter overall. So put that in our back. Put that in the bottom. Chuck this in our bag. Grab these. Cool. And we can unpack you. And place you down. Alright, let's drop our bag for right now. The reason I'm doing that is the weight is going to be a problem. That'll be fine there. We can eat our salad. Yeah, so we're losing a day, but I'm getting like 30 knives out of it, so that to me is well spent. Alright. And plus, I at least know where that rock is for the next time. Okay. Then grab the bag again. Pick this up. Pick up her sleeping bag. Pack it. And add it to the bottom. Okay, so if we hold that, it should reduce her carry a little bit. So the thing I want to find is if we find sticks, I can carve them into handles. But we are getting close to the road, and like I said, my plan for the goods here is that we take it to the road, we drop the extra so it can handle it. We clear forward, and then when I don't need that... I was really hoping you'd reveal one or the other. Is it working hard on your strength right now? Yeah, I mean, we're actually, I think we're pretty close to gaining strength, too. Not that close, but we're getting good progress. Yeah, so these are the ones I can turn into the bigger axe heads. We'll deal with that once they start getting more inventory space. Because right now our poor character's like, please, just let my legs go. Did I hear a zombie? No. Oh, I did. It's down there. Okay. So that's by the yellow flower and all that. You're supposed to not be overburdened. Give me what clothes of yours I can rip. Oh crap, my radio's not on me. Let's grab this. I need to get my radio out of the, Deal with you in a minute. Gotta grab my radio out of here and figure it out. Where's my radio? It's not in my hand. Can't be on the keychain. It's not here. Okay, it's on the bottom for some reason. Okay, well, unfortunately, probably missed the entire broadcast. Yep, so I'll have to wait to the next broadcast. Lovely. That's fine. It is what it is. Yep, this is the internal test build, so there are things that are fixed in this build that are not yet fixed elsewhere. It will get fixed, but that's what we're doing, is we're basically dealing with, like, the alpha of this. So let's go ahead and do the leek. Rose hips. The cabbage. Drop the rags over here. Drop the dirty ones on there. Yeah, they got a lot of stuff fixed in this. Drop you off. Can I make any more of them? Not yet. Jalapenos? Living the good life now. That's actually a legit salad. Just gonna eat the cherry immediately. Alright, well, we're getting back towards the road. We're still waiting to see if it's a helicopter, because we are in range for a helicopter. If it is a helicopter day, are we there yet? If you mean having broken kneecaps, yeah, we're about there. Shatter our ankles and all that, just carrying entirely too much weight. Okay, so it is not a helicopter day. All right, so with that, let's figure some stuff out. Okay. So, grab the backpack. Step 1. Attach this. Step 2. Take the stone blades and the rags. Chuck those on the ground so that my inventory isn't horrifically overburned. Let's see what else we're going to chuck down here. Grab these and drop those down here. Alright, so we've got that. We can take all the stuff that's in there, drop you in here, drop you in here, put you in there. Grab the actual knives in here for now. Okay, so we've got ourselves a starting point. And let's mark that spot on our map just so we know. Where are you at? You're over here somewhere, right here. Weapon. Materials. So now we can start fighting our way in again. And use these weapons. When we get low, we back off. We should be able to get ourselves a branch or two or whatever along the way that we can use to then make our next weapon. You get the idea. And that's because it's just entirely too much weight for me to carry. Alright. Just gonna eat that whole salad. I'm also kinda hoping that we'll be able to reach the trunk of the car or whatever, and I can just chuck the pickaxe in there immediately, because that's a lot of weight that I don't need right now. Alright. But the goal is to still clear down into this house straight below us. Right there. And once we get in there, then we'll have lots of area to work with. And that's the first house for, like, pushing into the actual city proper. And just making that work. So I got one zombie up here. Yeah, I got a couple of zombies here. Let's kill these. That'll be some more handles for us. Because I believe that's going to be 4 more knives is what those 2 branches just bought us. Oh, 1 second. So we're on an ad break, so let me quickly use the restroom real fast, and I'll be right back. So thank you for tuning in. I'll be back in just a moment. Alright. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. I'm about to go... Oh, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. Oh yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing Drongo is doing all the time. It's just my axle underneath the barge. Don't worry about it. There's just something about the barge messes with physics badly.
Yeah, just something about me driving in general messes stuff up. I don't really get what's happening. I'm fine right now. But that's right now.
Okay, and I am back. So let's go ahead and pick up where we left off and not immediately die. Yeah, just figured I'd go ahead and do that. And I am going to be going a little long tonight on the stream, since, you know, we got a good turnout and all that. So figure I'd put in the time while we got the people. Alright, so we got that. Go ahead and grab another knife. And get back to the stabby stabs. Alright. Because I'd like to get into this house. That to me, I want to get in this house before everything wraps up. What was that? Something Jasper attack? Alright, so the police officer in the middle of the road had something, I'm not sure what it was. I didn't get a good look at its name. Okay. Alright, so we got that all taken care of. Let's run over, check whatever this was. Ah, it's just their badge. And unfortunately, you can't wear the badges. It's just something in your inventory, so it can just stay right on that body where I left it. Alright, and we'll just get over here to our vehicle. It'll keep clearing until we get low on weapons, when I either have to retreat because of time, or, like, you know, we get everything clear, like, whatever the thing is. We can just go back, pick up all our stuff for making all other knives. Alright. I'll also need to check what I need for the handles and all that for the big axe. I'm assuming it's gonna be a long handle or large handle, whatever they call it. And if that's the case, then I probably won't have enough carving to make it yet. But that's okay. It'll give me something else to work for. Gives me another weapon option. And because it's using something other than flint, it means it won't be taking away from my other weapons to make them. So if it ends up being not a good weapon, if it's at least okay, that'll be good enough. Otherwise, if I make one that's just good for cutting down trees, that's still not terrible. Could also be one of those things that just need enough axe skill or enough strength to make up for it. Alright. See, we can't get that. Okay, cool. Pain's eased up. Alright. I wonder where all those zombies we dumped off in Airside Lake will end up. They'll probably end up spreading to that house, so we probably will have a little bit of tug-of-war where maybe I get into the house and I sleep one night, and then maybe the next night I gotta back off. Is that your helicopter or mine? I do not currently have a helicopter. So, you know, do what you will with that information. Does the heck. Yeah, no, I'm debating what we're doing with this helicopter. I think if I get enough time with this, sorry, I don't have a helicopter right now. When I have my next helicopter, I think if I have enough time, I'm going to try to run down, like, to the west over there where those fields are, but, like, as far southwest as possible and try and draw the zombies southwest. I don't know Irvington in the game very well, so I don't know if that'll even be really an option. There we go. But we'll see. Alright, so we did manage to get to our station wagon again. And we do have plenty of space to drop off the pickaxe in here. Get that on my inventory for right now. Get the trowel out of my inventory for right now. We can drop off the various seeds. Fillet knives. Okay, so with that, we've cleared out a ton of our inventory space. There's at least one less thing I gotta worry about. Okay, and our goal is to actually reach that house down there on the right. So you could probably stop pushing as far to the left here. Because I don't need the driveway, I just need the house. Yeah, the police flyer would tell me where a police station is. Because I'm playing in 16 times pop, I can't really target anything in that manner, and it wouldn't be worth me to target the police station. Even if the police station has lots of weapons, I'll use more weapons to get to the police station than it could possibly give me. So it is one of those things that you just kind of work your way into town and you literally check each and every house and each and every building on your way, because, you know, there's so many zombies, you don't get to really pick where you're going. You just work through it little by little. What about so viewers can see? Well, that's what I'm saying is, we'll get there eventually, but it doesn't do me any good to try and go to a building that's going to take me in-game months to reach. Like, we'll get there eventually. But right now, we're just trying to get to Irving. Like, I'm not going to deliberately avoid it or anything. Everything in 16 times pop just takes time. Okay. Like, that's kind of thing. Once you get over, like, 6 or 8 times pop, the game doesn't really get harder at higher than that population. It gets slower. Because the difficulty, you're still going to be fighting entire rally groups consistently. What's going to be different is how many rally groups you have to go through before you reach the next situation. Alright, let's grab that one. It's moving around. It should be the house just down here. You can see we've killed zombies down in this area before. Wonder how long it's going to be till we get in our level in short blade. Killed a lot of zombies with these today. Alright, I'll take that. Don't mind me. Machete. Could use that right now. Now I'm gonna wait. Okay, is that sharp. I should check that before we get way too into it. Yeah, because I want to sit here and do this long enough. We can go ahead and... I don't have my sharpening stone, that's okay. Just giving ourselves a minute to get over the muscle strain. Alright. Let's actually keep working on our knives till they're broken, then we'll fall back to the machete. Because that'll give me something I can fight my way back out with that should be reliable. Versus the knives that can go ahead and break these, because they'll break faster too. Yeah, no, it's at about 3/4 sharpness. Keep in mind, I believe it's a long blade weapon, and I have no long blade skill at all. Versus the knives I'm at, I think 2, maybe 3? I think 2. So we're gonna be pretty terrible with the machete to begin with. But could it be as sharp as its condition? I didn't realize that. Alright, so we did the whole thing where a character yelled and aggroed everything for like a mile. That's okay. Okay, we can take that, drop you off. This will be our last knife we have on us. We apparently pulled another... We still have more coming in. That's okay, all these zombies we're killing now are just zombies I don't need to kill later. This nimble being bugged is so ridiculous. We just move so fast. This is about what you expect to have nimble 5 and 6, and we're at nimble 2. I don't think it's intentional. There's those. I've got one zombie chilling by my car, so let's get rid of it. Yeah, no, it's just there's a bug on the test branch that, like, I got Nimble 1, it was kind of the equivalent of getting, like, Nimble 3. So we weren't faster than the zombies, but we were definitely faster than I'd expect to be. Alright. But that's why it's a test branch. Gonna also eat the cherries immediately, because those rot really fast. Okay. And we topped off all our stuff. And back to fighting. Well, actually, let's sit down for another minute and get the muscle strain off. Then pretty soon we'll start forging our way home. Or not home, forging our way back to where I dropped off all these stuff so I can make more knives. Alright, Sophie, have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, and this is the house we're trying to get to right now. Because with this, I should be able to fish that lake. And that'll give me a good staging point for the push into Irvington proper. That is a nice house down there. It's a shame all the windows and everything are going to be busted out by the time I get there. But, you know. That is just Project Zomboid. Let's, scooch up. We got some of these. I think that's because of all the ones I dumped on that lake. Yeah, it's gonna be dark by the time we get back over here, so let's start working our way back, because I only have the machete left. You know, can I do anything with that now? I can. So broken branches are still useful to me. That's good. Hey, Elson. Yeah, no, it's especially with the bug where I have more range. When I use like a short blade, and, you know, I'm hitting like 3-4 feet back from them, they still take damage. You know, characters being like kinetic shot, lightning bolt. All right. Yeah, kinetic blast, that's what I'm looking for. Alright, so we're looking for some more branches. Alright, well, just give me all the food, why don't you? Even lime? We're just living the good life now. Like, genuinely looking at proper salads now. Kinetic Blast is your second highest level character in Path of Exile? That makes sense. Kinetic Blast is... You want to clear a screen, Kinetic Blast will do it. That is definitely a stutter step run where you go step, blast, step, blast. Okay, so we're gonna get back here. Oh, yeah, so if you had spiders on a trap, you're probably using, Spark, I think is the name of the skill, where it puts, like, little static on the ground. And then there's a thing that'll make it look like spiders. Unless I'm thinking a different skill, which is entirely possible. Oh, that's literally the pile I'm looking for. Okay, so what we can do now is go here. Carve these. Then we go here. Make ourselves 8 more knives. It was in the 90s. It was crazy XP. Yeah. No, that's, I've had a number of level 100s I've done in Path of Exile. Righteous Fire was my first one. Which I think was also a hardcore character, if I remember correctly. Because I wanted the achievement for... I think there was an achievement for hitting level 90 in hardcore. And then I was like, well, I'm here. The league's not over. Where can we take this? And then I hit 100, and I basically was done after that. And I think that was Betrayal League as well. Which was definitely not the league to be doing hardcore pushes. Betrayal was a dangerous league. All right. So still got some handles left. I think it's fun. By the way, you popped in. You popped in because of the Eternal Test build, but you followed because your bio thing said you were working large folks with disabilities. Everyone in your family has got some flavor of neurodivergence and some level of disability, so you liked seeing that. Well, thank you. Yeah, no, that's something I've been doing for a long time, is advocating for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions. Not expecting later on that I would be diagnosed with a neurodivergent condition myself. It's one of those ones just helping a whole bunch of people, and just talking about stuff. I'm like, stop! Why are you describing my childhood? And then having people's like, you don't realize you have ADHD? I'm like, no. Talking to my wife, it's like, do any of these symptoms sound right? And she's like, oh god, yes. I think of like the 13 or so, there's like one that was amiss, and the way you do the diagnoses with those, it's like, it'll be like if you have 12 out of 17, like, over an extended period of time, then you would be diagnosed. So it wasn't just a little. But yeah. I just gave you broken items, yeah. So I try to help. I know I've had a lot of things that have gone well in my life that I've benefited that, not all of them were necessarily my own doing. And for me, I was primarily advocating for women in technology at the time. And what ended up happening was, at least in the circles I was in, there was a lot of resources being pooled there, and there's still a lot to be done there. But it was kind of, you looked over at people with disabilities and the resources they had for dealing with like stuff professionally and all that, and there just really wasn't very many resources at that time. So I kind of made the decision to go, well, I want to focus on this area just because, there's a lot of people trying to help in one place and there's just not enough in the other. Oh man, this is with search mode off. This is just a straight up nightmare night. Alright, well. It's fine. I can't craft in the dark anyways. The characters will be like, it's too dark. Yeah, no, that was, when you look at, like, ADHD and autism and all that, it used to be, like, going back to, like, the 80s and 90s, you'd only be diagnosed if you had, like, behavioral issues. And behavioral issues that aligned with like, what people knew. Like, what, like, kind of the Hollywood thing of, the little boy who can't sit still in his chair, can't focus, that kind of thing. And it wasn't until, like, way later on we better understood it. Which is part of the reason why we just didn't have much in the way of diagnoses way back then. This sucks. I normally don't like leaving the flashlight on, but I can't see anything. But yeah, so as we got to better understand it, we started to realize that not everyone who has ADHD, because it used to be ADD and ADHD were two different diagnoses. We came to realize it was one condition. And that, like, not sitting still wasn't... That was a symptom of our thing, that it was more about the inability to manage, effectively, motivation. So, and that ultimately creating the attention problem. But like I said, as we got to better understand it, we got a better fix on what is and isn't. Oh, right. Because I'm down to just these things. But Yeah. So, like, these days, we do a much better job because it's just a thing that is routine now, at least here in the US, for autism, that just, there's a couple touch points while you're in school that they just do a test. Like, if you got, you know, if you're an older person, you know, 30s, maybe late 20s, or older than that, that was after your time. But now they just kind of do the test to try and screen for it so we catch it earlier. Versus, like, it is one of those things I look back at that I excelled so well in school when I was younger because everything was new and exciting and interesting, so I would hyper-focus. So that was the good side of ADHD happening there. I would hyper-focus on the things I need to be studying great. And then when it stopped being subjects that interested me, then it went and flipped to the other side. And I remember in college being just, like, genuinely thinking there was something wrong with me because I was dealing with a particularly hard class that I hated the professor and everything. And I had taken my computer out of the room. Literally, I had a table, a chair, a light, and just the book and paper. And it wasn't like I was drawing or doodling or whatever. I was just like, I knew how to do the thing. I just had to do a bunch of... I don't remember what the thing was. It had to do with the network connectivity course. And I just kind of sat there, just, like, beating my head against the wall, being like, why can I not? Like, I know how to do this. Like, the brain is, like, freewheeling here, but nothing's getting done. Like, it's going full steam and getting nowhere. And it's, I just could not get myself to do it. Like, I spent the entire night, like, getting down to the point of tears because if I failed the particular test I was doing, that was it. The program I was doing at the university was getting ended. I would have to change majors and get set back 2 years. And I managed to get through it. But it was like breaking me kind of thing of just, you knew you could do it, but there was just nothing that could get things going. But that's because I was going about entirely wrong because I didn't know I had ADHD. And so I was trying to force motivation, and you know, later on I learned stuff like the Pomodoro method and all sorts of other ways to kind of trick the brain into engaging the stuff you want and that kind of nonsense. I didn't pay attention at all to what the radio had to say. So it was just, I wasn't working with my brain, I was working against it. And you know, as I grew up and worked professionally and I didn't have like just random tests and garbage to do, I learned to better, like, not even realizing I had the condition, you just kind of figure out what does and doesn't work with you. Yeah, no, usually, like, if it's air activity detected, it's like, it doesn't matter what's going on. My brain just immediately is like, nope, I see the scary words. It's ride or die time. How much does the machete weigh compared to those knives? 0.6? Let's use the knives, because they'll break faster, and then we'll be not as overburned quicker. Yeah, I'll catch up with chat here just in a moment. The one downside of Project Zomboid is when you're fighting, you can't focus on chat at all, unfortunately. Alright. So sit on the ground. Let's see, the IQ is something that really, we can really grade, probably. No, you can't, that's the thing. Yeah, IQ is definitely a garbage test. That's even completely unrelated to, like, disabilities and all that. That's, so when you're trying to grade whether something has worked, whether it's like, you know, did someone learn something? Is someone capable of doing something? Is this good? Is this bad? Like, all those kind of things. There's very few you can measure directly. Like, we can measure temperature directly. I can go up to, you know, a pot of water, I can put a thermometer and go, bam. You know, that pot of water right there, 120 degrees Fahrenheit. That is an accurate measurement. You can count on it. But if you go, is this person smart? there isn't the smart thermometer you can put up to a person's ear and it goes, this person has 500 units of smart. Instead, we have to do what's known as a proxy measurement, which is we measure things that imply someone's smart, but does not necessarily mean they actually are. And unfortunately, when you're looking at stuff like IQ tests and all that, historically we found it more test, did you have a traditional style education that went well, versus anything that isn't what I just stated. So, like, you would take an IQ test, and then if you turned around and had someone who had an alternative way of learning, even though they do know how to do the things, because of just how you word the questions and all that, to align with what's traditionally used, now the person's at a disadvantage. It can also be a measure, are they good at writing on paper, or are they good at computering, or are they good at, like, whatever system is being done to proctor the test. There's a lot that goes into it. But the point is, when you're measuring proxies, you do have to understand that your test is deeply flawed at the beginning. Not that there's no value, but you can't take the results as gospel. Let's see, your understanding is the person who invented the IQ test basically said the test can't be used to measure intelligence. Yeah, I have no idea on that one. If you have to figure out how to motivate yourself to do housework, if it isn't, I'm going to do this literally drowned in the mess of looming. It's tough. For me, it comes in waves. That, like, sometimes, like, if it's something that's really bothering me, I will do an amazing job of it. But if it's not bothering me, it does take a conscious thing to make it happen. For me, a lot of it is trying to force it into a routine. That, like, when I do A, I do B, I do C. That I kind of autopilot. But man, like, folding laundry is... Of, like, all the chores around the house, folding laundry, I can just not get myself to get the spoons. Like, putting the laundry in the washing machine, doing the soap, all that, no problem. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Actually taking it after it's out of there and folding it, it is a real hard sell. Like, whatever other chores need doing, those will suddenly become priority one to just not deal with that. Which is one way to actually work on that. If you have something that you don't really want to do, but needs doing, and you're having difficulty getting yourself to engage it, one way that can help is find something you want to do even less, and suddenly make that a priority, and suddenly you'll have a lot easier chance doing whatever the lesser not wanting to do thing is. It works a lot of time, not always. Oh, you're an ADHD colleague? Yeah. So that's 100% a way to do it. Is just find something you want to do even less. And, like, make that urgent to yourself, and then it'll make it a little bit easier, because now your motivation is you're avoiding the thing. Oh, well. Broke that directly into his face. Let's see, you find yourself leaving washing ready to go for the day before. It goes in, you take it out, and then you leave it in the basket for 6 hours, and then you'll hang it. Yeah, I'll hang it up, but I usually won't fold it. By the time your washing machine is dealt with, there's another set ready. Oh man, that's been the tough one when it's like, I'm in Florida, so it usually doesn't get that cool. But when Tomb gets cold, Tomb's my wife for those who don't know, she likes to really bundle, which is what you do when you're cold. The speed of which laundry builds up when you bundle. I never really realized that growing up in Michigan, because, you know, at that point I was a child. Mom was dealing with that. Huh. The speed of, like, I don't know how much laundry she must have done. Between, like, a family of 5 and then, like, winter clothes. That had to be almost daily. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see, you're now reminding the entire basket unfolded hung laundry, yep. Yeah, it's pretty been, yeah, no, it's been chilly for Florida right now. We've been, seeing a lot of nights in the upper 30s, lower 40s degrees Fahrenheit. So for those who do Celsius, you're talking real low single digits. We haven't quite gone to freezing, but definitely proper brisk. This is why moms are heroes. There's been plenty of things I've turned around. I was like, how did you manage to be a functional human being with the three of us? You like the snow to go away where you live? I genuinely... Are you kidding me? There's flint right here. We went all the way to that field on the other thing, and there's like a chunk of flint right here, right next to our vehicle. It's fine. I'm not salty, you're salty. I don't see a big rock to do stuff on, so... It wouldn't have done me much good. But, that's flint right there. You don't mind it? Beats the brutal heat? Oh, I agree. I will take cold days any day of the week. You want to snow me in? Count me in. And I'll have people like, you don't know, you've not been snowed. Yes, I have. I grew up outside of Detroit. I've snowed. I've gone out there with a shovel. I will break my poor aching back shoveling snow versus mowing my lawn every frickin' week. At least I only have to break my back 3 months out of the year, maybe 4 in a long winter. I'm not saying snow easier, it's just that's my preference. Both suck in their own way. I want to check that duffel bag. It's probably nothing. But I've gotten some pretty good stuff out of there. I need you to calm down, because we're getting our muscle strain on. Yeah, take the cold over the heat and humidity. Yep. Yeah, no, that's the thing a lot of people don't understand when they come from, like, the desert areas. Like, don't get me wrong, when you're getting to, like, 90, 100 degrees, it doesn't matter. It's hot. It's awful. But the thing with humidity is it almost makes the clothes not matter. Like, you'll put on, like, some big heavy stuff. If it's really humid, it just cuts right through. So whether it's hot or cold, humidity just cuts right through all of it. Just makes it miserable. I need you to die so I can rest for a minute. Okay. The guy says nice little break. You put extra layers on, but you can't take off. Yeah, that was always my argument when, you know, when I had like a roommate and they're like, no, like they want it hot and you want it cold, and they're like, well, you know, usually you compromise what you do. But when someone's being unreasonable, it's like, look, if we're gonna lean one way or the other, cold, I could put something else on. You know, there's a certain point when you're down to your boxers going, all right, there's no farther than I can go without this getting even more awkward. I'm still hot. What do you want me to do about it? Like, there's no farther this can go before it starts to get indecent. I am brain parting here. Okay, so we don't have anything else we can put in the salad bowl. We can eat half a potato. Just raw potato, half of it. Yeah, like, we're definitely putting some damage into the zombies down here, just trying to get that last little push to the house. I'm assuming there's a bunch of zombies on the southeast side of it. So as we're killing the zombies up here, they're just naturally getting pushed up into the area we're at. We also killed, there's a rally group over there. Hey, Alice, it's going pretty good. Can you show you on the map? Sure. We're just north of Irvington. I'll show you here in just a minute once I get these fine chaps dealt with. Yeah, it's just a hand fork. Well, we're just chain aggroing, don't mind me. I'll back up a little. So we look at where we're at in the map. So, Irvington is this area. I don't know how big it is, but like this is the east side here. That's the north side. You can see there's actually a well over here, for those who don't know, right along this railroad track. There's a well that's fresh water. This would be the cattle farm. But you get the idea. So we're by Irvington. Echo Creek would be way up here. But you get the idea. So we're pretty far down here. That'd be Muldrow. I think that's Riverside. The east end of Riverside. I know, because I died in these houses on one of my long runs. You love how with 16 times Ox, all the towns are just fog? Yep. Because it's just, you don't just stroll into town, is protracted war. Alright, which way are the zombies moving? The zombies are moving southeast. Okay, I do not know how many zombies are northwest. I don't think there's many, but let's back up. Let's let the meta event settle. See what we're in for. Looks like just a couple stragglers. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, generally speaking, if you're in an area that's not super cleared, when you hear a meta event like that, like the gunshot, the person's scream, the dog bark, stuff like that, like, obviously if you're in the middle of fighting something, keep yourself alive. Look around at any zombies you can see and see what direction they go. That way you know, like, where danger's going to potentially come from, that kind of thing. That was the reason the moment we did that, I backed off real fast and just kind of took a peek, because I didn't know what's to our northwest yet. Or I guess technically just west. So I just wanted to make sure I wasn't about to be, like, steamrolled by a bunch of zombies. Every third zombie has a key to that house. Okay. Yeah, no, it's gonna be funny, because once I unlock that house, I'm just dumping all the keys. I'm trying to keep the ones that are trying to spread back up to me under control. Keep it so I'm only dealing with the threat on one side. Yeah, they definitely changed the rules for the execution animation on the knife. Normally, when I had a second zombie aggroed, it wouldn't be possible. But we've been doing it a lot. Okay. Cool, are we in the clear for a moment? Alright. So let's see, as far as our blades go, how many do we have? We have 14, so let's get 6 more clean rags here in a minute. Hey, Insane Spork, how's it going? The jaw stabs are your favorite animations? Oh yeah. It is... It's just the sound of winning. You still wish it'd be turned off near fences? Yeah, I haven't run to that. But that doesn't surprise me it being a problem. Yeah, so trying to get 6 more regular rags. Because then when I get some more wood, we'll be able to make more stone knives. So trying to do that while I got a little gap in the zombies here. Toss you away. All right. Need one more. So yeah, zombies fall over the fence. Your character goes to a jaw stab, but the zombie counts as on the ground. It misses. They get a free lunge. Yeah. I remember there was an issue that once in a while, the zombie wouldn't lock in its animation. So you'd go to do the stab, and the zombie like, alright, and just, you know, bite you in the face. It was super rare. And thank you for those files. I really do appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's get back down here. Hey, Cardinal, how's it going? Alright. Oh, you're a bigger group than I thought you were. That's fine. Just keep stabbing until they're all dead. Or we break both the knives almost immediately, leaving me with no more knives. Alright, that's cool. That's alright, I wasn't counting on those at all, that's fine. Are wells an infinity water resource? Yes, they are. Which in build 42 unstable, they're tainted. They're not supposed to be. The test build, they're no longer tainted. Oh yeah, hunting knives are still just as wonderful as ever. All right. Well, so nice to meet you, Cardinal. I assume you also play Project Zomboid? Regardless, welcome in and all that. Alright, so we're pushing our luck here. We're pretty strained. We're getting exerted. But considering I had both of the other knives I was using break at the same time, like just back to back, setting me up for not a great time. That's a decent recovery. Alright. Anyone else here? No. Let's sit down and recover for a minute. You're new to it? You really started playing in earnest December? Gotcha. Well, if you have any questions, by all means ask. If you want to see someone who is... I mean, yeah, no, December would still be very new. By all means. Let's see, did it change the range on the internal build? You feel like you're stabbing way farther than me? Yeah, there's a bug in the internal build where you can hit stuff from way farther than you should be able to. But then there's also the bug where sometimes it'll target the zombie behind the one you want. It's also made that much worse in this build, and that's what things that they're working on. So that is not how it's supposed to be. There's also a bug. It might look like I've got Nimble 6 as I'm just zipping around here like this. You know, just really trucking. I'm at Nimble 2. That's just... For whatever reason, the nimble seems to be counting for like 2-3 levels worth of nimble skill per level. So it is definitely making it easier for me to fight that way. Let's go ahead and eat that potato. All right. Okay, we pushed, so we got aggro on another. I saw the matches. I'm not too worried about it. I got tons of stuff to start fires. Okay. But yeah, I'm actually going to take those two. Alright, so we still got more aggro. We're still pushing. I should have pushed back earlier. Let's go ahead and eat a ginseng. It won't give me much, but it'll make me feel like I'm doing something. Take a little sip of water. And I've got 5? Yeah, 5's fine. The downside is this hunting knife is probably getting pretty close to broken. And that high muscle strain there is going to not help that cause. As you can tell by the pain just pulsing on the top right. Okay. As you played you played a really early release. You wonder if you'd try it again with all the new updates? I mean, if you played an early release, it's basically an entirely different game than it used to be. Like, a lot has changed over the years. Come on, Muscle Strain. I want you to die off a little bit. There we go. Pain's letting up. All right. So yeah, so just trying to let our muscle strain go down. Ooh, it's actually pretty late in the in-game day. All right, that's something to consider. Okay, so we need to back off because it's going to start getting dark soon. And then I won't be able to see, and that'll be bad. So in the meantime, I'm going to run over here and see if we can't, you know, find ourselves like some branches or something that can make ourselves some more knives with, because I'm getting low on supplies. They do have the materials for, what is it, 16, 14, some odd number? 14 more knives. I just need the wood. So branches will give me a bunch. As well as like there's a lot of things I can go and carve now to get myself more. Yeah, you're no survivor zombie. I'm gonna avoid them for the moment. Is the ad missing? Wait, does the no, the title has ad. It might be truncated on the UI. Yeah, the title has ad. I was like, no, I keep that there at this point. Yeah, because Fractal does sponsor the channel and all that. For those who don't know who Fractal is, they do computer cases, headset, chairs, you know, cooling systems, all sorts of stuff for your computer. Definitely a fantastic company. Their whole thing is they aim for quality. I'm really looking forward to getting my hands on one of their chairs at some point. I'll probably have to buy it, which is fine. This poor chair I've got is dying. But they're kind enough to like set me up with a case and everything, and they help pay the bills and all that stuff, so I appreciate it. And they also are one of these sponsors that they don't act like me saying this, I don't have an obligation to do that. Like, I'm not required to go in and, you know, be like, hey, check this company out, they're amazing, any of that stuff. It's not a commission thing. So it's not like you have to buy something for me to be supported. So it's a pretty good group. Oh, good. We got our lemon and our lime. Wouldn't want to have one and not the other. Pretty soon I'm going to have to turn off foraging because I won't be able to see. We're going to get back down to the road so I can see a little bit from here. Alright, are we all in the clear from this spot? Yep, no zombies as far as the eye can see. Your chair is having an issue, doesn't say elevated? Yeah, the pneumatic going out of it. That's usually one of the more common early failures that you get in a chair. For me, it's, I've got, that is starting to kind of be a little bit of an issue. But, the other issue I'm dealing with is, just the cushion part of the chair itself is getting pretty much spent. Yeah, can't see if there's any branches right now. It happens. These chairs don't last forever. All right. And just sleeping out in the wilderness every day like it's our job. Okay. I could just pack up our sleeping bag and attach it back to my hiking pack. That sleeping bag and the hiking bag combination was a real good find for this run. This would have been way more of a pain without it. Let's get these poisonous mushrooms dropped on this body before I accidentally eat one. Alright, get these salads polished away. Alright. Really short and light, your chair does it very slowly. Yeah. That's not true. I've had one that I would just, you'd sit down, just go, but most of the time it is those things, you sit down, you adjust it, and then like an hour or two later, like, wait a second, and you stand it back up. Yeah, so we're looking for wood. Actually, go out of my way to set it to firewood. Because with that, I can make more weapons. And I don't need to pick fights with stuff unrelated to anything I'm doing. You should do sound effects. They're hit and miss. There's still the clip of me doing the rooster sound, and it was not good. That is... Did you all migrate? We had that area cleaned. I think we had a migration, because we had that area cleaned, and there's 2 full rally groups just waiting right there. We can handle it just fine. I'm just trying to not engage them until I get a couple more, you know, get at least a pair of sticks that'll give me 4 more stone knives. Oh, come on. There's zombies down there. A habanero. Excellent, love to see it. Yes, there's the line in the sand where there's zombies on there. I can fight them, but right now I need more weapons is what I'm trying to make happen. It's not daily. Items refresh regularly, but it's not one of those things that happens like instantly, so I can't just like walk in a circle and get lucky. It's periodically. I don't remember I used to know the timing to it, but it's not something you can like predictively go, oh, it's time for me to do a lap. But you can loop over the same places again and again and find new stuff. It also doesn't help that we're like in pea soup fog here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Keep ending up with that in a different place than I expected. Foraging is better than when it was first released. Yeah, no, I definitely remember going into the corner and just being like, forage. Getting entire inventory full. Remove tree branch. All right. Why's your follow gone? You hate Twitch sometimes? I don't know. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, I've had that stuff. I never really understood what causes some of that. Where like suddenly you're like, you'll be like, I swear I found it. I take it to stuff like, don't. Oh no, that's alright, well, that's bad. Okay, helicopter day, chat. Wow, you take forever to assemble. Okay. New plan. So we got a spare weapon here. We're gonna turn off our radio. Okay. So unfortunately, we're going to delay dealing with this. Because we got a helicopter inbound. And this sucks that the fog is so thick because I can't really see what I'm looking at. So what we're thinking is this. We are right now up here. My goal is down there. I'm thinking I'm going to keep heading west and just try our best at seeing if we can draw the zombies away from where we want to be to over here. Now the real problem is I don't know my way around this part of the map. I don't know what we're looking at. I'll definitely want to go and put some of the stuff to use. Yeah. You guys are streaming late? Yeah, no, with how many people we got tuning in and all that, I'm going a bit later than I probably should. Considering I've already gone more than an hour over my normal schedule, but you know, hey. Who's keeping track? Alright, let's keep turning down this way. It's Zomboid. Yup. Now I'm finding all these. This is a terrible idea. Second or third heli? This would be, I believe, the fourth heli. Did a heli sound we could play? I used to have that back when I used Blurp. People had to really practice to get me caught off guard because they like to spam it too much and then made it very obvious. I'm taking a chance here and just sitting here crafting these. And the reason it's taking a chance is I'm not in position to where I want to be. But it is giving me a bunch of these knives I've been trying to make for a while. We're going to make the whole stack right now. And I'm also hoping just this fog will ease up. Tuck those in here real fast so we're not quite as overburdened. Three more. That means I'll have myself a cool 14 knives. All right. These aren't poisonous, right? Crazy I could even see you in this fog. All right. We're still gonna let. Oh, let's change you to no focus. Basically, I'm trying to move gradually towards Irvington. And hopefully staying in mostly open areas. But I'm also trying to do so in a way I'm not going to drag Irvington out to me. So we got zombies over there. Yeah, just little trickles of zombies in these fields here. That's fine, as long as I don't see, like, where we've got, like, the really dense area. I'm just kind of hoping we get past these houses. Oh, why? Okay. Oh, never mind. That was the foraging going away. It's like, why did it get so bright? Yeah, because we were still foraging. Yeah, so I'm hoping to draw the zombies from where we're trying to clear out into these fields, as well as part of the area of town itself out in these fields. And if we're really lucky, pulling the zombies away from the gas station, which is ultimately our current goal, is to reach that gas station, which I think is right down here. They're getting relatively close to it on the minimap. Now, the helicopter can show up as late as 7 p.m. That's as late as it can go. Alright, let's not get in... Okay, all these bushes are terrible. Alright, so we're definitely getting more zombies over this way. I'm getting pretty close to Irvington. I think literally that road turns straight down, and it goes straight down. The gas station's on the east side of the road. Let's get far west than that. Okay, it's not... I was worried that there's going to be proper forest over here. No, this is brush. This is probably not... Yeah, it's not the play. This is thick brush. We're just going to get caught up in this if I try and run around. Especially if I can't see, like, if there's a wall of stuff ahead of me. I guess I'm following the road to the west. Oh, do we have a field here? I see hay. Cool. That'll work. Yeah, still not super dense. Is this literally going to be a full day of fog? Usually by mid-afternoon, the fog will let up. Oh, we got a rally group over here. Okay, so we're in the outskirts of, like... I can see, like, this is the main road going into Irvington. So I expect the population to keep building up as we go down here. Yeah. Full fog, 4 pass. At least we're in a field of some kind. Yes, I'm kind of scouting where Irvington goes. Just as we're here. Because down there is where the houses on that main road I'm trying to take are. Alright, so we got the railroad track up ahead. Got more rally groups down there. Yeah, so there's a gas station on the southeast corner of our mini-map. Sorry, east corner. You can see kind of like the invisible line here where that's in town and I'm out of town. I think the fog is letting up. Okay, so you can clearly see we're approaching the edge of town by the fact that you kind of have, like, again, this invisible wall here of zombies where they're all bunched up. I'm curious if I can get a look at the gas station from here without aggroing everything. Yeah, so there's the cell that Irvington starts in. You can just tell by that wall of zombies just down there. That's not too dense, so that's at least some encouragement. My hope is that I'll be able to skirt around this west side here. And this open field, probably a good place. Because it should be close enough. We should be drawing the zombies from this area west. I don't know what's west of us, though, so I might be putting myself in a really bad position. But I think this is as good a place as any, because I actually want to be close enough that I am drawing the zombies out of Irvington. Because that'll just make getting my foothold in town easier, and then as we do stuff, the zombies will gradually... Okay, let's, Excuse me? You good? What do you know that I don't know? Oh, I can't fit that in the bag. Alright, this'll work. Okay, we're fine. Where did I just put you? Okay, we do have all the knives. Yeah, so basically, I got as much as we could out of our inventory. For when all this kicks off. So let's see what's down here. Just trying to get a feel for the area. Okay. There is some type of structure here. That's not a climbable fence. That looks like a power substation. And it's all fields over here. Okay, so that's good news. Bring the fog back. You don't want to see all the zombies. Yeah, so that shouldn't be too bad. We did aggro, but we are getting to the point where it's not going to be long. Like it or not, I've got 3 in-game hours left as the very, like, the helicopter has to happen in the next 3 in-game hours. Just keeping ourselves as ready as possible. That's fine, I don't care. You just do your thing, zombies. We're just gonna be walking in circles. Because there's way too many over here to fight. This isn't where we want to fight from anyways. I actually like that whistle a lot. The sound's a little annoying, but the fact that it so reliably pulls stuff from so far, it just means I know exactly where the zombies are going to go. Man, it pulls them from so far. Okay. I'm mostly doing this to keep all the zombies on one side of me. And then we're just gonna ride this wave of zombies back and forth. Yep, do the wave. I mean, you can do Molotovs, but I don't do burns. They don't count as kills. Come on, helicopter. I started this because the helicopter should be here any time. Like, it's running out of eligible time, it can show up. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to basically run back and forth from there over to the other side. And just ball the zombies up as much as we can. Okay. Oh, come on, helicopter. So the latest it can show up is 7 p.m., and it's about to be 6 p.m., and it's not here yet. So I think we're getting literally an end-of-the-day helicopter. That way I can walk back in an area that's not safe, in the dark, using a pen light. After the helicopters riled them up and moved them all over the place. All right. Hey, the helicopter. So it's 8:23, so give me 2 seconds. Okay. So the helicopter happened just southeast of us. 4th helicopter 08/23/93. And accept. Okay, back to surviving. You have a couple zombies behind you? Nah, it's fine. I've got my wizard hat. What could possibly go wrong? That's how they arrived at 1840. Yes, that means it was a 6 o'clock helicopter. The helicopter always shows up on the hour. It just doesn't necessarily reach you, because it'll like appear on the edge of the map and work its way in. But yeah, and that's I still think the worst I ever had was I was in a tropical storm in the game, and I had a helicopter show up at 7 p.m. on one of the nights that had like no moon up, and just walking around being like, I can't see anything. Luckily, I was in an area on that one where it wasn't like I had already cleared it out really well, so I didn't have much show up because I'm like, I can't see anything. This one shouldn't be too bad. I'm just hoping it doesn't end up being a 4-passer. I mean, it's pro and con. So 4-passer would make me have to work the hardest, but at the same time, it also means it draws zombies from the farthest, which would potentially work to my advantage of clearing the area. I'm trying to corral him. The helicopter drew him north, and I don't want him going that way. Okay. So good news is this very much is implying there's not much in the way to the southwest of me, because we're not seeing any zombies from a meaningful capacity coming over here, just stragglers that are probably from that power substation. Whereas if there was like, if Irvington went down this way to the southwest, I would expect that place to be just spilling zombies to a direction I have to work my way north to survive. This is literally just chatting to the streamer. I mean, I also have a stance of no bitey hugs, so sure, why not? You don't want to bite Rual, though? I appreciate that. I'm not looking to be bitten today, in or out of game. Taking a little bit of a calculated risk here to try and draw the zombies back towards Irvington. Is it one and done? Or actually, that's 2 passes. Whatever, 1 or 2 passes, whatever it was, doesn't matter. Let's give it another minute. I guess that's 1 and done. Okay. So the plan here is I want to cut west to just ditch these zombies over here, and then we're going to turn north and circle back to where we were. And the reason I'm doing that is I'm trying to draw the zombies straight away from Irvington. At least the part I'm trying to get into, which is that gas station right there. So if we're drawing them straight west from there, it should clear that out, because I don't think there's more Irvington to the east of that gas station. I think it's southeast. But we'll see. But the goal there is to give me a little bit of breathing room so that at least when I go to make our move into the gas station, it should be relatively clear. What is going to happen, though, is between meta events, other helicopters, yada yada, the zombies I do ditch over to this area will gradually work their way back to me. But this should give me time to get established and all that. Alright, so meanwhile, we don't need the whistle anymore, so we can put that away. Get our stone knives back out. Alright. Yeah, so just got a handful of stragglers left, so we can turn north now. Our goal here is just to get back to where we were. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Empty Cell. Have thousands of non-native zombies. They're chill. Pretty much. And I don't know how they've changed the redistribution and all that, where you can have them move like almost a whole cell to the next cell or whatever. But my expectation is we will clear down to the gas station and it'll have like waves of these zombies come back and cause me grief. Because I don't think we actually pulled zombies from very far. Like, if I were to guess just looking at the map, I'm guessing we only pulled zombies from, like, down here, and, like, maybe just a block or 2 in. I would have expected to see way more if we pulled them in from farther in. Because that wasn't really that many zombies compared to, like, 16 times pop being in a city limits area. Did I need stick still? No. No, actually, I need, chip stone again. So I'm not going to worry about that right now. We'll get the pickaxe, we'll go smash some rocks. Are you fake dead? You're dead. It's fine. Got one zombie on their own over here. Okay. Do you play with sprinters? No, not typically. The problem with sprinters is even if you set them at 1%, the game doesn't go, here's your 100th zombie, it's a sprinter. It rolls the dice in every one. So you do have the situation where eventually you'll get unlucky and you'll have a group of 20 zombies and they'll all be sprinters. That's an extreme exaggeration, but you get the idea. Which means you have to pull every single group you ever see in the game as if they're all sprinters, or you'll just die. Because sprinters, your choices are you run away, you window or fence cheese, or you pull them when ones and twos. And that's, I used to do, like, Mr. Lamper used to run a permadeath multiplayer server that was sprinters only, and, like, the sweatiest try-hard settings we could come up with. And I used to survive entire cycles of it. So I can do sprinters, I have done sprinters, but I don't enjoy them. There's a reason they're not standard, not even just the difficulty. They do limit the way you play the game very heavily. They can be fun to spice things up, but it's one of those things that I'd use them to spice things up a little bit and then be like, cool, I've had my fill, and then not do any more of them. Weird you can't change their speed. There are mods to make sprinters that are, you know, faster than the fast shamblers, but slower than current sprinters. The issue you run into is Product Zomboid, the way combat works, is ultimately once the zombies start moving faster than the player walks, you have fundamental limitations on what you can do to address that. Because this nimble speed, when you're backpedaling and swinging, that's going to dictate the flow of combat. The moment stuff moves faster than that, at a degree you can't turn and burn, you are 100% committed to the fight the moment something attacks. Whoa, what is killing the frame rate? Okay, I see that up there on the left. Can't move. What are you? You're terrible is what you are. That place right there, whatever you are, it's a bad time. The real bad time. Because you'll notice, where the ones have texture there, the reason we're not seeing the texture on the others is it's basically culling the texture to keep the game running fine. So here, 1 second, let's pull up our map before it's too dark. Right here, we go symbols, skull, 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 skull. Dear goodness, no. Okay. And we go this way. I'm just trying to get away, because, like, I noticed we stepped on the thing. It's like, why did my frame rate just go potato? Ah, it's just the 1,000-something zombies over there. No big deal. Did I mention 16 times pop? Any place of interest takes a little bit of fighting to get into. Because there's your example. That didn't even look like it was that exciting of a place to get into. I saw a couple of cars there that looked like they're junkers, like the Riverside junkyard. There might be something good hidden there, but I sure didn't see it. Well, I don't really want to run into the brush farther right now. So unpack our backpack. Place it on the ground. Trying to watch down here because we had one following us, but I'm pretty sure we ditched it a while ago. I'm gonna wait till it's dark, like middle of the night. Come on. Where's my bed? There you go. And I'm holding run just in case someone finds me in the night. And we lived to see another day. We did survive our helicopter. We're just on our way back home. Let me pack this up. Drink our water. Eat a snack. Okay, so we could do with this is we can go to... Can I make a salad with what we got here? Yeah. How many helicopters are we up to now? That was our 4th helicopter. Have a habanero, so we're having mushroom and habanero. Honestly, I would eat that. I would absolutely eat that. Let's see, what only sprinters population do you consider playable and fun? You want to play with sprinters, but you don't feel like miserable. So the population setting's not going to help you too much one way or the other. It'll have to be your rally group size, and then staying away from places that have any density whatsoever. That's kind of the key thing when you're talking about population settings, is your population settings if you're near Riverside is one thing, your population settings if you're near, like, West Point is another. And there's only so much flexibility around that. What do you get from the heli? A lot of zombies. Basically, the helicopter just spins around you for a little while, and it's really loud, and the zombies go towards loud things. So it invites the entire neighborhood to your lap. The entire neighborhood being things that want to bite you in the face. Now, with that said, chat, I've already gone almost 2 hours longer than I normally do, so we are going to be wrapping up here. But today has been... Here, let me map it. Today has been a very productive stream that we started around here, I think it was, like somewhere in this ballpark. And we got all the way cleared, all the way up and around, down this way, all the way down to right there's the station wagon. So that went well. Let's go ahead and remove those markings. There's no weapons there anymore. I'm gonna ignore that flat. Okay, I'm glad I still had this icon there. So station wagon parentheses home. All right. So yeah, so that's the destination where we're going. Honestly, that's not bad. We drew the helicopters over here. That's ultimately our goal there, is to get to that gas station. We're just leapfrogging from house to house to get down there because of the population. I'm going to remove these diamonds. We don't need those anymore. Because that was just so when we started this journey, we were way back here, and as the diamonds just to show the path I had planned on taking. Anyways, with that said, what's going to happen here is, for those watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I need to have 1,000 people subscribed over there before I'm allowed to host, which is the equivalent of rating on the YouTube side, and I don't have that, so I can't. So I hope you've had fun. For those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because what I'm going to go ahead and do is put up my ending stream screen, and I'm going to go find someone